Ja sa presuniem.
Good to see you.
How are you doing?
I'm okay. And you?
Good? Yes,
Long
sure.
time no
Why
see.
not? Hello. Thank you. Everything worked. I'm very happy, frankly. I know. Very good. Excellent.
Yeah. I had my coffee. Nice setup.
Slovakia, it's always extremely impressive representation. So,
I was also accredited to Slovakia when I was in Helsinki.
okay, good.
And I used to come mostly on economic issues. There were a couple of conferences I participated. And indeed, as you said, there was really quite an interest. But in terms of economic topic, of course, we are linked with that part of the world. There was maybe, this inter-helpo in Kyrgyzstan.
Yes.
Czechs, Slovaks, Hungarians in 1920s. They just left everything here and traveled to Bishkek.
We need to meet at some point. Как ты должны встретиться, да, что нормально говорить.
We never in Vienna.
No, absolutely. I mean, somehow, I don't know. I mean, for the last 2 months, there was no event. Relevant event. So, but Maria will have her presentation by the end of October, but I'm not accompanying her during this.
Is that October or November? yesterday
was
looking
in
into that.
November, but they pushed it earlier
Okay.
or later.
Okay.
It will be updates, most probably, but it's not on 23rd or 24th November any longer, but it's
Because yesterday I was just looking into that because in my case it was 23rd of October, but I have to travel to Berlin. So yesterday I was looking and I saw Maria. Sometimes November.
No, I was thinking how we can energize more our cooperation together with UN. So to find some entry points. You know, I mean, time flies, so we have to look also. So maybe we can be in touch on this.
International Anti-Corruption Day Conference, which we started last year, it was indeed excellent. This year we will continue with that, and of course for here, our office and UNODC also they have the component. IAEA, of course they don't have much funds, but still I think some capacity building.
Yes. So let's do something a little bit.
Synergies are without that it's very difficult.
Okay, let me take a look.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. It will be
See you.
difficult. May I enter from here?
Ah,
Because
yes,
I
sure,
don't
sure.
want to. Okay, see you.
Najprv ja, potom vy. Tu sedíte. Čo máme robiť? To inak nejde. Však ľudia stáli až vonku. Ale však to bereme, že
Okay.
Čiže koho tam ešte máme?
Len ťa rýchle pozdravím. Ale tak, Silvia je moja kamarátka.
Jaj, no tak to
Boli spolu v
kamaráti.
Tokiu a Jano takisto, takže sa tu postretávame trošku.
To je dobré, aj kamarátske.
Hej.
Som nedostal od vás bullet points.
Pekný deň.
Ja ich prakticky nemám.
Aha, dobre.
Ja
Nevadí,
vždycky chodím tak,
Niečo
že...
nebude chýbať, len som myslel, že...
Nie, ja som človek, ktorý... Včera som len pár vecí si pripomenul večer už. Čo by som asi povedal, ani to nemám v organizovaným bullet points.
Nevadí, to je v poriadku.
Takže pardon, ja som rozmýšľal, že niečo možno včera napíšem, ale nešlo to.
Nie, to je v poriadku. Ja to budem teda tomu predsedať a každý panelista má 10-15 minút. By som vás teda poprosil, keby ste tých 15 minút neprekročili, aby sme sa zmestili do toho nášho.
here, like... Neviem, ako toto funguje. Ešte, ja ani nepovieme ľuďom, nech prídu dnu.
No veď to už tiež by som mala, ale ešte musia byť ešte všetci... Vieš, dnu môžem povedať, keď už vidím, že začíname, ale ešte nie sú všetci zaregistrovaní.
No, už je to tak na 2-3 minúty. No. No, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Kde je ten Rišo s tými staničkami? Pán Kubiš nepotrebuje, tento pán potrebuje, áno. A potom tam 3 od konca. I think we can start, right? Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, dear friends, it's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all to today's conference, the Helsinki Process in the New World Order, Security, Cooperation and Human Rights. This conference is marking the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, and it is held under the auspices of the President of the Slovak Republic. Helsinki Committee for Human Rights in Slovakia organizes today's event in cooperation with Misia 89 and the Office of the Public Defender of Rights of Slovak Republic. It is also conducted with the financial support of the Ministry of Justice of the Slovak Republic and travel agency Tucan. Let me begin by sincerely thanking His Excellency Mr. Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic, for his support and patronage. We are also grateful to all our institutional partners and to each of you who accepted our invitation to be here, either in presence or online. Exactly 50 years ago, 35 states gathered in Helsinki to sign a document that would redefine the very meaning of peace, cooperation, and sovereignty. The Helsinki Final Act not only eased Cold War tensions, it laid the foundation for a new understanding of security and as inseparable from human rights. In doing so, it empowered civil society, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, to become a true force for democratic change. Many of the institutions we now take for granted, independent media, ombudspersons, human rights organizations, are built upon that momentum. But history doesn't end with declarations. It demands continued commitment. Today we gather not merely to commemorate a treaty signed half a century ago. We gather here to reflect on a living legacy, a commitment to dialogue, peace, and the indivisibility of security and human rights. On July 31st this year, the Helsinki Plus 50 conference reminded the international community that the Helsinki Final Act was not only a diplomatic milestone, but a civic spark, one that gave rise to movements for human dignity across Europe, and one that continues to inspire those who stand against oppression, war, and injustice. And yet the message from Helsinki Plus 50 was clear. We must respond not with despair, but with renewed conviction, reclaiming the Helsinki principles as a compass for our time. And this is precisely the spirit in this spirit we convene here in Bratislava. We gather here today in a very unique setup, especially for these days. We are here together, representatives of civil society, international organizations, and states and governments. And we are sitting here together with a common aim: to revisit the legacy of the Helsinki principles in light of today's geopolitical and democratic challenges, to renew cooperation among civil society actors, particularly the Helsinki Committees of Central Europe, V4 countries, and to reaffirm the connection between active citizenship and security in an increasingly uncertain world. Before we begin with our first panel, it's my honor to introduce a special message. Although he couldn't be with us in person, His Excellency Mr. Peter Pellegrini, President of the Slovak Republic, has kindly prepared an address that will be presented by his foreign policy advisor, Mr. Jan Kubiš. Mr. Kubiš, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Tiriaki, distinguished organizers, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to read the message, the address of His Excellency President Pellegrini. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it is my honor to address you on this special occasion, the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. Although I cannot be with you in person, I am grateful that Slovakia can host this conference under my auspices. 50 years ago, the Helsinki Final Act showed that even in times of mistrust, nations could choose dialogue over division. It was not a treaty in the legal sense, but it became a moral compass. It affirmed values that remain timeless: respect, cooperation, human rights, and human dignity. For Slovakia, these values are not abstract. We are a nation that regained freedom after years behind the Iron Curtain. We know that liberty and democracy must never be taken for granted. Like the heroes of our own history who resisted oppression, we must also carry forward their message that peace and freedom depend on courage, unity, and responsibility. Today, we live in a world of new challenges. We see polarization, disinformation, and a loss of trust in institutions. Hostility can grow quickly, and divisions can weaken even strong societies. History reminds us where such steps may lead. That is why we must stand firm in protecting dialogue, tolerance, and cooperation. The Helsinki Process taught us that real security is not only about armies and borders. It is also about trust between nations and respect within societies. It is about creating a space where governments and citizens work together, where differences do not divide us but inspire us to find common ground. The OSCE, born from this process, still provides such a space. It continues to unite states and societies, even in difficult times. It facilitates exchange, monitors elections, and protects fundamental freedoms and rights, notably human rights. Its work remains indispensable for multilateralism and underlines the need for stronger international and regional organizations. Because only when dialogue and cooperation are based on respect for international law and supported by strong multilateral institutions can we create a safe and secure environment for our citizens. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act is more than a commemoration. It's a call to responsibility. We owe it to the generations before us and to the generations after us to defend the principles of peace, dignity and solidarity. Let us not allow mistrust and hostility to shape our future. Let us keep alive the spirit of Helsinki, just as we keep alive the memory of those who fought for freedom in our own history. 50 years later, the Helsinki Final Act is still a promise that dialogue and cooperation, grounded in international law, UN Charter and Helsinki commitments, can prevail over conflict and mistrust. It is our duty to make sure this promise remains real for our citizens, for Europe and for the world. Thank you. End of the message of His Excellency the President.
Now we can start right away with the first panel. Mr. Moderator.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Jan Šikuta. I am going to chair this first panel with title The Helsinki Impulse for European Dialogue. I'd like to introduce you the panelists of our panel. Mr. Bakit Jusupo, Coordinator of OSCE Economic and Environmental Activities. Mr. Jan Kubiš, former Secretary General of the OSCE from 1999 to 2005. Jordan Warlick, Policy Advisor at the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe. Tea Jaliashvili, First Deputy Director of the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights. And Mr. Walter Camp, Director of Communications, Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime, the Geneva Center for Security Policy. At the very beginning, I'd like to make some housekeeping rules. I'd like to ask each panelist to have 10 to 15 minutes of their intervention, and then only after all panelists there will follow the questions and answers. I like to ask all panelists to be in time and to keep with maximum 15 minutes. At the very beginning, I would like to start with a brief introduction. The Helsinki Final Act, also known as Helsinki Accords or Helsinki Declaration, was the document signed at the closing meeting of the third phase of the Conference on Security and Cooperation in Europe, held in Helsinki, in Finland between 30th of July and 1st August 1975, following 2 years of negotiations known as Helsinki Process. All then existing European countries, except Andorra and Albania, as well as the United States and Canada,
signed the Final Act in an attempt to improve the detente between the East and the West. The Helsinki Accords, however, were not binding as they did not have treaty status that would have to be ratified by parliaments. The Helsinki Final Act dealt with a variety of issues divided into 4 baskets. The first basket included 10 principles covering political and military issues, territorial integrity, the definition of borders, peaceful settlement of disputes, and the implementation of the confidence-building measures between opposing militaries. The second basket focuses on economic issues like trade and scientific cooperation. The third basket emphasized human rights, including freedom of immigration and reunification of families divided by international borders, cultural exchanges, and freedom of the press. Finally, the fourth basket formalized the details for follow-up meetings and implementation procedures. The CSCE held further meetings in Belgrade in 1977 to 78, Madrid in 1980 to 83, and Vienna in 1986 to 89. That was a brief introduction, and then I'd like to ask Mr. Bakit Jusupov to start with his presentation. Only before you start, Bakit, very shortly, I found on internet something from your CVs, so I hope that it is correct and accurate. If not, you can complain later on. Ambassador Bakit Jusupov joined the OSCE as the coordinator of OSCE economic and environmental activities in February 2024. With now almost 20 years of experience, he first joined the diplomatic service in 2008 as attaché in the Department of Eastern Countries of the Kyrgyz Ministry of Foreign Affairs. From 2010 to 2017, Ambassador Jusupov held various positions in the Presidential Administration, Office of the Government Administration, and Office of the President of the Kyrgyz Republic, including Deputy Head of Foreign Policy Department. In 2017, he was appointed Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Kyrgyz Republic to the Republic of Austria and Permanent Representative of the Kyrgyz Republic to the OSCE and other international organizations in Vienna. In his capacity, he co-chaired the OSCE Group of Friends of Youth and Security, took up membership at the UN Commission on Narcotic Drugs, and included Kyrgyzstan in the UNIDO program for country partnership. He also served as ambassador of the Kyrgyz Republic to Hungary, Slovenia, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic. Bakit, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Shikuta. Excellencies, dear ambassadors, dear Ambassador Kubiš, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, allow me to convey the OSCE Secretary General's Feridun Sinirlioglu's personal greetings and wishes to organize this very interesting and successful event today, and for the objective reasons he could not participate in person. Dear colleagues, let me first and foremost express gratitude to the President and the government of Slovakia for paying attention to this very important anniversary, and to the Helsinki Committee for Human Rights in Slovakia for organizing this conference. Slovakia has played a crucial role in our organization, from its chairing in 2019 lately, the Ministerial Council in Bratislava, which is still very fondly remembered, and as well as, of course, with the strong legacy of the Slovak diplomats in the OSCE, and best embodied by Ambassador Jan Kubiš as one of our former Secretary Generals. Dear colleagues, excellencies, throughout 2025, the OSCE and its supporters have reflected at numerous times about this anniversary with a view to draw lessons for the future. Such as Slovakia, the world has fundamentally changed in these past decades. We stand at a critical moment in our history, one that will be studied and remembered by the generations that will follow. The Helsinki Final Act remains as relevant today as in the days when it was signed, and I would hereby provide some of the arguments. First, the Helsinki Final Act was a watershed moment in interstate relations in Europe. It enshrined a set of 10 guiding principles for relations among the states, the so-called Helsinki Decalogue. These principles, such as respect for sovereignty, non-use of force, the peaceful settlement of disputes, respect for human rights, and others, created a shared code of conduct accepted by all participating states. Beyond being a diplomatic compromise of its time, it established a framework through which profound differences could be addressed by dialogue rather than the confrontation. And here I get to my second point. The Helsinki Final Act codified a revolutionary security concept, the comprehensive approach to security. The idea that security is not defined by hard security considerations alone, but it entails also economic, environmental, and human aspects. These elements affect each other and only together create, in the vision of the signatories, the true security. I was just in Prague last week in my role as coordinator of the OSCE economic and environmental activities, where in the framework of the annual forum on economic and environmental aspects of security, we also discussed the situation of the so-called second basket today. It was again confirmed that there was not only great potential in this dimension, and that the OSCE is successfully delivering effective activities and results in this area, fostering trust and confidence, first of all, but also that this is deeply interlinked, and it should be, with the other two dimensions of security. I am glad that my colleague Tia in the panel today will thereby bring later the perspectives from the ODIHR into discussions, and I am certain that my colleague Tia will also stress that for men and women to live in security, they must enjoy human rights and fundamental freedoms, as well as have economic opportunities, live in a healthy and thriving environment. One cannot underestimate the importance of this idea. Now, looking back to the early days of our OSCE history, it's crucial to recall that within just a few years after the Helsinki Final Act was signed, movements like Charter 77 or Solidarność were reshaping the landscape of political and civic participation in Eastern Europe. I am glad that the organizers of today's conference, the Helsinki Committee for Human Rights in Slovakia, build their work on the legacy and values of this movement, as these values remain highly relevant today. And as you know very well, in Slovakia, the influence of the Helsinki Final Act on the events in the late 70s and 80s in Eastern Europe was really very strong. And finally, my third point. What the Helsinki Final Act did, beyond establishing principles for peaceful coexistence, dialogue, and introducing a new era for political participation with the comprehensive approach to security, was to establish a path towards cooperation among states. After Helsinki, security and cooperation go hand in hand, because this idea was at the height of the Cold War and of the fear of mutually assured destruction. That deterrence alone was not going to keep us safe. We needed cooperation too. We needed to have a common stake into each other's business. That is the essence of cooperation, and that's the key legacy of Helsinki. These three ideas, that principles of conduct among states must be respected, that security must be seen comprehensively, and that the peace can be ensured via cooperation, are as true today as they were back in 1975, when 35 states in Europe signed this Helsinki Final Act. Today, there is an urgent need to go back to those ideas. In Helsinki, 50 years ago, participating states understood that principle alone cannot govern the world. They needed a home. The Act institutionalized the Conference for Security and Cooperation in Europe, CSCE, which then became the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe in 1994, OSCE. The CSCE and OSCE are critical chapters in the last 50 years of the history of Europe. But what I want to say here and stress is that we will need them to be equally central in the next 50 years. We do stand at a critical moment of our history. As geopolitical divides deepen, we desperately need a forum for serious multilateral diplomatic engagement. We need a place, just like we needed in 1975, at the height of the Cold War and the bipolar disagreement, where we can talk with all countries that share our destiny on our continent, whatever the political, economic, and social path they choose. Dear ambassadors, excellencies, colleagues, our collective security architecture, which our founding fathers and mothers built over decades of hard work and high prices, risks crumbling before us. The principles enshrined in Helsinki have been violated and challenged. Trust among participating states has eroded. Consensus is harder to achieve than ever before, and this cannot be a new normal. Let me reiterate the OSCE Secretary General Feridun Sinirlioglu's call on participants at the recent anniversary conference in Helsinki. We must start rebuilding a security dialogue that can slowly put the basis for a new security architecture. In order to do this, we need three crucial steps. First, we need to end the wars. It's our duty to support efforts towards a negotiated settlement to end the war in Ukraine and encourage the sides to continue meeting and agree on further confidence-building measures, including the release of prisoners, among them OSCE officials Vadim Golda, Maxim Petrov, and Dmitro Shabanov. Secondly, we need to recommit to the fundamentals. Our shared Helsinki principles must continue to live and guide us through these very difficult times. And thirdly, we need an honest discussion on how we got here, what went wrong. A meaningful security discussions will need to include an honest assessment of what we did wrong, what we condoned, which we should not have, and what we underestimated. We need to go through that together and listen to each other. Excellencies, dear colleagues, we are under no illusion that relaunching a multilateral diplomatic process will be easy today. And yet, precisely in such times, the logic of Helsinki remains essential. Security is indivisible, and even if it's difficult to rebuild trust, it has to go through dialogue and cooperation. What we need today is a forum for a serious multilateral diplomatic engagement, and the OSCE retains the capacity and the tools to be that. And we stand ready to use our long-standing unique expertise and experience to support this. Our work spans across a wide range of mandated areas in all three dimensions. We have plenty of existing dialogue platforms and cooperative tools supported by concrete activities on the ground, and this all at our disposal, at your disposal, at disposal of the 57 participating states. And here, let me use this opportunity and as the coordinator of the OSCE economic and environmental activities, say a few words on my mandated area. By fostering economic, scientific, technological, and environmental cooperation, the so-called second basket built interdependence that helped reduce mistrust. It created habits of dialogue in areas less politically sensitive but deeply relevant to stability. and reminded us that the economic prosperity and environmental sustainability are indispensable to long-term peace. Issues such as changing climate, energy security, connectivity, or fight against corruption are transnational by nature. They cannot be addressed by one state alone, and they require exactly the kind of dialogue and cooperative approach. Today, this dimension is as relevant as ever, offering a unique opportunity to sustain dialogue by focusing on practical cooperation in above-mentioned areas where the interests intersect, hence serving as potential entry point for rebuilding trust these days. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the Helsinki Final Act was a bold achievement in an era of confrontation. It showed that even when trust is absent, the dialogue is possible. Even when interests diverge, principles can be agreed upon. As we look to the future, let us use Helsinki plus 50 to reaffirm it, to adapt it to new realities, and to ensure that dialogue and cooperation remain at the heart of the security order. I do hope, with the contribution of our other panelists and through our discussions today, we will further elaborate what the OSCE has done, is doing, and could do for making the European security architecture more solid again. And I thank you and wish all of us successful discussions today.
Thank you very much, Bakit, for your interesting presentation. Now I'd like to call to the floor Mr. Jan Kubiš. Very briefly, I introduce him as Foreign Affairs and International Politics Advisor to the President. Mr. Kubiš is a diplomat and politician, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Slovak Republic. Since 1999 until 2005, he worked as the Secretary General of the OSCE, later as the UN Special Representative for Central Asia. In the UN structures, he worked as the Executive Secretary of the UN Economic Commission for Europe in Geneva, then took charge of the UN mission in Afghanistan, Iraq, Lebanon, and Libya. He is the holder of several state awarded in Austria, France, Afghanistan, Lebanon. After his career in the UN, he returned to Slovakia in 2021. Jan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And let me start by acknowledging one fact, that this is a meeting jointly attended and co-sponsored, if you wish, by the Helsinki Committee of the V4 countries. I believe it's very important to also acknowledge this. Myself, I am very happy that both Helsinki committees and coming from V4 countries are showing their commitment to not only the past cooperation, but hopefully to future cooperation that will have to be recreated following the very unfortunate events of today. In my hopefully very short intervention, I will just make several points from the past and maybe a couple of remarks as regards today and tomorrow. I have been actively accompanying the Helsinki process in many iterations of my life. In the previous regime, I was dealing with then the CSCE. In the Foreign Ministry, I attended a number of conferences. And that process that was characterized by a combination of deterrence and détente was received in then socialist Czechoslovakia with certain degree of hope, but I can tell you as an insider, with a lot of concerns notably related to the issues of human rights and all the commitments of the OSCE that worked in support of civil society, and that these questions were put on the table as something agreed, so it means that countries reserve the rights to talk about the issues, to intervene as necessary. And I remember how visitors then from the West were coming to Prague to meet dissidents, to talk to them, to encourage them, and to provide thus a clear signal to the whole society of Czechoslovakia. What is important? I am very glad that many of the dissidents acknowledge and recognize the importance of this factor in the history of the CSC. And I can once again clearly confirm that that was one of the main concerns of the authorities when I, as a junior diplomat, attended different conferences of the CSC then. Then there was a Czechoslovak chairmanship of the OSCE and the creation of the Secretariat in Prague. It was before the CSC was turned into the OSCE. What was then one of the momentous events, as I remember it, that was the time of the end of the Soviet Union. That was the time of the end of former Yugoslavia. That was the time when there were questions, notably about some countries of the former Soviet Union, whether they would be incorporated as a part of the OSCE process, whether they would accept the commitments of the OSCE, or whether they would go a different way. And I remember, as a representative of the Czechoslovak chairmanship, not the only one, because the chairmanship designed some other, including foreigners, to travel to different countries, including countries of Central Asia, for consultations. How do you see your future? I remember disputes and discussions in some European capitals that were saying why we should go as far. It's enough to stop with Russia. It's enough to stop with the traditional, more or less, partner that we have. We were convinced, and I was very happy to hear it also from the top leaders of all Central Asian countries, that it is important to spread the validity of the Helsinki Final Act and all the commitments in all the aspects, also incorporating the countries of Central Asia. It was an example that eventually helped us in the next iteration of my life when I was in the OSCE, be it as the director of the Conflict Prevention Center or the Secretary General, to operate in many countries as the OSCE, bringing again the messages that fundamental freedoms and rights are an indispensable part of the legacy and commitments that took all the countries of the OSCE upon themselves, that they cannot avoid this. These were difficult discussions even then. And I had several meetings with different leaders of different countries, I will not name them, that were very unpleasant even. I remember some when I was told the meeting is over because I raised the issues notably of human rights, but not only. Implementation of other commitments that were related to elections, for example. Commitments that were related to security issues, what to do with the reduction of armed forces and creation of new armed forces in new states that were created after the demise of the Soviet Union, or issues related, again, to the same commitments in the countries of the Western Balkans. How to stop conflicts, on what principles, what should be the model that we will have there. It was not easy. It was even then when we had the wind ahead against us. I remember how many countries decided that it's better to close OSCE missions because of their comprehensive mandates and to turn them into, for example, Office of Special Coordinator for Projects. Yes, that was depoliticized. It was focused on certain areas. And it gave the state, of course, a chance to influence the activities and not to allow them to go into some other directions. So we faced this challenge even then, even during the good days of the OSCE. Of course, then there were many achievements, notably during different summits, including the Charter of European Security of the Istanbul summit, where I attended that summit already as the OSCE Secretary General. Unfortunately, the commitments accepted there were not necessarily put in practice fully, and that eroded again the trust in the OSCE with all other processes that I mentioned. Nevertheless, the OSCE is here. Now, more about the future. After the aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine, it shattered, if you wish, or paralyzed at least the OSCE. We have to be clear. Now the OSCE, from my perspective, is in many ways paralyzed. Is it dead? Definitely not. Still, it's there. Its instruments, institutions, its engagement in its missions, its engagement in such new threats to security like cybersecurity, like transnational organized crime, human trafficking, terrorism, extremism, etc. They are very valid and they are still pursued and have a certain support. Not a full-fledged, but nevertheless have a certain support of the OSCE. OSCE still serves as a certain example how things can be done in the Mediterranean, if you wish, or again, only recently there was a discussion whether the OSCE example can be introduced in a certain way into the Middle East. I remember during my time there was already such a discussion, and when I was director of the Conflict Prevention Center, I visited many countries of the region, our partners for cooperation, to discuss with them what is acceptable, what not. And I was surprised, but very pleasantly surprised, that I noticed that only recently again they returned back to this idea. I hope that we, sorry to say we, I still feel myself both UN and OSCE, etc., but I hope that we will be able to provide advice and support and expertise, because it is very much needed. Today and tomorrow, of course, we are witnessing indeed a historic change of the international relations in all aspects. The dismantling of the previously existed architectures and instruments of cooperation and security, be it in Europe, the paralysis to a certain extent of the United Nations, notably when we see the Security Council very often unable to agree on the most important discussions and matters that are really influencing the world peace and security, and that's the responsibility of the Security Council. Still, they are in many ways paralyzed, not fully. Luckily, we have at least the General Assembly, but the General Assembly is not necessarily a body that can give an operational, maybe a moral mandate, but not an operational mandate to the OSCE structures. That will depend very much on the Secretary General. But again, the Secretary General and the Secretariat cannot work without the necessary financial support. And we know what is happening. So the OSCE is becoming as well very often a victim of maybe of its previous successes, as the OSCE was, to a certain extent, is a victim of its previous successes. Nevertheless, still I believe that OSCE is one of the critical platforms that can bring us back to more stability and cooperation, that can help us revitalize, revive, modify the architecture of European, all European security and cooperation. There is no other body. I know the position, or at least some statements that are coming from Moscow when, if I'm not wrong, Minister Lavrov at certain meeting mentioned that the OSCE outlived itself. I don't think so. It's for Russia also extremely important. If they would wish to build Asiatic system of security, they cannot avoid building also Euro-Atlantic or reviving Euro-Atlantic system of security, because it would create more instability. So from that perspective, and based on the resolution political resolution of the Ukrainian war, based on strong security guarantees given to Ukraine, but also certain security guarantees given to Russia, because they are coming with their own ideas. It's impossible to come to an agreement without taking on board some concerns or concerns of both parties. They have to agree. Eventually, that will be the beginning of the revival of the OSCE, because two countries and all of us would need an all-European system of security. And the building block and the initiator of that can be only an agreement between Ukraine and Russia that will open the way to just, sustainable and stable peace, the end of this tragic war. So, in spite of the words of attributed to Minister Lavrov, I haven't heard it, I read it somewhere, that the OSCE is outlived itself, it might be obsolete, and I heard similar comments in my personal communication with some representatives of the Russian Federation. I don't believe that it's true. On the contrary, the OSCE has and will have the future for itself. It will be a similar but not the same situation as previously, when deterrence and detente will play a role, will be two combined factors in creating a new architecture of cooperative security and comprehensive security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jan, for your really valuable and also personal experiences from your professional life from the past. And again, I only remind that questions can be then posed after the last panelist will finish. Now I'd like to give the floor to Jordan Warlick. Very brief from your CV, if I may. If something is wrong, please let me know. Jordan Warlick is a policy advisor at the U.S. Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe. Jordan Warlick joined the Helsinki Commission staff in 2016 and serves as the policy advisor for the countries of the Visegrad 4, Czech Republic, Hungary, Poland, and Slovakia, and the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. She also covers media freedom, women's and gender issues, and youth throughout the OSCE region. Additionally, Jordan manages the Max Kampelman Fellowship Program for the U.S. Helsinki Commission. Jordan has considerable experience advising and staffing members of Congress, representing the U.S. government in the international settings, acting as a liaison with the State Department, international organizations, and advocacy groups, organizing major international and congressional delegation visits, planning congressional hearings and events, and writing statements, memos, talking points, and policy articles for publication like The Hill. Previously, Jordan served as office director for the Helsinki Commission, where she managed overall operations and budget for Commission, coordinated major hearings, briefings, and events, led international travel coordination, and managed junior staff, fellows, and interns. Jordan, please. Was something incorrect there?
No, that's all perfect. Thank you so much.
The floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to join you here today as we mark 50 years since the signing of the Helsinki Final Act. I am especially grateful to speak as a representative of the U.S. Helsinki Commission, a body created by our Congress precisely because of the impulse the Helsinki Process set in motion. When the Final Act was signed in 1975, many in the United States initially saw it with skepticism. Critics worried that it legitimized post-World War II borders and offered too much to Moscow. Yet others, particularly some members of Congress and human rights activists, saw something else. and opening. The Final Act fundamentally reframed the idea of security and introduced human rights as a legitimate international concern. It declared that true security is inseparable from human dignity. That insight is what led the U.S. Congress to create the Commission on Security and Cooperation in Europe, the U.S. Helsinki Commission, in 1976. Members of Congress wanted to ensure that the United States would take seriously its obligations under the Accords, especially in the third dimension, and created a bipartisan, bicameral commission that would hold other signatories to account and monitor compliance with the Helsinki Principles. Over time, the Commission became not only an oversight body, but also an engine for advancing human rights and democracy in U.S. foreign policy. During the Cold War, our commissioners met regularly with dissidents, religious leaders, and civil society activists from across the region. These brave people understood the power of the third basket, the human rights commitments, and the Commission worked to amplify their voices on Capitol Hill and in the U.S. diplomacy. The human dimension genuinely inspired civil society across this region, and it was civil society that ultimately led their nations out of communism. Movements across the region drew strength from the recognition that their struggles were not internal affairs, but legitimate international issues. The Helsinki Final Act planted the seeds, but it was the courage of citizens, journalists, trade unionists, and activists that brought democracy to life. It is inspiring that some of the organizations that trace their roots to that period are represented here today. I've had the privilege of traveling throughout this region with our commissioners, members of Congress, in recent years, and I've seen how moved they are by what has been achieved. They remember meeting with dissidents across the region in the 1980s. Today, they visit free and thriving societies, NATO allies, EU members, vibrant democracies. It is deeply inspiring. Ideas written on paper in 1975. Communities, and entire ways of life. It is so horrific that it forces us to ask, what is the point of this work if we cannot prevent such senselessness? But the answer is that the work is for the future. It is for the possibility of preventing the next war, the next atrocity, the next attempt to erase human dignity. The Final Act did not stop conflict or repression overnight. What it did was create space for ideas, for accountability, for civil society to grow strong enough to challenge authoritarian systems. And that is what we must continue to do today. The institutions that grew out of the Helsinki process are more important than ever. The OSCE and ODIHR provide platforms for dialogue, tools for monitoring, and a framework for cooperation. They are not perfect institutions, but they are vital ones. They give voice to civil society, they shine light on abuses, and they remind governments of the standards they themselves agreed to uphold. At a time when multilateralism is under pressure, these institutions are a reminder of why we built them in the first place. For the U.S. Helsinki Commission, our work today builds directly on that legacy. We press our governments to support free media, protect civil society, and stand with political prisoners. And we remind policymakers in Washington that America's security is bound to Europe's security, and that neither can be separated from the protection of fundamental freedoms. This summer, on August 1st, Senator Roger Wicker, our Commission chairman, together with all of our Senate commissioners, introduced Senate Concurrent Resolution 20. This resolution recognizes the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act and reaffirms the United States' commitment to its principles. Importantly, it is bipartisan. At a time when divisions are real in Washington, there's unity on this point, that the principles of Helsinki, sovereignty, human rights, and cooperation remain at the core of our foreign policy and our vision of European security. So as we commemorate this anniversary, we should remember the Final Act planted the seeds, but it was people who made them grow. Civil society, dissidents, ordinary citizens, they were the ones who transformed this region into the vibrant democracies we see today. And now it falls to us, across governments and institutions, to carry that work forward. That means defending the sovereignty of Ukraine. It means supporting the next generation of journalists, activists, and parliamentarians. It means recommitting to the idea that security and human rights are inseparable. And it means keeping alive the spirit of Helsinki. Even in moments of deep division, cooperation based on principles can create the conditions for change. The U.S. Helsinki Commission is proud to be part of this effort, and I am honored to join you here in Bratislava to say 50 years on that the promise of Helsinki endures, and that together we must make sure it continues to do so for the next 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jordan, for really a very interesting presentation. I think I owe you to tell you something about myself as a moderator. I'm a career judge from my 25 years of age. I went through all instances of the national judiciary. I worked also 10 years for United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees Office in Geneva. I was 11 years as a judge of the European Court of Human Rights, and I ended up as president of the Supreme Court, so that in order I'm not here anonymous. Now I'd like to give the floor to Thea Jaliashvili. Ms. Thea Jaliashvili is first Deputy Director of ODIHR. She has extensive experience in strategic policy development, management and administration of technical cooperation programs in the fields of human rights, democracy and the rule of law within international, national and non-governmental organizations. Before joining ODIHR, she was acting head of the OSCE program office in Dushanbe. She previously served as deputy director at the Women's Information Center in Georgia and was deeply engaged in strengthening the capacity of civil society to protect women's rights and advance gender equity. She also has worked for the UN Council of Europe and EU joint initiatives in a number of regions. Dr. Jaliashvili has worked towards achieving peace and a just society based on principles of good governance and rule of law through her contribution to legislative changes as well as policy and institutional development, including strengthening and harmonizing the work of the judiciary and national human rights institutions. Thank you very much. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, it's indeed a great pleasure to be here today and to join you. And every time I come back here, because we have a very important annual meeting also dedicated to the human rights protection and advocacy, I mean, it really inspires and motivates to see such a huge interest in protecting and advancing human rights. As my predecessors have very rightly mentioned, I mean, there is no comprehensive security without democracy, without the human rights, and without the fundamental freedoms. And this is what is really this pan-European regal order that we truly believe that the OSCE ODIHR we can contribute and support. But we will be as perfect as our participating states would support us to become perfect in fulfilling our responsibilities, our mandate debate and make sure that those commitments that they have committed are upheld. And of course, we stand ready in order to utilize those resources, those tools that exist at our disposal. I'm also very pleased to see our partners for cooperation attending these important events, because we truly believe that together with them we can also make a lasting peace and change. Dear colleagues, I think we all agree that this decalogue and the principle and the third basket is extremely important, because there is nothing more important than protecting our rights, because the rights protection leads to better education, to better health services, to better social protection, and I think we all agree. And there is no more, the most important thing that we do it together in a very reciprocal manner. We support each other. We ensure that we work together with the civil society, academia, media. We support, and I think that this is one of the most important tools that at the OSCE ODIHR we make sure. One of the very important tools at our disposal that I would like to bring to your attention, because it's exactly the right time to talk about it, it's our upcoming Warsaw Human Dimension Conference. We really truly believe, because regretfully our mandated activity, human dimension implementation, could not be achieved because of the lack of consensus, and there has been a lot of said about the problems that the OSCE today is facing, including those implementation of the mandated activities, amongst which is the human dimension implementation meeting. However, with the then Polish chairperson's support, we will manage to make sure that this kind of conference takes place. So we are really looking forward for your representation, including, of course, from the civil society organizations, because I think that we are among those multilateral platforms where civil society speaks hand in hand with the state representatives, governments, permanent representations, academia, and we can bring those challenges, and we try to find the ways and recommendations in order to address those things. I think that everyone would know quite well that we as an ODIHR have been established at the election as the office for the elections in the beginning and initial, and this was our primary objective. What we are witnessing today, regretfully, on one hand, for the last few years, no invitations to observe elections, but also delayed invitations, which makes almost impossible, technically speaking, and not only, in order to observe meaningful election observations to conduct. Therefore, I think that it is also extremely important that you, as a participating states, really advocate for our mandated activity and also support when we conduct those election observations, because it's not an only ODIHR's activity, it's activity that is guided, supported, and mandated by the OSCE participating states. What we are witnessing, another very important challenge that we do have, is the violation of the rights of minorities. After 50 years, we are still, amongst other, facing with the issues related to for example, Roma and Sinti, access to education, access to the social care, access to healthcare services, and all related aspects. Irrespective of the action plan that the participating states have committed, still we are witnessing those challenges. Another very important challenge that we see around us, of course, it's the democratization, how the rule of law is backsliding, how democracy is backsliding, and how civil society spaces are shrinking. So what can be done, in that regard? What are those tools that are available? Of course, I mentioned about the election observation, but also it's another extremely important tool that we support, again, the participating states. It's so-called Moscow mechanism, it's so-called Vienna mechanism. This is something that can be invoked by participating states in order, and us to be supported in order to observe those violations in a certain countries. Another important aspect that I would like to mention, because there has been, of course, about the Gaza, about this, of course, Middle East, which are not, of course, our participating states, and the examples that, but what we are witnessing, it's anti-Semitism, it's a rhetoric, that we see, this discriminatory hatred speech, crimes, etc., which is which is on hate. And this is also another important tool that we at the participating states and that the deal we do possess. And we could provide, a genuine evidence-based analysis and assessment. And regretfully, sorry for jumping from one issue to another, but it's really extremely important to observe that how academic, these in-depth analyses are shrinking as well, because it requires, on one hand, the resources, but also on the other hand, the willingness to know and to have, while we are moving in this hectic environment, in a very kind of like a much more superficial assessments rather than, a very in-depth assessment of the situations, which is also shrinking the space for this. So it's extremely important to have this evidence-based policy in order to make the right and proper decisions to reflect upon. And maybe last but not least, when we're looking, into our commitments, I truly believe that we can use all those momentums. We need to use all our experience. I was listening to our predecessors, and I was like, in the history of the multilateral fora, I think that what is very much worrying, it's a trust that is declining, including the multilateral fora, and I think that what will be extremely important for us is just that to prove the importance of it and show step by step, slowly, the results that we are facing. I have to mention that about this Minsk agreement, for example, recent development, that indeed was extremely important development when we're talking about this OSCE support in the conflict prevention and of course and one of the most important, monitoring of the human rights violations of international human rights and humanitarian law character, and until of course just peace is achieved in our region, it's extremely important that we continue this monitoring, because we should not we should remain relevant, but also there is a hope still in the multilateral organizations. There is a trust, there is a hope that those violations will be addressed. And we need to keep this record of this. We need to make sure that these are very well monitored, these are very well detected, because as soon as the time comes, those responsible for this are really held, because this is so important, irrespective of the fact that sometimes those mechanisms are for a longer and don't have a very immediate impact, regretfully so. There is still trust and hope, because the last what we need is to lose the hope. So thank you very much, and I really truly hope to make sure that I will also be able to answer the questions given the limited amount of time we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Thea, for your nice intervention, and I am sure that there will follow questions in that part, questions and answers. Please, we are coming to the end. Last panelist of our panel, Mr. Walter Kemp. Mr. Walter Kemp is Director Global Strategy at the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organized Crime. He is also Senior Strategy Advisor at the Geneva Center for Security Policy and teaches at the Diplomatic Academy in Vienna. He is co-chair of IDPs, Canada's interests in a shifting order project. Mr. Kemp has extensive experience as a senior advisor in the OSCE, was spokesman and speechwriter at the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, and vice president of the International Peace Institute in New York and Vienna. Walter's main areas of interest are publications focused on illicit economics in the Western Balkans, conflict prevention, links between organized crime and conflict, strategic anticipation, and European security. Walter, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the invitation. I have to say I'm here today as a representative of the Geneva Center for Security Policy, but also as a big fan of the OSCE. I had to think, seeing Ambassador Kubiš, that I started in the CSCE in 1992 when Czechoslovakia was in the chair. and it's great to be seeing him again today. On the 31st of July this year, there was a big event in Helsinki for the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. You have to imagine it was in the Finlandia Hall where the heads of state signed the Helsinki Final Act on the 1st of August 1975. There were about 1,000 people in the room. The lights went down. I don't know if anyone else was there, but there was a choir of 50 men dressed in black. I think everybody was waiting for the Finnish national anthem or Finlandia or something. The director raised his baton, and these men started shouting out the 10 principles of the Helsinki Final Act. And people were wondering, what the heck is going on? Because they didn't sing a note. We were told after they're called the Choir of Screaming Men, and they have never sung a note. They only scream. But I think this was symbolic of how we really need to remember and keep shouting out the 10 principles of the Helsinki Final Act. And also to remind us that 50 years later, these principles are probably more relevant than ever. For many years after the end of the Cold War, I think many of us believed that there would be a kind of linear progression. I don't think we quite believed in what Francis Fukuyama described as the end of history, but when you read the Charter of Paris from 1990, it looks like the end of divisions in Europe. And I think as a result, the Helsinki principles were very much taken for granted. But in the past 15 years, most, if not all, of those principles have been violated, and not only by the Russian Federation. And it's only then that we realize how important they are. Indeed, imagine putting the word "not" in front of every one of the 10 principles, and you would have a situation more or less like the way we find ourselves in today, and that is highly unstable. Therefore, to get out of this mess and restore order in Europe, states will need to go back to respecting those principles, but that will not be easy. Some people around the time of this anniversary say, let's go back to something like the CSCE, an open-ended conference on the future security of Europe. However, the situation today is significantly different than the early 1970s for at least 5 reasons. First of all, back then, if you read even the first sentences of the Helsinki Final Act, there was more or less broad agreement on the importance of détente. Now, that's more or less gone, and there's no broad acceptance of shared rules that govern international relations. As Ambassador Kubiš mentioned, this also is apparent in the UN as it celebrates its 80th anniversary. There's limited leadership or creative diplomacy. Compare the leaders in those black and white photos of 1975 or the leaders at the at the Charter of Paris in 1990 and those of today. Leadership is vital because security orders are built by design, not simply by muddling through. You hear a lot of people today talking about the importance of let's just muddle through, but there are limits to how long we can do that. The third big difference is that there's an unclear balance of power, unlike in 1975 or in 1945 or even in 1918. Today, there's also a limited role for civil society, which is why it's quite encouraging that there's so many people here today and that the V4 Helsinki committees are keeping the flame alive. But generally, you don't hear a lot of discussion in civil society about the enduring relevance of the Helsinki Final Act. And finally, there's no shared sense of direction of where we go in the future. We're stuck in the present. We also have to acknowledge that there are inherent tensions between certain principles, such as self-determination on one hand and territorial integrity on the other. And we need to figure out how to reconcile them. And we have to acknowledge that there are certain threats and challenges today which the drafters of the Final Act didn't have to think about too much. So climate change, the impact of technology, and transnational threats. Furthermore, there's a significant backsliding towards illiberal democracy in several OSCE states, not least those west of Vienna, and, as has been mentioned, this shrinking space for civil society. Will these principles remain relevant for the next 50 years? I think we need to think of them as what they're called. They're not called founding principles, they're called guiding principles. And we need to put them at the core of any kind of forward-looking orientation. And even though we're focusing very much on the Helsinki Final Act, we can't forget all of the other commitments that were made after 1975 in the human dimension, but also in other dimensions. And we need to keep in mind this close link between security and human rights, which was one of the key innovations of the Helsinki Final Act. We were reminded today, when people talk about the inviolability of security, it's not only geographic, it's also this comprehensive linking of the various dimensions of security. So, in the current geopolitical environment, what could be a forward-looking agenda if we can't go back to Helsinki and we probably can't move forward in something like a CSCE arrangement? I think we need to be realistic. Rather than rebuilding trust and cooperation, which is not likely anytime soon, we need to focus on a practical set of measures to manage distrust, promote restraint, reduce risks, and work towards peaceful coexistence, at least in the short term. The focus is very much on the 1,000-kilometer line of contact between Russia and Ukraine, but there's also a 5,000-kilometer line between NATO and Russia where we need to manage relations more predictably. Also, I would argue that there are three things going on at the same time, three relationships or collisions that we need to manage. One is between Russia and the West, one is between Russia and Ukraine, and the third is between Russia and the United States, and they're very much interlinked. I would argue that you can't focus on the European security order without stopping the war in Ukraine, but vice versa. You won't be able to stop the war in Ukraine without a discussion on the future of European security. This is realpolitik. Talking about cooperation is not liberal internationalism. In the current context, it's all about putting down guardrails that we don't go over the edge even more. This will require dialogue. Until recently, there hasn't been much dialogue. I have to say, actually, President Trump broke the ice in this respect. And if Russia is quite rightly perceived as a big part of the problem, ignoring them is not going to go away. And as has been pointed out, not least by Ambassador Kubiš, the OSCE is a logical place to have that discussion. The main mantra in the next few years will be deterrence, and obviously deterrence is vital, but there is still a small space for dialogue and the need for managing de-escalation, and the OSCE could have its niche in that respect. Indeed, it's precisely because there's so much instability in the OSCE area that we need to make more cooperative approaches. And let's not forget, we're talking not only about divisions between Russia and the West, between Russia and Ukraine, but there are other walls and barriers being erected in the OSCE area these days that we need to be careful of. Not only physical ones, but between truth and lies, between rich and poor, between leaders who follow the rules and leaders who break the rules, and also divisions caused by fear. If we don't overcome these divisions, we face a future that's even more dangerous and unstable than the situation that we find us in at the moment. Therefore, I encourage us all to use this golden jubilee of the Helsinki Final Act to recall the importance of that document, but not only as an historic event, rather to use the principles as an impulse and an inspiration to guide us towards a more stable future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Walter, for your, again, very personal experiences and sharing with us the 1975 times. Now I think that we finish this part with presentations, and we still have half an hour, something like that, for question and answers. You can ask, of course, directly, or you can use this hashtag Helsinki. Those who know what does it mean, I don't understand that, frankly speaking, but more skilled than they know what is it. So please ask your questions. Don't hesitate. Yes, that is what I wanted to say, but thank you very much.
Maybe I would have a question if I can. Thank you. I would have a question. We meet her here with like 4 Helsinki committees, if I counted well, and many officials, diplomats, and representatives of very important institutions. Do you see any sign or any kind of inspiration for, let's say, deepen our cooperation or restoring our cooperation for the nearest future? And what would be your ideas, like how, what would be the frame for such cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. So who would like to respond? Yes, please, Walter. Or, of course, others can then...
I was struck when Thea said that we're only as good as the states and the institutions in terms of implementing the commitments. But if we're going to rely on states and institutions in this environment, we're not going to get far. So I think the challenge is to also have a bottom-up approach when the top-down is not working. And here, to somehow make Helsinki committees great again, I don't know how many are left, but to take the type of solidarity that you have at this meeting and scale it up to other Helsinki committees, get this dialogue started at track 2, and hope that it can percolate into track 1 through a sympathetic chairmanship or certain countries that are countries that still have Helsinki committees, because there's an echo chamber in the Permanent Council where it's a rather predictable series of monologues. But we need fresh air, we need fresh impulses, and if it's not coming from states or institutions, then maybe it can come from civil society, as it did in the 1970s and 80s.
Yes, thank you very much. Would like somebody to add?
Well, I mean, just would like to reiterate exactly the same, that in October, I mean, during the Warsaw Human Dimension Conference, I see also an important potential. I don't know that the registration, I think, has been closed yesterday, but also it can be organized within the framework of a side events or related things where we could share and also hear your points of view, and then the ways that how best to address the ongoing challenges. So, thank you.
Yes, please, Jan.
Yes, I believe that I can just add to this that also the Secretary General could be one of the focal points for bringing Helsinki committees under whatsoever umbrella, security dialogue, etc., together. Have a look. We have representatives of 5 Helsinki committees or commission here in this room, and that's a good start. So let's use it. We have representatives of OSCE institutions here. We have one platform that is obvious. It can be even elevated, as I said, to the level and engagement of the Secretary General. He's a very proactive individual. I know him very well. So this is one of my recommendations or comments on this idea and question.
Thank you, Mr. Krutina. Do you have some? Can you? No, are you happy with with the answer, with the reactions? Yes, thank you. Please, other questions? Yes.
Thank you. A question for Ms. Yali Kashvili. What can be done to encourage the media and civil society to promote globally the use of the country's international human rights treaty obligations as standards for measuring the quality of the government in any country. I'm very concerned that mass media, in particular, has neglected the use of these standards in their discussion of political events happening globally.
Yes, thank you. Yes, would like to.
Are you collecting the questions, or I can respond?
No, you can respond immediately.
No,
yes.
Thank you very much. I mean, well, I look at it from a very, human rights advocate perspective. So I would rather slightly reformulate in a way that the media itself is facing a lot of pressure these days, and regretfully, this pressure is also increasing. I mean, that of course, I mean, makes quite difficult for them also to perform, because like freedom of journalists, I mean, disinformation, defamation, I mean, violation of the rights of journalists, in particular female journalists that we are witnessing across OSCE participating states, and definitely also, I mean, it goes without questioning the polarization issues. I mean, when we're talking, like it just kind of like a one side. Reporting. So, I mean, in that sense, we at the OSCE have a very, very specific dedicated office for this, which is the representative of freedom of media, who has various tools at their disposal, to work and to closely cooperate with the media representatives. And of course, the media representative itself, conducts quite a very important work, which is about this monitoring of those violations on one hand. On the other hand, visiting countries. On the third hand, looking into and supporting them and providing a certain universal recommendations, from the regional context recommendation, in order to encourage and support. And of course, at the OSCE ODIHR, we also stand ready, to work closely. But also, I would rather look from the very human rights defenders also perspective, because when we are talking about the general media landscape, we should not lose the sight of the specific human rights defenders portfolio and work, which is extremely important, where we are making these affiliations and connections with the media related aspects. Thank you.
Yes, please.
If I may just briefly add to this question, it was not addressed to me, but still, as the coordinator of economic and environmental activities, the topic is, of course, very much crucial, and when it comes to the OSCE, it's more about the preparedness, more about the prevention. And here, of course, we understand the actuality of the topic and also the new topics which are emerging. In Stockholm 2021, the latest Ministerial Council decision was on climate change, and now OSCE has really a specific role to do there. And here, again, for instance, last year in Serbia, we organized the Arho Center's annual meeting, and we organized that jointly with the ROFM, Office of the Special Representative on Freedom of the Media. The role of the media when it comes to to presenting to society, to the nation, the issues of the changing climate, the issues of the environmental degradation. This is crucial. And when it comes to the climate change, for instance, 70% of the latest security concepts of the 57 participating states includes climate change. So this is very much linked to the climate and security, and the role of the media is very much crucial. And when it comes to the environmental defenders, as it's mentioned, human rights defenders. In our case, in the case of the second dimension, it's the environmental defenders. Late October, we are organizing another Arho Center's annual meeting in Vienna, and that is very much related to the topic of the environmental defenders. The UN Special Rapporteur on environmental defenders, Mr. Frost, will be our keynote speaker, and we are here, of course, cooperating more with civil society, with environmental defenders, with media, and also the international organizations as the UN Special Rapporteur on Environment. So cooperation, of course, more and more synergies is very much crucial here.
If I may, there are limits for how we can engage or make attractive our institutional meetings to the media. We know it very well. Simply the media will come and cover the meetings, be it in Warsaw or other meetings of the OSCE, but only to a certain extent. So if we'd like to be successful, we need to make it a part of our internal political life in all of our countries. Sometimes it's simply happening. Mr. Dobrovolsky, I believe, can speak and will speak about the challenges to NGOs, civil society in the country, in Slovakia. This is something that attracts the attention of the media. Perhaps we should a little bit introduce in that discourse also the commitments of the OSCE, also the general principles, as a matter of education of the media, giving them a chance to understand the broader concept, the broader envelope, the broader environment in which all of this discussion must take place and what this discussion can influence. So it is simply happening. Secondly, let's use, for example, our national parliaments. There are human rights committees here and there. We have to be more active in engaging them, in approaching other committees on international relations, but definitely human rights committees. And it is important to talk to institutions of the state, like the Ministry of Justice, whenever there is a discussion about certain issues that are related to the decalogue of the principles. We know who can be the addressee of this. So perhaps we should be more active addressing this kind of domestic institutions and being active domestically, because once again, my long years of practice are telling me that yes, you can get the attention of the media only to a certain extent, to institutional gatherings, including the UN, etc. Only there's some big topic, sensational topic, not the regular work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We got a question from participants. It was mentioned that Ukraine and Russia must agree on peace. However, Russia sent drones to Poland, and all this happened within the OSCE. So who would like to comment on this? Jordan?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think it's important to say that Russian aggression, the war in Ukraine could end tomorrow. President Putin can, decide any day to withdraw his troops and his forces from Ukraine and frame it however he wants to, at home, declare it a victory. The responsibility is Russia's. Ukraine has shown willingness to negotiate, has been open to negotiations on ceasefire, and meanwhile Russia has escalated, launching, as mentioned, the violating NATO airspace in Poland, just last week launching the largest aerial attacks on Ukraine since the war began. I think this demonstrates that Russia is not serious about peace. So, I think in the short term, it's important for us to, sustain military, economic, humanitarian aid to Ukraine so it can continue to defend itself. We need to, ramp up sanctions, continue to put severe economic pressure on Russia and its war machine, and, of course, keep the global focus on the human cost, on Ukrainian families, schools, communities that have suffered so much from this war. I'll let OSCE colleagues, chime in about how, about what the OSCE can do, but I believe that the OSCE is, well placed, as mentioned, to play a role in long-term peace, from ceasefire monitoring to post-conflict rehabilitation to supporting Ukraine with holding free elections. But those are some of my thoughts on that question.
Thank you very much, Jordan. Would like somebody to compliment. There is another interesting question that from the public. Yes, sorry.
I do have one question. So when I was looking at the different publications on different anniversaries, different milestones of Helsinki, I saw a changing perspective. For the 20th anniversary, there was a publication, How Helsinki Changed Our Lives. 30th anniversary, the publication was 30 years, 30 opinions. For the 40th, the publication was titled, Is There Life After 40? And then for the 50th, I found a publication that was titled Helsinki 50 Years, Relevant or a Relic. So I wanted to ask you, and in general to the panel, how would you reimagine Helsinki for the 21st century in an era of climate change, of renewed war efforts, disinformation? What kind of commitments would you include to have or carry the same historic and transformative force as we did 50 years ago? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Who would like to take, please, Walter?
I think it's interesting that at least over the past decade, there's this obsession with 1975. There was Helsinki plus 40, now Helsinki plus 50. Okay, Golden Jubilee is understandable. But are we going to have Helsinki plus 60 and so on? I think this is partly a reflection of the fact that the OSCE is completely gridlocked at the moment. So there's a nostalgia for the relevance of principles and when the organization was very relevant in the 1970s. The problem is the more decades we get away from 1975, the farther we get away from that kind of historical set of circumstances that made that possible. So could we consider 2026 as year zero of something new, of some more forward-looking perspective, keeping the principles and the commitments, but looking ahead to some kind of shared agenda? And could you identify enough converging interests that states would want to work through the OSCE? The problem with that is that you'd have to put the whole war in Ukraine in square brackets, which is impossible. So you're going to have to do two things at once. One is to manage the existing conflict. And related to the previous question, the incident that we saw in Poland could become the new normal. This is why we need to use the OSCE toolbox to deal with incidents and accidents, managing relations. There's less mill-to-mill dialogue now than there was during the Cold War, despite the fact that the situation is more volatile. So doing that at the same time as having some kind of forward-looking perspective to get states working together to realize that they have common interests beyond the war in Ukraine. And I think some of those interests are existential as a species. As was just mentioned, the last time there was consensus was on a decision to do with the climate. That is something that we all share in common. Or what Kofi Annan called problems without passports, pandemics, organized crime, uncontrolled migration. These are things which even the most powerful states like the Russian Federation, the United States, would realize the self-interest to work together through the OSCE, the UN, and other places. Right now, that's not happening, but we need some kind of forward-looking perspective instead of only looking back to Helsinki.
Thank you very much, Walter. Yes, Ted?
No, really, I think it has been extremely exhaustive. But artificial intelligence, how the artificial intelligence which we're facing in a daily life, actually, and we started to use it so much. So I think that this would be, the one of the most important things that we need to look from the domain I work, from the human rights perspective, and how we could connect. But the OSCE is a consensus-based organization, so no decisions, are taken if there is no consensus. So definitely it's extremely difficult, when we're talking this evolving set of including the political commitments. But thank you for your question. It's extremely important, to look. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Just briefly to reflect, if I might also, indeed, very right question. What should we do? We are discussing here Helsinki plus 50, and we are discussing more about the issues on the next 50 years. Of course, revival of the Helsinki plus Helsinki principles is needed. It's everyone, of course, supports that principles, and we need to be stuck to those principles. But those principles should be, of course, go in line with the new realities. As I said, last week in Prague we have organized Chairs Forum, which was on the topic of the climate change, resilience in the changing climate. Prior to that forum, my office organized informal discussions on the Helsinki Process and the role of the second dimension, which indeed gathered support from almost all 57 countries, all countries. It was very informal discussions, but that was indeed recognized by many of the ambassadors, what we are lacking, unfortunately, today. Very open, honest, fair discussions on where we are and what we can do. Maybe that's partly because of the topics of the second dimension. Economic and environmental security challenges are maybe less politicized, less controversial. But here again, then we should see into the topics which could create interest for all 57. And we should look into the topics. Climate change was mentioned several times, artificial intelligence, cybercrime, and many other issues. And OSCE has all the tools. OSCE has expertise, OSCE has experience, and OSCE developed with the political dialogue, with the political discussions, specific actions on the ground. We have field missions in Central Asia, we have field missions in Western Balkans, and they are bringing really added value when it comes to the OSCE. And when it comes to the Ukraine, again, if we say about the Ukraine recovery, if we say about the Ukraine greening the economy, the energy of the Ukraine, here again the OSCE with the tools which we had. Previously we had, for instance, mission with more than 1,000 people. There is great expertise of the OSCE, but we have to look where we are. Of course, we have to reveal the potential of the OSCE, and we have to recognize the current realities where we are, to adapt current realities into what we have. Of course, the role of the youth, the inclusivity, cross-sectoral cooperation, civil society, the role of the civil society, the role of the private sector is very much crucial. So here, maybe if we just look into the issue, there is two separate tracks, the issues of the substance when it comes to the topic, when it comes to the specific engagement of the OSCE, and the process itself, starting from the dialogue and also engaging the actors, international community and civil society, private sector, etc. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I?
Yes, of course.
Just a brief comment, frankly. And thank you for mentioning artificial intelligence. And I'm just wondering when the time will come, and most likely it will come, when we will have general artificial intelligence. It will change the way how the world will be managed, and also instruments. Let's see about principles, maybe they will stay, but who will manage the world? That would be an interesting thing, but this is well ahead. It's not for today. Today we have a discussion of a different dimension. Thank you.
Thank you. I like that dynamics, because from the beginning there is no question, and later on we are receiving questions from public, and of course that also there. So I like that very much. But maybe I use my opportunity and to ask the question which I received here on the computer, and the question is quite clear: what to do, how to end the war, how to communicate and sit together at one table if Russia or whether OSCE is working well, whether it's doing well. What to do? Yes, Jordan.
Yeah, sure. I'll just say, I mean, how to end the war in Ukraine is the million-dollar question. And again, I'll defer to my OSCE colleagues about their role in all of this. I said before that, Russia has shown it isn't serious about peace. And, I think it's important to note that Russia responds to strength. So, what I would say for the long term is that, Ukraine needs to receive credible security guarantees. That's what they're asking for, because we know that Russia's imperial ambitions won't disappear with a ceasefire. Russia will continue to test NATO as as we saw in Poland. It's continuing to test Western resolve through these gray zone hybrid warfare attacks. What happened in Poland was more than hybrid. It was, a full-blown attack with drones. But we continue to see sabotage, infrastructure attacks, disinformation. This kind of testing of the alliance will continue to happen as long as, we continue to talk about dialogue and don't show strength. So it's also important to support civil society and democracy building around Ukraine and around the region. This is the backbone for peace. I think that we can come to a negotiated settlement between Russia and Ukraine, but first and foremost, Ukraine needs to receive credible security guarantees, and Russia needs to come to the negotiating table and talk seriously about withdrawing its troops.
Yes, Walter.
Can I just add, I don't think the OSCE will have a big role in ending the war, but I think they could have an important role in managing the peace. So in terms of possibly being part of a ceasefire monitoring operation, election monitoring, perhaps supporting a joint military commission was discussed earlier, helping with reconstruction. There'll be a lot of environmental issues, confidence and security building measures, and then the place to have that conversation on the future of European security.
Thank you. Thea?
No, really, because it's a matter of a continuum. And then we see it as a matter of the continuum. So, and it's not only after or during, but also before and prior, right? So, and in that sense, as you both very rightly, mentioned, that there is extremely important to invest into the democracy and the building and the protection. And, in that sense, also from ODIHR perspective, we work extensively with Ukraine, and with the support of a number of participating states, we do have quite a handful number of activities and portfolios and projects where we work, for example, closely with Verkhovna Rada, looking into the aspects of, and of course, stand ready in case of the elections, and to get prepared and then to see how better to observe, the election in the short or short-term or long-term run. So, in that sense, it's extremely important to look into the issues from a more continuum perspective rather than, like a very from only one or second angle. Thank you.
Thank you, Thea. Further questions? If not, we have received a very serious question, and it's really serious. It's about values that all of us read for sure the final Helsinki Act, and there are very many nice values which are there. But are they still valid? So the question is whether the values which were valid in 1975, whether they are valid 50 years after.
I don't think that the OSCE is necessarily a community of values. If you look at that picture from 1975, you have some liberal leaders like Pierre Trudeau, Bruno Kreisky, Olof Palme, but you also had some pretty hardcore communists like Honecker, Brezhnev, Ceausescu. So was that a community of values in 1974? I think it was more a balance of interests at the time. I think the Council of Europe is more a community of values, but the key is the principles and upholding the principles and commitments. Again, most of them have been broken, but that doesn't mean they're no longer valid. It would be like if there's a car accident, people say, well, we don't need to follow traffic lights anymore. You need traffic lights, but you need the drivers to actually follow the rules.
Yes, that's true. But what if someone does not follow the rules?
You need a global policeman.
Would like somebody from the panel react? Still, we do have questions. If nobody, what about teaching and education in this regard? Do we see some possibilities and potential in this?
General question about
general question. Education in this field. It means in those principles of OSCE, but they are general principles.
Well, I mean, if I understood the question correctly,
education,
of course, yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, OSCE ODIHR, we do possess really a huge amount of educational, guidelines, a set of recommendations, a huge amount of publications in terms of the standards covering all the, the mandated activities. I mean, starting from the hate crime reporting, finishing with the, of course, rule of law and right to fair trial, and anti-trafficking, etc. So, we do have it. And it's a huge amount of publications that can be very easily found on our webpage. Definitely. But also, the archive for the Warsaw and Human Dimension implementation meeting is very much used by a lot of scholars in order to look into the perspectives of these human rights trends and developments. And I think it's also an open source of the information that can be accessed and utilized for the academic purpose. For the academic purposes. Sorry. Yes.
Yes, Walter.
I think also some of our leaders need to be educated on these principles, and that's one of the good aspects of this anniversary. And this is a very important role for civil society, for the media, for NGOs, academia, that these are not dead principles. These are alive, but they need to be implemented. And there's a great quote from 1975, I think it was President Ford, who said, "We will not be judged by the promises that we make, but by the promises that we keep." And the promises that were kept were very often thanks to the work of Helsinki committees.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add really briefly as well. Of course, the principles that were agreed upon at the signing of the Helsinki Final Act are still absolutely valid today. They are the core of what guides our entire alliance. I'll say democracies are never perfect. One of the beautiful things about the Helsinki process is that it encourages us to hold one another accountable, and these are often friends and democracies alike, who are holding one another accountable. And it's not perfect, but it's what we have, and I think we keep striving to do better.
Well, again, it's recognized that indeed the Helsinki Final Act and the principles Helsinki Decalogue, they are very much crucial. Unfortunately, we are living in a time that when the national interests prevail the international ones. International security, international organizations, multilateral engagement is very much challenged. And in this case, of course, to ensure the sustainability for at least next decades, next years, we need to uphold those principles. And the message is very much clear that we need to keep these principles, of course, alive. If needed, we can, of course, adjust, but those principles are in the core of the European or whatever security architecture, and we need to uphold those principles. And when it comes to the education use, of course, OSCE is very much, from the very beginning, is paying great attention to this. All the OSCE institution structures, executive structures are, when it comes to the specific actions, when it comes to specific deliverables, integrating the role of youth, the role of the education, for instance, in our case, the network of women in water, youth in water in Central Asia, is very much working. And now, of course, to ensure the sustainability, youth are the future leaders in the OSCE region, of course, and here it's very much understandable. And OSCE Academy in Bishkek is very much, of course, working. It's the latest several decades. It's working when it comes to the conflict prevention issues, when it comes to the sustainability of the OSCE, again, the role of youth. Finnish chairpersonship this year is very much paying attention to the role of youth, and that is why the Helsinki conference, anniversary conference in Helsinki also was integrated with the biggest youth forum, I think, at this stage. And again, whether it's ODIHR or the institutions or my office, OCA, we are paying greater attention to the topic of the youth and youth involvement.
Thank you very much. We are coming to the end of our panel, but I like to misuse my position as the chair of this panel, and I do have probably the last question. It seems that they are the war is and conflict is about Russian demands on territories. So as we could hear from the mass media, so they like to take those regions, Donetsk and Donbas and Crimea. The question is, wouldn't be a solution, maybe temporarily, but a kind of solution, if there is. If the solution is in kind of, I don't know, autonomy of those regions or federal organization of the Ukraine, that those regions which are more Russian speaking or where are Russian population, whether it would not calm down the problem and temporarily save the problem. What do you think about that? Maybe it's the wrong question. I don't know. But sometimes it happens. It was also in my country, in Czechoslovakia. In Slovakia, we do have a lot of minorities, and mainly Hungarian minority in Slovakia. So the solution was that on the south of Slovakia there are special rules that the Hungarian minority has certain rights, additional rights to the standard rights. So whether if something similar cannot be applied in the Ukraine region.
If I may, it's a good question, but not to the right individuals.
Sorry. There's discussion.
That's definitely for our Ukrainian partners to take the lead on this, not for. This is not for an academic discussion. That could be pretty misleading and divisive. Thank you.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think, this is up to Ukraine to decide what works for them in terms of a temporary solution to the conflict. I think it's important to remember that in territories, we're talking about real people, real communities, schools, families, and I think to make decisions, for them is dangerous, and I think we have to remember, the children and make sure not to condemn them to Russian occupation.
Okay, I'd like to thank very much to all panelists. Thank you very much for your really active contribution. And I think that we can close the panel number 1. I'd like to invite you for a coffee break, which will last something like 15 minutes, and I kindly ask you to be in time and back on your seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you. shall begin shortly. Herding the chair people of Helsinki Committee is like herding monkeys for a photograph.
You're freedom fighters, you're not to just, sit there.
Exactly, free-spirited. All right, slowly but surely. But before Miroslav Krutina joins us, I'll just begin. I'm extremely happy to see all of you, to welcome you to our second panel, which, as was already mentioned, is very unique. I don't know when is the last time that the four chair people of the Helsinki committees of the Visegrad Four were together in one room, even though we're close to each other, even though there's cooperation between individual committees. It was a long time ago that we met together on this kind of a platform, and that we really cooperated. Honestly, it was in the 90s, maybe early zeros, when we had that kind of cooperation. But as times are changing, maybe we shall see what the future brings. But no spoilers. I do have the four chairs of the Helsinki committees with me. I have Maciej Nowicki from Poland, András Kadar from Budapest, Miroslav Krutina from Prague, and Silvia Tyriaki, whom you know already, from Bratislava. And I will introduce them properly. I'll just say a word or two, because what can you do? I'm sitting here, and I have that privilege. So we heard in the first panel about the big history, the big politics, the geopolitical context of what the Helsinki Final Act meant for this region. But this word, which was at the beginning, the Helsinki Final Act itself, had many other consequences, and not less so for whom we call Josef Mak, the man million, the man number million, the common person, whether he knew it or she or not. The consequences were massive, and they're still with us, and they really changed our lives. I wanted to say this later because there will be a talk of Gustav Husak. We'll get there. But I would like to say that as we sit here in Czechoslovakia, we used to be called the Husak generation. The people who were born in 1970s, which I think is most of us at this table. I don't want to age anyone. But I think we're really the Helsinki generation because, we were born, and people who work in the Helsinki Committee and who are behind its work for a number of decades are that generation which grew up in the world after Helsinki, formed by the world that it has brought, again, not only on the political level, but especially the free spaces that it freed up on the ground, and the possibilities that it brought, including the actual end of the communist regimes. And these consequences for Josef Mak, if you will, were threefold. First and foremost, of course, it was political, right? At least in Czechoslovakia, but all over the Eastern Bloc, the dogmatic totalitarian regimes were a facade, an ideological facade. We pretend that we believe and we govern you. You pretend that you are governed and you also believe. But when the Helsinki Final Act came as a real tool in the hands of the people, it represented a crack in this facade, a real visible crack, the crack of truth in this untruth and unfreedom. And one good illustration, and I'm stealing this from my father, was Gustav Husak, the president at the time of communist Czechoslovakia, interview in Le Monde, in the French newspaper, in the French daily. It was a long interview about the Helsinki Final Act, which also included
a discussion on human rights and freedoms in Czechoslovakia, where he boasted that everything is just wonderful and dandy. And this interview was forbidden to be printed in Czechoslovakia because nobody would believe it and because it was deemed too risky to publish. So the first consequence was really political, right? The cracks in the power, they're not invincible. You know, there is a chance. The second one was also political, but from a very different perspective. In terms of real people democracy, like the free space to act, having tools to act in the Arendtian or Patočkian, if you will, sense of acting together in a free society. The apolitical politics, which doesn't mean that it's not political, it's just not within the realm of the official politics, but it's political through and through because it's true to the principles of acting together in the sense of beliefs and core values, which were human rights values. After all, that's what the dissident movements were founded upon. Right? And the last but not least, it was a very personal consequence. These platforms and this opportunity gave people hope, which in the atmosphere of misery, and that may be something we may need soon enough as well, and it's something that we discuss with our students, you know, where to turn to in times of darkness. The hope is your biggest hope, the biggest motivator, the greatest friend. And this was a real hope that there is a possibility that you are not alone, that things can happen, that they can take place. So again, I don't want to speak too long, enough of me, but I wanted to emphasize this. I really like to think of ourselves as the Helsinki generation rather than the Husak children or Husak generation. And the Helsinki, both generation, luckily, and the spirit are still with us. We still live in the Helsinki world, so to speak, even if it has cracks, even if some of its core principles are politically and physically violated in our era. But anyway, let me now give space to our esteemed panelists. I would like to first introduce Miroslav Krutina because he's first on our agenda. He's a long-term, really 3 decades almost, long-term collaborator and member of the Czech Helsinki Committee. He has started with International Helsinki Federation and after that started his own very successful law firm, which he hopes his son will inherit one day. But he was pulled back by the former chairman of the Czech Helsinki Committee, Vladimír Vlk, Václav Vlk, it's one or the other, back to Czech Helsinki Committee and is now its president and has received all kinds of awards and has published extensively on human rights. I will introduce every panelist just before they speak, so I will give the space to you at the moment.
Thank you, Dagmar, for the floor. And I must say you made a good point to call us not Husak's generation, but the Helsinki generation, and I will remember this. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay. So, I had prepared my speech, and Sylvia made me to do it. I don't write usually my speeches down, but for the sake of translators, interpreters, I did it. But in the end, finally, I made some comments in it, so it's completely rewritten. But let me start with what I prepared. Ladies and gentlemen, it is great honor for... Oh, sorry, thank you. It was a tough gesture, but it worked.
Before you start, I again forgot to remind you, you can ask questions through Slido, slide.do, and hashtag is Helsinki.
All right. Thank you very much once more for the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great honor for me to address this conference which commemorates the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act. The document that brought with it a commitment to respect human rights and fundamental freedoms, and one that changed history, at least our history in Central and Eastern Europe. Helsinki Act became a source of inspiration for civic initiatives across Central Europe and ultimately for the creation also of Czech Helsinki Committee. The Czechoslovak Helsinki Committee was established in 1988 at a time when speaking about human rights meant risking one's freedom and future. Its founders built the roots of and basis of Helsinki Committee on the work of predecessors, especially members of Charter 77, people who reacted immediately after adopting the Helsinki Final Act and started to promote some kind of, let's say, monitoring of how human rights in Czechoslovakia are observed. These people, at the time Helsinki Committee was established, were either in prison or expelled or under surveillance. So these were really tough times. 1 year to the Velvet Revolution and still tough times. Helsinki Committee was established to take over the role and objectives of Charta and try to defend and report about victims of political communist repression. After 1989, Velvet Revolution, committee decided to go on the work because transformation of a totalitarian justice system did not happen overnight. On the contrary, the onset of the free market and the transfer of parts of the former communist structures into this new environment created a harsh atmosphere of so-called 90s. Maybe rock stars from Western world don't remember 90s, but we remember them very well. It was during these years that the battle was fought over whether Czech Republic or our republic and Czechoslovakia itself would fall into clientelism and corruption, or whether it would become a state governed by a rule of law. The Czech Helsinki Committee was intensely engaged in this democratization process. Our annual reports on the state of human rights, public statements, and concrete interventions in cases of injustice built a reputation for Czech Helsinki Committee that has endured to this day. As I speak about Czechoslovakian Helsinki Committee and Czech Helsinki Committee, I must explain. In 1992, our republics, Czech and Slovak republics, which were federation before, peacefully but separated. The same happened to Helsinki committees. However, as our nations, also our Helsinki committees are, until today, great allies and friends. From 1992 to 2004, there was a very, very important era. The process of preparing for Czech Republic's accession to the European Union, which was the central framework for Czech Helsinki Committee to work. It was a good platform for arguments, legislative proposals, initiatives. It was a period of the committee's greatest public engagement. As a proud member of International Helsinki Federation for Human Rights, Czech Helsinki Committee was one of the most prestigious and influential NGOs in the country. Our staff had extraordinary authority, including free access to prison and police facilities without prior notice. Czech Helsinki Committee organized expert conferences and symposiums with participation of leading state officials and judges. Our presence in media was virtually permanent. When Czech Helsinki Committee, let's say, delivered its tasks, and Czech Republic also reached the European Union in 2004, it was a historic milestone. I guess not only for Czech Helsinki Committee, because then the platform of our work, like acquittance, from European Union, was done. We were adopted there. So the argument to be available disappeared. So then slowly started transformation of our work and of Czech Helsinki Committee itself. And I think it regards some other Helsinki committees too. We, of course, held our agenda like gender equality, minority rights, rights of migrants, also prison system. But more and more, and the last decade even most, Czech Helsinki Committee started to work like a social counseling expert or organization. Czech Helsinki Committee started to be more and more dependent on dotations from the state, from Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs, and became like from the partner of the state discussing and criticizing, change and transform into helping organization. It was nice period, but it was not in our DNA. Yeah? So finally, after a year of discussions with my predecessor, Václav Vlk, we decided, and I had to finish this after Václav died, I had to finish this process, and we left this agenda to other NGOs, which historically did it and were more specialized for this. And since 2023, we came back to our roots, monitoring of human rights. We didn't do it just because we wanted to, but we started to receive more and more requests from the state authorities. They missed the partner, critical partner for negotiation, for discussion, because almost every NGO turned into helping body, which was on one hand helping, on the other hand depended on a state. So criticism disappeared. And however, criticism is not pleasant sometimes to individual, and maybe it could be understood as a threat for the career or whatever. In the end, it brings development. And our society started to miss that. So, in fact, this was inspiration for our discussions. Not only that we felt that we diverted from our DNA somewhere, but also the need of public authorities, officials, like prison system, police authorities and others didn't have a partner for discussion. And Czech Helsinki Committee was able to play this role in the past very well. And so we decided to pick up the glove and start this. We even interrupted our social work so quickly that the state did not manage not to send us dotation for the next year. So I had to take the money and send it back to the state, which I did. And since then, we started from zero again, coming back to our DNA and our roots. We immediately started projects which we consider to be very interesting and having impact not only upon individual cases, but also the system. We started to realize a project compensation for unlawful sterilizations, which were like inheritance of the past, regarded mainly Roma women. We established a project called Being Together is Healing, which started from the campaign Being Together is Normal. It regards kids in hospitals which were separated from parents. Yeah? And there was no system how to manage they can be together. However, it is healing. And it was so common, so nobody saw a problem in that, except the families, which were which were facing this problem. So we took this, and it's got very big publicity immediately. Of course, we renewed prison monitoring, and we renewed our treaty with prison system staff. We re-signed it, and we come to prisons to check what's the problem there. And the problems are not much different from the times when I left the Helsinki Committee in 2008. It didn't develop too much. What was the biggest change was the staff. The staff is more like free-minded, more relaxed, less deprived, let's say. They feel more fine, more comfortable, and so the stress is a little bit lower. But the premises are the same. So collective accommodation causes most of the problems, These people are, in a huge population in small places, together living days, weeks, months, and years. Our reconviction goes to 70 and over 70%. So more than 70% of prisoners are there second, third, and more times, So the impact of the so-called punishment is close to zero. And some other problems we identified there and wrote it into the report. Funny thing is that half of the prison staff was really offended, and the other half understood this is what they wanted. This is criticism they can use as argument to bring the change, because they themselves need it. They themselves longer for development, for the change. And they were missing this voice. So it started immediately. The effect started. For example, for the healthcare, which we criticized a lot, especially access to the doctor, was completely leading to change of the system of financial environment in prison system. Last but not least, I want to mention children of imprisoned parents, which are also a forgotten group. And that's what I wanted to say. We raise our voice for these who are silent, who are not heard, or who are not willing to be heard, you know what I mean? The people who are not heard. We speak instead of them, when their rights are deprived. And children of imprisoned people are suffering, And the system is not ready to work with them too much. So there are some rooms in prisons where kids sit, maybe play with some stuff, some tools, and that's it. And the prison staff is overloaded. Prisons are overcrowded. There's a lot of problems related to that. Every prison director is dealing with this issue different way, but the contact with the kids is interrupted, and it's really bad situation. So we are trying to monitor how big this group of kids is, how many dozens of thousand kids are every year touched by this. And we want to make the system better and inspire the officials to find ways how to decrease the damage. I have few comments now before I finish to what we heard, because the panel we had here, the first panel, was great. I was so impressed, and every speaker was brought to my mind some ideas and inspiration. I think it was not only my impression. I wanted to say that it's a great question. Mr. Bucket said that what went wrong? And this is a good question. And definitely, as Walter Kemp said, ignoring problems does not seem like a good solution. It's not a good strategy for peace and well-being in Europe and in the world. I want to remind what our former president, our first democratic president after Velvet Revolution, Václav Havel, very well known in the worldwide known dissident. What he said just after he became a president, when our Western partners offered us help, meant probably not only economically but also institutionally. He said, if you want to help us, help Soviet Union, because we all knew that the power hidden there went to sleep for a while, but it'll awake. And when it's awake, it would be better if there was a rule of law already ruling, So he knew, and maybe our society, after all these battles, to beat oppression and to become free, started a bit comfortable, maybe half-blinded, maybe sometimes even ignorant and cynical, and definitely lazy. So maybe we did not fulfill some tasks and we didn't spread what we achieved around us. And now we and Ukrainian people especially face really terrible consequences. So I think we met here not only just to renew our cooperation, but to find some cure, some remedy, and maybe we inspire each other to find the right thing, what should be done, so we have better world in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Miroslav. I think it's very true. I mean, after all, security is cooperation, and security, to be meaningful, has to be rooted in human rights. So we have our work cut out for ourselves ahead. And not only in Ukraine, I think we will have to work on reconciliation for many, many decades to come, and that will be the most difficult work. But anyway, I apologize. I'm the moderator. I will give the floor now to Maciej Nowicki, who's the chairman of the Helsinki Committee in Poland. And he's been the chairman since 2021, yes? All of the present panelists are lawyers, and very esteemed lawyers. They all carry several prizes and are published in the field of human rights. Maciej is also the president of the European Implementation Network, which monitors the implementation, the timely implementation of the judgments of the European Court for Human Rights. So that's very important, and welcome to our panel.
Well, thank you very much indeed. With Andras, we know each other well because our committees have been cooperating really very closely for years. But it's a real pleasure to sit at one table with you, Dagmar, and also with Sylvia and Miroslav. It's not that we don't cooperate with Slovaks and Czechs, we cooperate with Via Juris, with One World, with Prague Civil Society Center, but it's good to be in a family and to sit together and find out what we can do together. And I also don't write usually my speeches, but since I've did it for the purpose of translation, then I'll refer to it. Starting by saying that when I introduce myself abroad and say that I'm from the Helsinki Foundation for Human Rights, I usually explain that we are a Polish organization and have nothing to do with Finland, and that our name refers to the 1975 Helsinki Accords, which our founding fathers and mothers referred to. And this says something about how widespread knowledge of the Helsinki process is today, which would suggest that conferences such as this one are indeed needed. As an aside, still in Poland, we sometimes explain the very same thing. And in fact, one of the theories explaining why we were not attacked in the very recent past in the very context of anti-foreign funding propaganda is that some people in the government may have thought that we are openly foreign funded or perhaps simply a foreign organization. I don't think, Andras, that you can count on this in case of your government, unfortunately. But so much for jokes, and now let's talk seriously about the Helsinki Final Act and human rights activism. So the Helsinki Final Act was not intended by negotiators as a stimulus to human rights activism, as Professor Samuel Moyn, one of the leading experts in human rights history, put it. The goal of the Western Bloc, as it was rightly pointed to in the first panel, was to ease tensions with the Soviet bloc, while the USSR hoped, among other things, for a confirmation of the incorporation of the Baltic states by including the principle of the inviolability of frontiers, borders, in the Act. And let us recall, which was also said in the first panel, that the Helsinki Process was for this very reason criticized, and the Act itself became the subject of harsh criticism too, for example, from Jimmy Carter, a figure who was otherwise absolutely crucial to the international career of the idea of human rights. So politicians did not think much about stimulating human rights activism, and yet, as we all know, the Act became an extremely important support for dissident movements in Central and Eastern Europe in the long term, contributing to the collapse of totalitarianism in this part of the world. So this happened because the dissident movements were just then forming, they were emerging, and moreover, they were developing in such a way that they sought support in international documents certifying the authorities' commitment to respect human rights. So they existed. What does this story teach us? I think that above all it points to a certain interdependence. On the one hand, international human rights agreements are dead if they are not invoked by people who take them absolutely seriously. They are dead without civil society. On the other hand, the human rights movement, and certainly the Helsinki movement, need international law and international political commitments, even when those in power do not take them seriously. This is also true today in times of intensifying crisis of international law and multilateralism, as we are currently experiencing. So the founders of Helsinki groups and other dissident groups and committees in the 70s and 80s were fully aware of the authorities' cynicism. But it was enough that they themselves were not cynical. Their actions were legitimized by referring to the commitments that the authorities themselves had made. They took them seriously and watched to see whether they were being fulfilled, or rather not fulfilled, by those in power. The dissidents lived as if human rights really did apply, because they believed that in a fundamental moral sense they really did apply. And in this context, one of the rights referred to in the Act is particularly noteworthy: the right of the individual to know and act upon their rights and duties. In the text, it's his rights and duties, but the time has changed, fortunately. I would like to return for a moment, also as on the margins, to the lessons from the history of the Helsinki Final Act. The inclusion of the principle of the inviolability of borders in the so-called Decalogue of the Act was presented by Soviet propaganda as a great diplomatic success for the USSR. But let's remember that this was happening during the Cold War. It was also rightly pointed to at the first panel, at a time when neither side was determined to resort to armed aggression. And on the contrary, there were prospects for a détente. Today, of course, we live in a different world, a world in which a national border in our neighborhood has been violated by force, resulting in the most serious violations of human rights. And though, of course, for the peace to come, some kind of a dialogue is important, we should be very, very cautious, also as a human rights movement, not to confuse the Cold War with a hot one. And we should be very cautious not to confuse détente with appeasement, which would be a tragic mistake, as the history of the 20th century teaches us. But let us return to the dissidents of the 1970s. What aspects of their attitude and manner of action remained an inspiration to us today? This is not merely a question of strategy. In essence, it's a question of a certain understanding of human rights themselves. In this understanding, in which they are power of the powerless, to use Václav Havel's classic formula, they are more a moral critique of politics than the practice of it. In this understanding of human rights, which peacefully revolutionized the world in the 1970s, and to which the dissident movement in our part of the world contributed significantly, they were born, in a sense, out of despair, out of the conviction that the political system is completely closed, unreformable and socially alienated, that nothing can be achieved within it. These are clearly human rights conceived for bad times. All the more this concept may speak to us today in times of an acute crisis. But after the peaceful revolutions of the turn of the 80s and 90s, there was a widespread feeling that the system had opened up, that we could even help shape it, making fundamental rights and freedoms one of the foundations of our reborn homelands. As we know, that period is now a thing of the past, at least for now. Today, it is not clear yet how far the current crisis will go and to what extent the idea of human rights will be pushed out of the political mainstream into the world, to quote one of the representatives of the current Polish authorities speaking about a broad coalition of human rights NGOs, Helsinki Foundation included, idealists detached from reality. If the crisis does indeed intensify, we do not know to what extent we will return to our roots. This is to say that we will recognize that our entire strength lies in the power of the powerless. Perhaps we will focus on other new forms of activity resulting from slightly different goals, tactics, and attitudes. But I think that certain experiences of the founding fathers, as well as of the Helsinki movement in the golden age, after the fall of communism, at least for us, for the Polish Helsinki, still is defining. Firstly, although we currently use a variety of working methods, ranging from monitoring and research through advocacy and legal action, including strategic litigation, to education and shaping public debate, we can still say that we are primarily a human rights watchdog NGO. One of our founding stories, for example, is that of the so-called Madrid report by the then underground Polish Helsinki Committee, smuggled into the CSCE conference in Madrid in 1983 in a candle, which documented human rights violations in People's Poland in 1982. The committee's hallmark became its very reliable, indeed professional, documentation of human rights violations. The role of an independent watchdog is also closely linked to apoliticality, understood as non-partisanship. It is non-participation in political power struggle. Otherwise, of course, human rights are political per se. In 1989, many members of the Helsinki Committee in Poland became part of the first non-communist government, parliament, and highest judicial bodies. The members of the committee then decided that all these people should leave the organization, admittedly with some delay in the case of the judiciary, and that the organization should not use sources of funding at the disposal of the authorities. The latter role was slightly relaxed only in 2004, but never in relation to the monitoring of human rights violations or the monitoring of legislation for its compliance with human rights standards. These principles, which are entirely understandable in light of the brief history outlined above, are by no means obvious today. There is no shortage of statements that now is the time for political action in favor of human rights and for forming close, even partisan, alliances for this purpose. I do not consider these voices to be unwise. However, I think that there are different ways to act, and that we also need organizations like ours that will maintain their full political independence and kind of non-involvement in party politics, if only so that they can credibly fulfill their role of a watchdog. However, as I must say that our most recent experiences following the change of government in Poland at the end of 2023 do not inspire much optimism. What used to be obvious, the identity of human rights watchdogs keeping a close eye on those in power, is no longer clear to the public in an era of an increasing political polarization. Our first critical statements about the current government were treated as a betrayal of ideals by a large part of the ruling party's electorate, who are very vocal in defense of the rule of law in Poland. We quickly realized that we had to, in a sense, start from scratch, that is, by explaining what our ideals really are and how we try to remain faithful to them. I even encounter opinions that the time of apolitical human rights watchdogs is irrevocably over. But I don't really believe it. I think that at worst, the winds of history have once again shifted us to a position where we will be attacked from all sides more often than we will be fettered. But after all, we are not here to be liked and praised, especially in any official narratives. But I'm curious to know how my colleagues from sister Helsinki committees view this vital issue of apoliticality, and whether they agree with me that taking it seriously is one of the characteristics of our organizations, deeply rooted in the legacy of the 1970s. Miroslav did refer to it a bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think the question that really sits with me is whether we can return to those roots today, when the atmosphere is really different. I have to say I'm very inspired by our students who are here for free. They're helping Sylvia put together this conference. I think pretty much for out of the same beliefs as we joined the Helsinki committees 3 decades ago. So I have hope, but of course every generation is fueled by different fears, hopes, dreams, concerns. So the context changes within which human rights operate and what those generations want. But I have deep faith in this generation. But let's see. Now we shall turn to András Kadar of the Hungarian Helsinki Committee, who is also a dinosaur of the Helsinki process, if I may say that. I just did. Who has been there for some 27 years, also is a lawyer, also with several awards. Most recently, I didn't write it down, but it was a very important award. And welcome, András.
Thank you very much. I'll just set my clock on timer to... Yeah, okay. Just let me know when I'm over my time, which I am sometimes inclined to do. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here to you today. Thank you for the invitation, and also thank you for the encouraging words of support regarding the role of civil society that we heard in the first panel. I think it is very important and very much needed to have that kind of feedback. I will explain briefly and shortly why. Let me start with a disclaimer. What I'm going to say is limited in terms of both themes. It's going to be on civil society and civil society only. And it's going to be limited in terms of geography too. I'm going to talk about this experience in the European Union, in the V4 countries that we have in the process of democratic backsliding, and what it is like to be a civil society in a liberal regime, and how the Helsinki principles are relevant in this context and what they tell us. There are 3 main points I want to make, and the first one is that, of course, as it was mentioned a couple of times already, human rights are not contrary to security, but an integral part of any arrangement aimed at guaranteeing security. So in the preamble of the Helsinki Accords, the signatories reaffirmed, I'm going to quote, not word by word, but, well, mostly, that they have an objective to promote better relations among themselves and ensure that their people can live in peace, free from any threat to their security. And this was the endeavor with a view to which respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms made its way to the Helsinki Decalogue as a result of the understanding that human dimension of security is a key to global security as a whole. Unfortunately, this truth is increasingly questioned, even in established democracies or democracies that we thought were established and their commitment to democracy sealed. we see more and more examples of illiberal backsliding, where we have governments that are trying to undermine the checks and balances, trying to occupy or eliminate all actors that can control what the executive is doing. And this is happening behind this smoke screen of fear and hate propaganda. And the logic is the following. There is usually external and usually non-existent or artificially magnified threat from which society must be protected. And, of course, the government comes swooping in to offer that protection, and all it asks in return is just us giving up some of our freedoms. So in this setting, security on the one hand and human rights and fundamental freedoms are presented as opposing, contradicting things, values. And a perfect example is what happened to the Pride March in Budapest, actually, this year. You have all the ingredients. You have this fake threat, this artificially created hysteria that the LGBTIQ community means a threat to our children. It has a foreign element that, it's Brussels and the European Union that is imposing its gender propaganda on us. They are trying to create this situation when we cannot protect our children from LGBTIQ threat, whatever that may be. And then you have the inevitable attacks on freedoms, on fundamental freedoms, human rights. You have the freedom of speech. You have LGBTIQ-themed books sold in protective wrapping, or the freedom of assembly, the Pride March, very severely curbed. So you can see how security, safety, protection against threats, external threats, is actually presented as something that is an opposing force when it comes to human rights, which is completely contradictory to the spirit and approach of the Helsinki Process and the Decalogue. So we must really find our way back to that spirit. The second point is closely linked, of course, to this one, that the human rights situation in any given country in this interconnected, globalized world and the European Union and the Council of Europe is not an internal affair anymore, of course. Rejecting valid criticism of human rights violations on the basis of sovereignty arguments is unacceptable, as is the refusal to implement the decisions of international human rights bodies and courts on the basis of constitutional traditions, identity, and similar concepts. What is happening here is not an interference into our internal affairs, but our friends and allies, the signatories of the same treaties or accords, asking us to account for not living up to the promises that we made to them when we voluntarily joined these alliances and signed these documents. And this is where my third point comes, the role of civil society. The history of the Helsinki Committee is a great example of how civil society started to apply the principles that were agreed on by states as part of political processes out of political expediency, as it was amply explained. The brave members of the Moscow-Helsinki group had this ingenious idea to take the declaration seriously and see what is happening when they are actually trying to live by those rights, exercise those rights. And the Soviet government didn't like this, we know that. And the founders of the Helsinki group were persecuted, imprisoned, exiled. And I'm afraid to say that, and in this sense, today's situation is not that much different from that situation. Today's illiberal governments and autocrats don't like it either, when NGOs criticize them and call them to account for all their wrongdoings, or when citizens do this. The methods, of course, that are used to harass and persecute NGOs are much more sophisticated, at least within this region and the European Union, unfortunately not everywhere. But the harassment and the persecution is there. It is logical in a way from the point of view of these illiberal governments for a number of reasons. First, by talking truth to power, CSOs are obvious and vitally important obstacle to the uncontrolled exercise of power. In addition, many of them have the ability to take the issues to international forums, international levels, which means that even if you occupy your rights protection infrastructure within your own country, as is the case in Hungary, you still cannot eliminate the ability of the CSOs to effectively challenge governmental actions. Second, several of the CSOs work with those marginalized groups that are often targeted by the illiberal hate campaigns. The Hungarian Helsinki Committee has been providing legal assistance to asylum seekers for over 30 years, so it's easy to link these CSOs to these external threats that serve as the justification for eliminating democratic controls. Same is happening now in Hungary with regard to NGOs and activists providing assistance to LGBTIQ people. Third, since the most obvious way to actually undermine and weaken these undesirable critical segments of civil society is their exclusion from state funding, these organizations will inevitably and necessarily seek at least some of their funding from outside, which is a very convenient situation for the government because it will be easy, especially in a distorted media and social media market, to depict them as not only being part of the threat, but also being paid abroad, to be part of the threat, which allows these governments to bring in the foreign interference, sovereignty, transparency aspects. So this is why we see a series of foreign agent and foreign-funded CSO laws, not only in Russia, but also within the European Union. And these are aimed at two things: the credibility of the organizations, because if they are foreign-funded, then, it's suspicious why they are saying what they're saying, and also, of course, the financial basis of their operation, creating distrust vis-a-vis them and exercise a chilling effect on the NGOs, on the organizations and their potential donors. However, we must understand that there is a crucial difference between foreign interference, pursuing illegitimate aims, often through covert means, and the influence that stems from the interconnectedness of democratic countries, where it should be perfectly okay to accept both domestic and foreign funding for projects that promote those values that this alliance, for instance, the European Union or the Council of Europe, are based on. We all signed up for these values, rule of law, human rights, democracy. So whenever I receive foreign funding to promote those ideas, no one should tell me that I'm, some suspicious foreign agent, because I am working for the values that we actually undertook to respect and implement. Civil society has a crucial role in enforcing these values and holding governments accountable against their undertakings made in Helsinki 50 years ago. And of course, I'm saying this because I come from a CSO, but I'm not the only one saying this. For instance, the closing remark of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland, Elina Valtonen, at the July Helsinki 50+ conference was the following: governments alone cannot create a vision that meets the expectations and needs of society as a whole. Civil society actors are essential partners for governments in many respects. They help shape policies and actions, they act as drivers of societal change, and they hold governments accountable. These are not my words, these are words from a government official, and I really think that we should take this advice very seriously, and we need to be engaged together, government, civil society, other actors, in this discussion on reaffirming the existing Helsinki principles and a discussion on how we should address emerging threats to security in all dimensions, from the human to the through the economic to the political. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, András. I think you have identified one small but significant silver lining in the current situation, especially in Hungary and Slovakia. We live in the era of the epidemic of loneliness. Especially young people are very lonely. And we know that the protection racket, vypalnictvo, ultimately the tactics of fear and making an enemy where it isn't, lead to people joining together, banding together. So at least maybe one outcome will be that the loneliness will be lesser and people will start looking for communities face to face and joining together. At least that's the silver lining of constant ongoing protests, the medication to loneliness. You have also, in a prophet-like manner, answered one of the questions which we have received, which is about the impact of the foreign agent anti-NGO legislation that we have seen in Hungary and Slovakia. But of course, we can return to that because it's our important day-to-day reality. And maybe Silvia Tyriaki will also mention that. So let me introduce Silvia. You have seen her already today. She's the chairperson of the Slovak Helsinki Committee in the Slovak Republic since also 2021, I believe. After 18 years or more, almost 2 decades in Turkey, where she taught human rights and international public law, and has established the global political trend center in Istanbul, and now she's back in Slovakia, teaching also at the Bratislava International School for Human Rights. She has also worked as the advisor to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the past on the Middle East and other things. Silvia, welcome.
Thank you, Dagmar. I didn't actually plan to dwell on this in my today's speech, but somehow other panelists prompted me to do that. Funding. Yeah? It's not that we are not foreign funded, we are not funded as Helsinki Slovak Committee or Helsinki Committee for Human Rights in Slovakia. That's the correct name. But one of the first things which I hear, or one of the first questions I usually get is like, so, and who is funding you? And I was like, nobody. No, I mean, that doesn't exist, you know. I mean, either you are stupid if nobody is funding you, or, you know, there is something weird about you. I was like, no, seriously, we don't have any core funding. That's why we don't have any rented office. We can not afford it. And we do everything pro bono, but as you can see, I mean, we are capable of organizing conference like this purely from the fundraised on the project basis resources. And also you can imagine what we can do together as Helsinki committees of V4, right? And you also can see that we turn to private sector. Cestovná kancelária travel agency Tukan is one of our sponsors, and also DM Drogery Market. I don't know. I saw Mr. Blaschak here. I don't know whether he is here, but yes, these are the two primary sponsors from the business community, basically. So that much for funding. And also people ask me when I tell them that actually, yes, I'm working in Helsinki Committee, and oh my God, Helsinki, I've never been there. It must be beautiful. So yeah, I just echoed what you said, yeah, about that. My contribution today will not be a national report, because I think Mirek has done that perfectly for both Czech Helsinki Committee and Slovak, because I mean you mentioned Czechoslovak Committee, and that's the common history up to a certain point at least. So I will not go into that. But I would like to address something that we share across the borders: the responsibility to protect civic space itself, and to ensure. I mean, all of you have mentioned that values underpinning the Helsinki process are not just commemorated but really practiced. As we reflect on where we come from and where we must go, I believe that there is no better guide than Miroslav Kusi, Dagmar's father, whose name this audience knows very well. Political philosopher, Charter 77 signatory, dissident, prisoner of conscience, and one of the founding figures of Slovak Helsinki Committee. I will call it like this because it's easier. And what we have to realize, or what goes without saying, we might not have been here today without him. Professor Kusi's life simply embodied a unique civic trajectory from resistance to institution. And It has been already mentioned here, the Helsinki Final Act was drafted as a diplomatic agreement, but it gave birth to something that diplomacy alone could not achieve. By recognizing human rights and fundamental freedoms as part of international peace and security, the signatories inadvertently handed citizens a powerful tool of accountability. In Czechoslovakia, this tool was picked up, as Mirek already mentioned, not by politicians, but by dissidents, philosophers, writers, and students, and Miroslav Kusi was one of them. He also wrote, when human rights are spoken of only in abstract, without context, they lose their urgency. Rights must be anchored in lived experience. That is something what I believe is one of the main challenges of this moment, to re-anchor human rights, not only in institutions, but in civic experience. And Mr. Kemp said today that he actually almost directly asked us as civil society to engage. So we can do that. We are ready to do that, I believe. We need help. The Slovak Helsinki Committee, like its Czech, Polish, Hungarian counterparts, they were just born right from this ethos. We are not representative of states. We are not. We are observers, facilitators, critics, educators. We work from within civil society, but we are also connected. We are connected to broader structures, both national and international. And this is a position. This position gives us a particular type of responsibility as well. We are not in 1989. Our institutions are much more developed. We are part of European Union. We have constitutional protection. But we would be naive to think that this trajectory is always forward. Civic organizations across our region do face increasing restrictions, legal, financial, rhetorical. And while the pressure does not always come in the form of bans or censorship, it takes also other forms. And it is also accompanied by a deeper erosion, a trust in expertise, a belief in pluralism, and also respect for factual debate. This gathering is, I think, rare from that point of view. What can we do then as Helsinki committees? We are not mass movements, we are not political parties, but we are stable platforms. We have history, we have networks, and we have also unique regional identity that links us. This is why I would like to propose a focused effort to strengthen cooperation among the Helsinki committees of Central Europe through the establishment of what I would call a civic Helsinki platform. We can discuss the name. This would not duplicate what already exists. It can and should be built on other Visegrad-related platforms and efforts. And so where to start? It's just a suggestion, it's just an idea. But although we have been doing most of this, in the beginning, we could focus on closer monitoring, right? You have been doing it, you've been talking a lot about that. That would be coordinated approach to tracking civic space across the region. Youth. And youth, this is very dear to me. Creating spaces for young people to engage through actual program design, participation and representation is, in my view, sine qua non of a peaceful future. A youth Helsinki Forum could be something for a start, for instance. In Slovak Helsinki Committee, we have already created a platform that is an organic part of our structure. We call it Helsinki Výbor Mladým, or Helsinki Committee to Youth. And our young colleagues are not only among us here today. You have met all of them. They are the co-organizers of this event. Pauli, Nati, you hear me there. Hanka, Salma, Rishko, Sophie is not here, but she is hearing us. Clara, Kaya, Miro. So thank you to all of you. And last but not least, what we can focus on is a memory. Our own institutional memory as Helsinki committees deserves better documentation and reflection. People like Miroslav Kusi did not just act. They thought, they wrote, they argued, and they built. So what I think we owe this to the next generation to make that legacy visible and usable. This civic Helsinki platform doesn't need a building, at least in the beginning. We don't need a logo. What it needs, it's a commitment, coordination, and clear sense of purpose. Let me close on a personal note. I have personally experienced and learned one thing. When rights start to weaken, it doesn't always happen with a bang. It happens quietly, and the shift is subtle. And when it personally affects you, then it hurts as much as you can imagine. It is as bad as you can imagine. In those moments, it is not enough to simply defend, argue, scream, or complain or something. It's too late. So this is the invitation I want to extend today, not to protect a legacy for its own sake, but to use it to shape something together, something that is capable of responding to the moment we are in. I would like to close with Dagmar, your father's words. Democracy is not a state of comfort, but a field of struggle. Professor Kusi knew that memory without action risks becoming ritual, and that rights without protection dissolve into slogans, and that the institutions, unless renewed, they become fragile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a call to battle, and I hope we are ready to hit this call. I personally think so, because we can feel that the atmosphere is ripe and people need the sense of meaning and purpose and investment in the life around them. So that's what we shall be working on. And I shall be working on posing questions to the panel because we only have a few minutes left. And the more questions we ask, the hungrier we will be, because there's lunch outside. But we have received a few questions on the Slido. Of course, you feel free to also ask one or two questions in person. The question that we have, one was already answered, but we can come back to, about the foreign agent anti-NGO legislation and how it impacts the human rights work in our region, or may impact into the future. But the other question is very closely connected to what Sylvia was actually proposing, and that's a question about what makes the Helsinki Committee's monitoring reports unique. Many organizations produce all kinds of human rights monitoring reports. They submit them. But as Helsinki Committees, as a network, which is loosely bound as a network by the same principles, by the same founding moment, what is the unique power of these reports and of the process that is at the disposal of the Helsinki Committees? What power may there be in acting together? Okay, that's my insertion, but, anyone, please. What makes the human rights monitoring reports by Helsinki Committees unique?
It makes it unique because it's stronger. It makes it stronger. We are not only historically versed at that, but I think, Mirek, you talked about that, right? That historically that was the primary, not the primary, but it was the function, and then later on, the state organs kept asking you to do that, and so on and so on. So I think it's, and if we do it together, it would not be only useful in terms of reports per se, but it would be also very useful in terms of that memory, what I mentioned, because I think, I'm not sure whether archives of this exist, or, I call it archives, but let's say, a record of this.
I will add a few words. When International Helsinki Federation existed, it had its own report on human rights, annual report, and every Helsinki committee contributed. So every Helsinki committee has its own report on human rights in the country, but the main things went to the Central Helsinki Federation to be collected in one publication. We must understand that the catalogue of human rights and fundamental freedoms is very huge. Yeah? So there would be a question if we would like formally fulfill all the all these answers, all these questions, all these rights, and make it like formal, or if we focus on specific current problems. I believe that firstly we need to start publishing our national reports on human rights, and then maybe in a couple of months or maybe years consider whether it should be combined into one common report. I would be happy to do that, but on the other hand, you must understand that the catalogue is huge, and Helsinki Committee needs to be funded for that, because no matter if Slovakian Helsinki Committee or Czech Helsinki Committee is working with volunteers, students, motivated people, this has its limits, So, and this would be a huge piece of work. So there's a question whether wouldn't be more effective to produce and publish common statement to certain issue than long, big, huge, formal publication. So that would be my observance of the problem now.
Just a few words referring to the uniqueness of the reports. First of all, the Helsinki committees are very different. Some are small, some are large, some do more asylum law, some other kinds of law. So there is nothing like a unique format of report. Even the Helsinki Foundation publishes, dozens of reports per year, which are very different in scope, purpose, and public. But I think that this spirit of saying less, but very well documented, is still there. And this is the legacy of the 70s, but it also means that we probably don't have capacity in the large organizations, such as ours, to really present the overview of human rights in a given country for a year, because there are other forms of work that most probably are simply more likely to influence the situation than this, and we wouldn't have really capacity. There are specialized organizations, for example, for digital rights or for LGBTQ rights that do better job in their respective fields, and we can just help them. But I think that there is something that we might consider, even in terms of funding, because there are such possibilities, is connected with remembrance. And I was thinking for a long time that actually quite a lot of things has not been deeply changed since the communism in our countries. Like, for example, the structure of Polish prosecution office is really like a Soviet style still. And everybody acknowledges it, but to list those kind of things that should be settled, just to referring to the transformation back in the turn of 80s and 90s, and to pinpoint those situations in which throughout this long period not much has changed, just as a kind of a policy issue or a guide for whoever is interested, might be maybe something that will be worth taking. It's just an idea of something concrete that we might maybe consider.
Thank you very much. Yes, Sylvia, go ahead.
I just wanted to, and I forgot to mention, we used to do this reporting, and we used to do also legal clinics, or, we used to help legally people. We don't do it as Helsinki for Human Rights, Helsinki Committee for Human Rights in Slovakia, because we don't have funds for this. Audience might know this, but larger audience definitely does not, because we are getting emails almost on the daily basis asking us to provide with these services. We don't have the capacity, we don't have money to do that, so we don't do that anymore. Thank you.
As a dinosaur of the Helsinki committees myself, I will just add what I think we share in common. I mean, of course, our work has transformed over the years, and Helsinki committees are much more specialized nowadays in their focus. But we share the same origin story, so to speak. We share the connection to the OSCE platforms, and that's a very powerful platform. It's a political platform. So even though I agree with Maciej, and actually it's connected, that our work should be apolitical, meaning it should be true to the principles that it stems from, and being honest to the human rights and their implications, no matter who's in power. But ultimately, this cooperation with OSCE means we strengthen each other. And we used to do a lot more of it. OSCE used to be much more visible in Central European region. Who does not remember Max van der Stoel? I mean, he was here as if he was taking piano lessons in Slovakia in 1990s. There were many conferences, NGOs took part in them, and Helsinki committees always had a unique position as being the NGO representatives of the Helsinki processes. So I think there is space for this, and definitely there's a need for it, not only on the level of individual countries, but on the European level, because many problems, many human rights problems transcend individual countries and even regions. And in those cases, we cannot limit ourselves by our national borders, but there I see the platform for the united action between Helsinki committees and indeed OSCE, because we need each other, and we are much weaker if we don't cooperate as we used to back in the day. So, but anyway, do we have any final question from the audience? Yes, if there is any other left on Slido, I apologize, but the Slido died. I mean, the computer is dead and done.
The moment there will be a question, I am happy to yield to whoever is going to pass a question, but a comment, perhaps. One, I was not very happy to see the differences in the 4 or even 5 statements. They are speaking about the health of the society, from my perspective. One statement from our Czech colleague, that is speaking about a society that is focusing the work of the Helsinki Committee on some special topics, very important topics, deprived people, etc., children, and other interventions that are speaking about problems of the society, including financing, including attacks on the foreign agents, etc., whenever there is a question of financing, etc. This is striking. I'm not very happy with this. This is one comment that I wanted to say. Secondly, I'm very happy, to a certain extent, that I heard how now Helsinki committees are bringing to the attention of those that are in power that they are requesting only one thing: the implementation of the agreements and commitments taken upon the countries by their own will. Leaderships very often enshrined in the constitution or other basic laws of the country. Have a look at the constitution of the Slovak Republic. My goodness. And then have a look at some proposals, law proposals, etc., and some activities that are not necessarily in sync what is written in the constitution of this beautiful country. So yes, please, continue doing so. Remind the authorities of the constitutional obligations and rights of the citizens. Thank you very much.
Just because I'm very interested, and thank you for your comment, Mr. Ambassador. I'm just very interested in your first remark that you are not happy, and I'm thinking why? Because actually, of course, as you pointed to, these are problems with funding, these are social problems, but these are very also clearly rights that have been violated, rights to, for example, get the foreign funding as it is declared by the Council of Europe and the UN, and they are violated, and they are a crucial obstacle for larger organizations to fulfill their job.
very clearly, I'm not happy because you face this kind of problems. This is why I'm not happy.
That's
That's why I characterize three statements or four statements out of the 5 as speaking about the health of the society that is not very good. Maybe the Czech Republic was a different statement, or at least the timbre of the statement was slightly different.
I understood it in that way that Mr. Kubiš was not happy because there is only one happy country on this.
Well, in fact, to be financed for social, legal help was a golden cage, you know. So we had funds, so we could employ people, but in fact, we diverted from our very unique role in a society. So we decided ourselves to pass this task to a specialized organization and to maybe struggle a bit more economically, but to fulfill our destiny. I wanted to say one thing, which was told to me by Martin Palous, former chair of Helsinki Committee, and this idea inspired me very much, and I believe you will like it too. He told me that I don't think generally public, but we should consider human rights and the catalogue of human rights and fundamental freedoms as not as rights, not as claims, but as duties. This is the list of the duties of society, what should be protected in the country. And then it came to my mind why we exist, why Helsinki committees and other NGOs exist. Because we take this role from everybody in the society and we represent them in fulfilling this duty to remind there are rights of individuals and somebody's rights were deprived maybe in some cases. So I think that we should consider the catalogue of rights as catalogue of duties. And this is what Martin Palous told me, and it was very inspiring for me.
Thank you all very much. And Mirek said another thing yesterday. He said that the next conference of this sort will be in Prague. And you know how promises are fulfilled by making them public. So I'm going to hold his feet to the fire. And we are already looking forward to meeting in a similar assembly in Prague, and then in Budapest, and then in Warsaw. And thank you all of us for joining us today. We truly, truly believe today is crucial and very important to come back to remember and to pass forward to the next generations. Long live Helsinki principles and Helsinki generation. I'm selling it for a very minor fee.
Okay,
Thank you.
I must not forget one more thing. Sorry to interrupt this, but there is one more thing we must be said, must be told, must be. It's a must. I want to thank not only all of you and you, it's right, but we must not forget Silvia Tyriaki, yes, who put her personal effort, a lot of time. We had a couple of phone calls over years to think about it, and she made it so we could meet. So maybe we established a tradition. Yes, now it's maybe my task, but and I will stick to this. But Silvia, thank you very much for doing it.
Thank you, because Dagmar once told me that if someone praises you or says something nice about you, you should say thank you. So thank you.
na našej konferencii a môžeme si predstaviť panel číslo 3, ktorý je venovaný ľudským právam v Helsinskom procese. Myslím, že je to veľmi výstižný názov, aj pokiaľ ide o ľudské práva, aj pokiaľ ide o proces. A ja som veľmi rada, že sa nám podarilo panel vyskladať zo zaujímavej dámy a zaujímavých pánov, s ktorými si vypočujete istú chronologickú líniu ich osobných výpovedí alebo výskumných výpovedí alebo profesionálnych skúseností o tom, čo sa deje s ľudskými právami v Helsinskom procese, ktorý, ako sme tu už mali možnosť zistiť počas predchádzajúcich panelov, je procesom, ktorý azda nikdy nemôže byť ukončený a musí byť stále veľmi živý. Dovolte mi, aby som predstavila dámu. Je to pani Klára Orgovánová, ktorá je riaditeľka Rómskeho inštitútu, ale okrem iného ju máte možnosť poznať ako aj významnú osobnosť, ktorá svojho času radila vláde Slovenskej republiky ako splnomocnenkyňa, ako uchopiť jednu, hádam, z najsenzitívnejších tém a skutočností v Slovenskej republike. Potom ďalej je vedľa mňa predseda správnej rady Ústavu pamäti národa, pán Jerguš Sivoš, ktorý sa dlhé roky venuje témam, o ktorých nás poinformuje. Po mojej ľavej ruke je pán verejný ochranca práv, pán Robert Dobrovodský, ktorý, myslím, sa veľmi teší na to, že môže v tomto paneli hovoriť smerom z minulosti až k súčasnosti. No a potom je tu pán diplomat Rozbora, ktorý je pre nás istou vzácnosťou na tejto konferencii. A ja hneď ostanem pri ňom, pretože, a možno, že hlavne mladých ľudí v tejto sieni to bude veľmi zaujímať, je to jediný na Slovensku žijúci účastník procesov, ktoré predchádzali Helsinskému záverečnému aktu a zároveň účastník aj samotnej Helsinskej konferencie. Čiže ja ho s veľkou radosťou požiadam, aby pospomínal na 70. roky, ktoré tu už spomenuté boli z rozličných perspektív, ale aby hlavne pospomínal z perspektívy svojej osobnej skúsenosti ako mladého eléva diplomacie v tých 70. rokoch. A zmienil sa aj o tom, keďže má úžasnú možnosť preklenúť tie 10 ročia svojej profesionálnej praxe k súčasnosti, aby teda povedal, ako vidí osud ľudských práv v Helsinskom procese. Nech sa páči, pán Rozbora, máte slovo.
Ďakujem za privítanie, ďakujem za slovo. Excelencie, vážené dámy, vážení páni, dovolte mi poďakovať sa pani Silvii Tyriaki a všetkým ďalším organizátorom za pozvanie na dnešné významné podujatie. Srdečne vás pozdravujem pri významnej príležitosti pripomenutia si 50. výročia konferencie o bezpečnosti a spolupráci v Európe a prijatia záverečného aktu. Táto historická udalosť vyvrcholila, ako sme už počuli a vieme, v Helsinkách 1. augusta 1975, keď hlavy štátov a vlád alebo ďalší čelní predstavitelia 33 európskych štátov, Spojených štátov amerických a Kanady slávnostne záverečný akt podpísali. Tomu predchádzala prvá fáza od novembra 1972, keď sa v bývalej olympijskej dedine a študentskom centre Dipoli pri Helsinkách zišli experti zúčastnených krajín. Za tým účelom som bol ako mladý diplomat vyslaný na Československé veľvyslanectvo, aby som ako zástupca veľvyslanca pôsobil v úlohe koordinátora expertnej československej delegácie a s manželkou bol ubytovaný aj s delegáciou v jednej z 2 víl na ostrove Lauttasaari, ktorý poznáte Helsinky, viete, kde to je. Rokovania určili rámec pokračovania procesu a boli završené stretnutím ministrov zahraničných vecí zúčastnených krajín v júni 1973. Tí sa dohodli na pokračovaní procesu druhou fázou v Ženeve a vtedejší minister zahraničných vecí Bohuslav Kňoupek vyjadril spokojnosť so závermi rokovaní, pôsobením našich expertov. Ak môžem byť osobný, mne zablahoželal aj k narodeniu môjho prvého syna Roberta v Helsinkách. Úlohou v rokovaní druhej fázy bolo dohodnúť a pripraviť záverečný dokument na podpis hlavami štátov, vlád alebo iných významných predstaviteľov v rámci tretej fázy KBSE opäť v Helsinkách, ako už sme počuli, bez účasti Albánska. Sice tu zaznelo, že aj bez účasti Andory, ale Andoru zastupuje Francúzsko na zahraničnej politike, takže Andoru až tak nepočítame, ale išlo o Albánsko. Možno sa ma spýtate, že prečo Albánsko, tak potom vám odpoviem. Za vedúcou našej delegácie bol vymenovaný československý veľvyslanec z Helsing a tak mne pripadla úloha jeho zastupovania vo Fínsku. Dvojročné rokovania priniesli pozitívny výsledok vo forme záverečného aktu, ktorý bol pripravený na podpis počas vrcholného fóra tretej fázy KBSE v dňoch 30. júla až 1. augusta opäť v Helsinkách. Čiže trojdňové vystúpenie najvyšších predstaviteľov. Takmer 20 členov československú delegáciu viedol vtedajší prezident republiky Gustav Husák a mne ako najmladšiemu členovi delegácie a pôsobiacemu dlhodobo v Helsinkách pripadla úloha organizačného a protokolárneho zabezpečenia našej účasti. Dovolte mi teda zdieľať s vami niektoré momenty a osobné poznatky. Inak v tom čase som poprvýkrát prišiel do kontaktu, aj keď na diaľku, s pánom ministrom Kubišom. My sme sa už odtedy sa poznáme. Pri technickom zabezpečení dopravy pred príletom delegácie sme dohodli s firmou značky Saab zapožičanie 10 automobilov, z ktorých jeden zlyhal kvôli deravej nádrži a pri tankovaní, ale prisľúbili sme, že to nebudeme publikovať, aby sme nepoškodili dobré meno známej značky. Ubytovanie pre delegáciu a sprievod sme vybrali prenajatím celého poschodia hotela Marsky, vrátanie technických a bezpečnostných otázok. Za našu delegáciu som sa zúčastňoval vítania ďalších delegácií na helsinskom letisku a spomínam si, ako pri znení fanfár a ceremoniále prezident Spojených štátov amerických Gerald Ford nezvládol dolné schodíky pri zastúpaní z lietadla a ocitol sa na letiskovej ploche v neželanej polohe, našťastie bez fyzických následkov, len pri zrakoch zdesených vítajúcich predstaviteľov. Chcem poznamenať, že som jediný ešte žijúci člen delegácie spomedzi zúčastnených Slovákov. O tom svedčí aj táto vysačka z tohto obdobia. Ďakujem za potlesk, asi preto, že som si ju zachoval. Čiže do dnešného dňa sa nedožili Gustav Husák, Bohuslav Kňoupek, ani ďalší ako Mikuláš Beňo, Roman Nárožný, Emil Keblúšek alebo Milan Kadnár. O českých kolegov nemám detailné informácie. Atmosféra vo skvostnom paláci Finlandia Talo, vybudovanom podľa projektu svetového architekta Alvara Aalto, bola korektná. Zúčastnení lídri sa k sebe správali niektorí priateľsky, iní odmerane alebo neutrálne, ale v podstate diplomaticky, či už to bolo v priebehu samotných vystúpení, prestávok, spoločenských podujatí alebo separátnych bilaterálnych stretnutí medzi prejavmi. Pozornosť upútalo predovšetkým separé rokovanie Fort Brežnev. Spomínam si však na jednu situáciu, keď sa naša delegácia nezúčastnila prejavu švédskeho premiéra Olofa Palmeho, ktorého naši predstavitelia ignorovali kvôli tomu, že sa ako mládežnícky funkcionár pri návšteve Prahy oženil a po návrate do Švédska ihneď rozviedol, čo bolo považované za provokatívny akt v úvodzovkách legálneho únosu československej občianky. Prejavy predniesli vedúci delegácií všetkých zúčastnených krajín, keďže súhlasili s textom záverečného aktu. Predsedajúci prvému zasadnutiu tajomník pre zahraničné veci kardinál Monsignor Agostino Casaroli, reprezentujúci Svätú stolicu a zastupujúci pápeža Pavla VI., vyzval v úvode zúčastnených na minútu ticha za účelom premýšľania a úvah. Úlohu iniciátora a hostiteľa KBSE excelentne plnil fínsky prezident Urho Kaleva Kekkonen, dlhodobo sa usilujúci o priznanie Fínsku štatútu neutrálnej krajiny. Zaujalo jeho úvodné vystúpenie, keď označil KBSE za bezprecedentné fórum a v záverečnom prejave počiarkol, že Fínsko zabezpečuje pre svojich občanov na kolektívnom i individuálnom základe styky s vonkajším svetom a možnosti nimi želaným získavaním informácií o podmienkach života za hranicami. Ocenenie procesu zaznelo aj vo vystúpení generálneho tajomníka OSN Kurta Waldheima ako čestného hostia, ktorý účasť považoval za veľké privilégium. KBSE považoval za dôležitý krok v rámci charty OSN, za stimul pre ostatný svet a ľudstvo vôbec, čo malo byť dôležité pre OSN pred blížiacim sa valným zhromaždením. Pozornosti zasluhujú slová prezidenta Spojených štátov amerických Geralda Forda, keď záverečný akt označil za kompromis, ale v úvodzovkách aj dohodnuté princípy, ktoré sú podľa neho o niečom inom. Tie potvrdzujú základné ľudské práva, ako slobodu myslenia, občianske a politické práva, práva menšín. Okrem iného ocenil dohodu s Leonidom Brežnevom o znížení počtu strategických zbraní. Ustanoveniam 3. koša záverečného aktu KBSE sa venovali takmer všetci predstavitelia západných krajín. Napríklad predseda norskej vlády Trygve Bratteli hovoril o dôležitom význame dodržiavania elementárnych ľudských práv a základných slobôd, vrátane slobody myslenia, svedomia, vierovyznania a politického presvedčenia. Československý prezident sa v prejave sústredil na problémy znižovania napätia a bezpečnosti, ale tak ako ostatní rečníci z vtedajších socialistických krajín sa vyhýbal pasážam o ľudských právach, pričom vo všeobecnosti hovoril o našej podpore výmeny kultúrnych hodnôt, rozširovaniu osobných kontaktov podporujúcich vecnú, všestranne užitočnú a výhodnú spoluprácu zúčastnených krajín a vzájomné poznanie. Právo veta a tým zrútenie celého niekoľko rokov trvajúceho úsilia mala vlastne každá krajina. Pre malé krajiny ako Malta, San Marino, Lichtenštajnsko, Vatikán, Luxembursko či Monako to bola veľká podsta disponovať rovnakým právom ako zúčastnené veľmoci. Chcem ešte podčiarknúť skutočnosť, že pred KBSE sa niektoré krajiny snažili navzájom urovnať bilaterálne vzťahy, aby vytvorili predpoklad pre všeobecnú dohodu. Takto aj Československo a Nemecká spolková republika uzavreli medzištátnu dohodu napriek tomu, že Nemecká spolková republika nesúhlasila s nulitou Mníchovskej dohody. Samozrejme, našli sa aj kritici, ktorí toto považovali za prekážku vytvorenia predpokladov pre úspech Helsinského procesu a za úspech revanšistov. Ale československým predstaviteľom išlo o podmienky pre uskutočnenie KBSE. Pre vytvorenie politických predpokladov KBSE sa uskutočnilo medzi 2. a 3. fázou konferencie niekoľko multilaterálnych stretnutí. Najvýznamnejšou bola diplomatická konferencia o ochrane prostredia v oblasti Baltického mora v marci 1974 v Helsinkách za účasti delegácií 7 krajín a pozorovateľskej pozícii Československa, Norska a 9 medzinárodných organizácií. Z poverenia vtedajšieho ministra zahraničných vecí Kňoubka som na konferencii zastupoval Československo. V čase, kedy v Ženeve od léta 1973 do júla 1975 naplno prebiehala druhá etapa rokovaní, došlo v lete 1974 k intervencii tureckej armády na sever Cypru. Účastníkmi historického rokovania KBS boli aj delegácie garančných veľmocí Veľkej Británie, Grécka, Turecka a aj Cypru, ktorých čelní politici reprezentovali svoje krajiny na vyvrcholení procesu trvajúceho 2,5 roka a vytvárajúceho systém bezpečnosti na európskom kontinente. Turecká invázia na Cyprus sa síce nepremietla do výsledku celej konferencie spôsobom, ktorý by úspech tohto vrcholného podujatia ohrozil, keďže na ňom išlo o významnejšie otázky z hľadiska ďalšieho vývoja vzťahov smerujúcich k prelomeniu studenej vojny a vytvárajúcich podmienky spolunažívania v celoeurópskom kontexte za prispenia USA a Kanady, ale cyperská otázka zasiahla svojím spôsobom do priebehu konferencie. Ako som už uviedol, v dňoch 30. júla a 1. augusta vystúpili na Helsinskej konferencii zástupcovia všetkých na procese zúčastnených krajín. O invázii na Cyprus však vo svojich prejavoch hovorili len predstavitelia Cypru, Grécka a Turecka, ktorí sa vzájomne obviňovali. Delegácia Turecka presadila dodatok záverečného aktu o cyperskom probléme, na ktorý reagovala delegácia Cypru svojim dodatkom. Obidva dokumenty sa stali oficiálnou súčasťou dokumentov, teda záverečného aktu KBSE. S odvolaním sa na článok 65 pravidel procedúry konferencie všetky krajiny sa však na nej zúčastňujú ako suverénne a nezávislé štáty v podmienkach plnej rovnocennosti. Udalosti na Cypre bezprostredne sa dotýkajúce 4 krajín neovplyvnili negatívne niekoľko rokov trvajúce úsilie o urovnanie vzťahov na európskom kontinente a dosiahnutie konečného konsensu, keď prezidenti či premiéri a ďalší vrcholní predstavitelia všetkých zúčastnených štátov slávnostne podpísali záverečný akt KBSE obsahujúci deklaráciu 10 zásad riadiacich vzťahy medzi signatármi. Mám to tu napísané, ale nebudem sledovať, asi poznáte, o akých 10 princípov ide. Čiže v Helsinkách zvíťazil duch širokej európskej spolupráce i bezpečnosti a cyperský problém sa stal takto okrajovou záležitosťou, na ktorú sa snažili upriamiť pozornosť cyperský prezident, grécky premiér a následne aj turecký premiér. Títo politici nakoniec pochopili, že problém sa bude riešiť až na iných fórach a v inom časovom horizonte. Na záverečnej recepcii som sa mal taktiež možnosť pozdraviť s mnohými účastníkmi, aj s cyperským prezidentom arcibiskupom Makáriom III a tureckým premiérom Sulejmanom Demirelom, netušiac pritom, že o 22 rokov sa na Cypre ocitne v pozícii veľvyslanca Slovenskej republiky a strávim na ostrove 6 rokov s dôrazom na aktivity nášho veľvyslanstva pri riešení cyperského problému, organizovaním bikomunitných stretnutí lídrov politických strán, čom slovenská diplomacia naďalej pokračuje. Ale organizovali sme aj stretnutie ľudskoprávnych organizácií z obidvoch komunít, a to pod záštitou Rady Európy. Dokonca obidve delegácie som sprevádzal na Slovensko a prijal nás okrem iného aj pán profesor Kusy, o ktorom dneska bola reč. Získané skúsenosti som mal a mám možnosť zúročiť ako niekoľkonásobný veľvyslanec, štátny tajomník ministerstva zahraničných vecí SR, alebo šéf protokolu pri 2 prezidentoch Slovenskej republiky, jeho excelencii Rudolfovi Šusterovi a jeho excelencii Ivanovi Gašparovičovi. Moja kniha o tomto období Protokol pri 2 prezidentoch je teraz v tlači. V súčasnosti pôsobím ako predseda v roku 1993 založeného mimovládneho politicky neutrálneho vzdelávacieho združenia Medzinárodný klub Slovenskej republiky, ako vysokoškolský pedagóg na právnickej fakulte Univerzity Komenského a čestný predseda jej diplomatickej akadémie. Želám všetkým účastníkom tejto konferencie veľa úspechov pri naplňovaní odkazu Helsinskej konferencie, ktorá otvorila dvere spolupráci v rôznych oblastiach, najmä však sa stala koreňom pri presadzovaní myšlienok ľudských práv, pričom v Československu išlo o podporu disentu a vzniku Charty 77, čo neskôr viedlo samozrejme aj k zásadným zmenám v Európe, ale nakoniec aj v Ázii. Ďakujem za pozornosť.
Ďakujem pánovi Rozborovi za veľmi osobný príspevok, za nahliadnutie do zákulisia helsinského procesu a zároveň až eseistický podtón tejto výpovede, ktorá vždy veľmi poľučtí akýkoľvek príspevok na konferenciách. Takže srdečná vďaka. A teraz mi dovolte ešte jednu vsúku, pretože vieme, že absolútne logicky sa tu dnes skloňuje meno profesora Kuseho, ako aj teraz nedávno. Ja by som bola veľmi rada, keby sme privítali medzi sebou pani doktorku Jolanu Kusu, pretože to je živá svedkyňa helsinského procesu, nie len v rodinnom prostredí, ale odovzdávajúca túto skúsenosť aj vo svojom rodinnom živote, aj vo svojej profesionálnej orientácii. Napokon dcera Dagmar je jedna z tých dôkazov, ktoré teda tu máme, nehovoriac o staršej sestre. Čiže to sú niektoré také tie krásne veci, ktoré treba spomínať aj v tej ľudskej rovine. A ešte by som rada povedala, že nie je náhoda, že tu tak povediac sedíme viaceré a viacerí, ktorí sme spolu s profesorom Kusím reštartovali mnohé procesy v Slovenskej republike, tam, kde by možno boli, keby dejinné udalosti sa nevyvinuli po páde prvej Československej republiky ináč. Takže srdečne vítame všetko, čo sa týka pôsobenia rodiny Kusích v tom živom procese, ktorý nás veľmi zaujíma na tejto konferencii, na tomto podujatí. A okrem iného, keďže viem, čo odznie, bude spomenutý profesor Kusy aj v príspevku nášho ďalšieho ročníka, pána Jirguša Sivoša, ktorý zase zúročí svoj výskumný ponor k tejto problematike a nahliadne, by som povedal, takej temnejšej stránky toho, ako pokračoval helsinský proces. Nech sa páči, máte slovo.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne za slovo. V úvode by som chcel poďakovať pani predsedničke Tiriaki aj týmu za organizáciu dnešného podujatia a rovnako by som chcel poďakovať aj pani Jane Kotovej z Misie 89, s ktorou Ústav pamäti národa dlhodobo spolupracuje a aj v decembri pri Dni ľudských práv pripravujeme spoločne so zastúpením Európskej komisie na Slovensku a s kanceláriou verejného ochrancu práv 3. ročník podujatia, ktorý sa bude venovať aplikácii týchto práv v minulosti. Ja nadviažem na slova pána Rozboru, ale z trošku iného pohľadu, cez iné okno, a tým oknom sú dokumenty štátnej bezpečnosti, pretože Ústav pamäti národa je tou pamäťovou inštitúciou, ktorá v zmysle zákona spravuje dokumenty štátnej bezpečnosti a sprístupňuje ich verejnosti. Samozrejme, mohol som vychádzať len z tých materiálov, ktoré sa dnes zachovali a ktoré nám umožňujú nazrieť teda do kuchyne režimu a povedať, že akým spôsobom pristupoval k týmto rokovaniam, či a ako sa ich snažil ovplyvniť a či a ako tieto závery aplikovala. Myslím si, že práve aj rodina Kusích v prvej fáze, ak spomíname Helsinský proces, zažila aj ich aplikáciu ešte v 70. a 80. rokoch. Takže začali by sme československou rozviedkou. Tá v reakcii na prijatie Helsinského záverečného aktu začala s operáciou Synonym. Bola to séria aktívnych opatrení, ktoré mali ovplyvniť rozhodovanie delegácií jednotlivých krajín, dezinformovať politikov, diplomatov, verejnosť, ale aj, a treba to povedať na rovinu, kriminalizovať a obmedziť činnosť emigrantov, emigrantských organizácií, ale aj disidentov a skupín, ktoré existovali alebo mali vzniknúť v 70. rokoch a neskôr v Československu. Prípravu týchto opatrení koordinovala najmä so sovietskou tajnou službou KGB a s maďarskou tajnou službou a rovnako ako s východonemeckou. Je zaujímavosťou, že poľská tajná služba sa v aktívnych opatreniach veľmi neinteresovala, pretože už pri svojom vzniku tohto odboru v 68. povedala, že nebude riešiť opatrenia, ktoré nemajú vplyv pre Poľsko. Československá tajná služba realizovala aj aktivity, ktoré nesúviseli s jej bezpečnosťou. Treba povedať, že prvé spoločné rokovanie KGB a EŠTB sa konalo na prelome marca a apríla 1977 pred následnou schôdzkou v Belehrade. Z jeho záverov vyplýva, že v poradí dôležitosti sa téma záverečného aktu dostala pred problematiku USA a NATO, teda na 3. miesto, hneď teda pred problematiku Nemecka, Rakúska a iných európskych krajín. Úlohou oboch týchto rozviedok pri plnení aktívnych opatrení boli hlavne dve také základné oblasti. Jednou z nich bola príprava priaznivých podmienok pre rokovanie delegácií v Belehrade a druhou bola podpora realizácie záverečného aktu, ale samozrejme v súlade s požiadavkou dodržiavania ľudských práv v kapitalistických krajinách. Ak hovoríme o tom prvom bode, tak teda bode vytvoriť optimálne podmienky na rokovanie v Belehrade, tie mali také dve základné oblasti. Jednak realizovať nátlakové akcie na vládu Jugoslávie s cieľom zvýšiť bezpečnostné opatrenia a zároveň zabrániť vystúpeniam proti socialistickým krajinám. A takisto zverejniť poznatky a zámery o materiáloch, ktoré získali spravodajskou činnosťou len krátko pred rokovaním, aby samozrejme znemožnili dohodnutý postup a zamedzili príprave nového. Čo sa týka toho druhého bodu, teda realizovať podpora realizácie záverečného aktu v súlade s požiadavkami dodržiavania v kapitalistických krajinách, tak tam sa mala vlastne vytvoriť široká kampaň o porušovaní ľudských práv v Spojených štátoch amerických, v Nemecku a samozrejme vo Veľkej Británii. Aby som ale ilustroval konkrétnu činnosť, tak poviem, alebo teda približím vám niekoľko tých aktívnych opatrení. Prvé aktívne opatrenie s krycím názvom Harpuna slúžilo na podsunutie dezinformácie juhoslovanskej vláde o príprave teroristickej akcie emigrantskými organizáciami. Využila na to anonym zaslaný z Augsburgu, ktorý vlastne potvrdil aj rezident Československej rozviedky v Bone juhoslovanskému konzulovi. Na výsledkom bolo, že juhoslovanská strana si vypýtala zoznam disidentov, ktorí by mohli narušiť rokovania a takisto vyhostila ženy zo západného Nemecka, ktoré počas rokovaní protestovali. Podobným spôsobom prebehlo aj aktívne opatrenie s krycím menom Herec, ktoré sa zameralo na diskreditáciu belgického poslanca Willyho Kajspersa, ktorý ako predseda Medzinárodného výboru za plnenie záverečného aktu chcel v októbri 1977 v Belehrade predložiť dôkazy o jeho porušovaní v Sovietskom zväze. Ďalšie podujatia, ktoré realizovali napríklad v československých médiách, slúžili na diskreditáciu Rádia Slobodnej Európy. Tie sa začali už počas konferencie v Tampere o úlohe médií pri plnení záverečného aktu a následne v Rudom práve, kedy československá rozviedka podsunula vlastne článok o americkej účasti v Slobodnej Európe s tvrdením, že v nej pracuje 18 agentov. Také posledné aktívne opatrenie, ktoré pomenujem, je aktívne opatrenie Imago, a to malo do verejného priestoru púšťať argumenty proti tvrdeniam vedúceho americkej delegácie v Belehrade Artura Goldbergera o nedodržiavaní tretieho koša v Československu, a to tým, že bráni štandardnej nezávislej činnosti zahraničných novinárov. Tá sa tiež vlastne diskreditovala v médiách československých tým, že vlastne publikujú články proti vláde a takisto robia rozhovory s chartistami. Čo sa týka následnej schôdzky v Madride, tak tam rovnako prebehlo stretnutie, ale bolo, povedal by som, už viac koordinovanejšie aj so sovietskou KGB v septembri 1979 a následne s rozviedkami NDR a Maďarska. Keď by som povedal o tom stretnutí v Berlíne, tak východonemecká štázi informovala, že spolu s kubánskou tajnou službou spracovala v španielčine knihu o porušovaní ľudských práv v náklade asi 5000 kusov a pripravila informáciu o porušovaní práv zahraničných robotníkov, ktorá sa mala prezentovať priamo na schôdzke. Čo sa týka maďarskej rozviedky, tá napríklad informovala, že spracovala brožúru o porušovaní ľudských práv v západnej Európe a dokonca vytvorila film o porušovaní práv v USA a v západnej Európe, v ktorom súčasne odhalovala protisocialistickú činnosť Rádia Slobodná Európa a maďarskej emigrácie. Takisto vlastne rozviedky týchto krajín, teda nemeckej, maďarskej a československej, boli požiadané sovietskou stranou, aby v podstate relativizovali, znižovali význam sovietskej intervencie do Afganistanu počas rokovaní. Ak by som zosumarizoval všetky tie aktívne opatrenia, tak môžeme povedať, že podľa dobových materiálov samozrejme, ich presadzovala rozviedka prostredníctvom vystúpenia spolupracujúceho talianskeho poslanca v tamojšom parlamente, prostredníctvom spolupracujúceho vedca v rámci diskusie na Francúzskom inštitúte pre medzinárodné vzťahy v Paríži, prostredníctvom manipulatívnych podkladov pre tendenčné články, ktoré napokon vyšli v rakúskych, gréckych, cyperských, francúzskych a luxemburských novinách, takisto na rôznych univerzitných a verejných akciách v Belgicku a vo Veľkej Británii a za najväčší úspech považovali prienik do rakúskej delegácie a vlastne formulovanie, alebo teda prispenie k formulovaní stanovisk rakúskej delegácie na madridskej schôdzke. Keď som povedal, že československá rozviedka plnila aj úlohy, ktoré nesúviseli s ochranou aj vtedajšieho zriadenia, ale plnila imperialistickú politiku Sovietskeho zväzu, tak takým opatrením napríklad bola akcia, kedy sfalšovali dotazník americkej obchodnej komory v Argentíne s cieľom vytvoriť dojem, že Spojené štáty sa miešajú do vnútorných záležitostí Argentíny, či spracovanie falošného časopisu podľa teda amerického originálu, v ktorom bolo kritizované porušovanie práv a slobod v Spojených štátoch. A samozrejme toto opatrenie malo eliminovať práve tlak Spojených štátov na porušovanie ľudských práv v socialistických krajinách. Pozrime sa teraz na kontrarozviedku, ktorá teda pracovala prevažne na území Československa. Treba povedať, že už v januári 1976 ako dôsledok prijatia záverečného aktu predpokladala zvýšenú aktivitu emigrantských organizácií a náboženských spoločností, záujem zakázaných spisovateľov publikovanie v zahraničí, takisto zvýšený dovoz ideologicky nevhodných filmov, kníh a časopisov propagujúcich západný spôsob života, ktoré budú mať vplyv najmä na mládež, a takisto záujem disidentov o vycestovanie s cieľom emigrácie alebo nepravdivého informovania o situácii v Československu. Treba povedať, že na presadzovanie tých záujmov mala kontrarozviedka využívať československých občanov, ktorí, respektíve na tie záujmy, ktoré očakávali, mali trošku tlmiť, eliminovať prostredníctvom československých občanov, ktorí mali v zahraničí podporovať politiku a socialistický spôsob života. Takisto sa mala pokúsiť v radoch emigrantov získať niektoré významné osobnosti pre návrat do Československa. Takisto si dávala za cieľ vyberať odborníkov, ktorí mali dlhodobo pôsobiť v zahraničí, aby sa angažovali za socializmus. A čo je pre mňa takisto zaujímavé, tak už v januári 1976 sa objavila myšlienka umožniť niektorým disidentom vycestovať do zahraničia a následne im odobrať štátne občianstvo. Tá, ako budete počuť, neskôr sa aplikovala až v roku 1977 v podobe akcie a sanácie, ale k tej sa ešte dostanem. Treba povedať, že práve toto opatrenie bolo v priamom rozpore so záväzkom dodržiavať ľudské a občianske práva, ku ktorým sa Československá republika zaviazala. Štátna bezpečnosť však realizovala aj množstvo ďalších opatrení, ktoré mali zabrániť vzniku, môžeme povedať, nezávislých zoskupení alebo disidentských hnutí, ktoré práve podpis záverečného aktu umožňoval. A to vlastne, na čo sa štátna bezpečnosť zameriavala, je veľmi presne popísané v podstate už v tých krycích názvoch, ktoré sa nazývali rozptýl, zemetrasenie či klin. Ako som povedal, tak od roku 1977 začala štátna bezpečnosť realizovať aj akciu Asanácia. Z dostupných dokumentov vieme, že táto akcia skončila v roku 1984, ale jej cieľom bolo v podstate vyzvať, či dokonca použitím fyzického a psychického násilia donútiť vybrané osobnosti disentu na odchod do zahraničia. Treba povedať, že štátna bezpečnosť postupovala veľmi tvrdo a k tým metódám, ktoré sa používali v 70. a 80. rokoch, stále patrilo šikanózne opakované predvolávanie na podanie vysvetlenia na polícii, tzv. Otvorené sledovanie, kedy príslušníci EŠTB veľmi jasne, aby ste o tom vedeli vy a okolie, chodili za vami a sprevádzali vás, tak aby v podstate zabránili nejakým vašim úmyslom, vašim aktivitám a samozrejme odradili iných, aby vás kontaktovali. Potom k ním patrilo vylúčenie zo štúdia, povolanie na vojenskú službu, prepustenie zo zamestnania a samozrejme nemožnosť nájsť si akékoľvek zamestnanie, aj povedzme, ktoré bolo oveľa nižšie ako vaše vzdelanie či schopnosti. Takisto existenčný tlak na rodinu, domové prehliadky aj opakované, policajné návštevy rodinných príslušníkov, priateľov či známych, ale aj pohovoru zamestnávateľa či výstraha prokurátora a trestné stíhanie. A tu sa dostaneme k spomínanému Mirovi Kusemu, ktorý bol signatárom Charty 77 a teda podpísali už v decembri 76 v Prahe, ktorému teda v auguste 1977 na štátnej bezpečnosti veľmi otvorene, povedal by som až takou brutálnou otvorenosťou, povedali, že štátna bezpečnosť kašle na zákony, ide im o záujem strany a robotníckej triedy a s ľuďmi ako on budú zaobchádzať ako s pasákmi a s prostitútkami. Československo v tom čase nedodržiavalo ani článok 12 Medzinárodného paktu o občianskych a politických právach, podľa ktorého mal každý možnosť opustiť svoju krajinu, teda opustiť ktorúkoľvek krajinu, aj svoju vlastnú. Z výskumu Ústavu pamäti národa vyplýva, že takto odsúdených bolo viac ako 13 000 osôb, ktorí sa snažili opustiť svoju republiku v rokoch 1977 až 1989 a databáza stále nie je konečná. Z nášho výskumu by sme mohli povedať, že v činnosti proti vnútornému nepriateľovi alebo možno v tej snahe zmeniť nejaký poriadok domáci sa objavujú isté zmeny až pri viedenskej následnej schôdzke v roku 1989, kedy sa pripravili návrhy na úpravu v oblasti združovania občanov, cestovania, spájania rodín, otázky slobody vyznávať náboženstvo alebo vieru, a podmienky dovozu náboženskej literatúry či vzťahu k občanom, ktorí sa bez povolenia úradov zdržovali v zahraničí. Keď som hovoril o prístupe k vlastným občanom, tak treba povedať, že na rozdiel od Maďarska a Poľska tu nebola akákoľvek vôľa komunikovať s kritikmi alebo s opozičnými skupinami, ktoré tu boli. A štátna bezpečnosť nechcela ani pripustiť ich vznik. Môžeme to vidieť napríklad na tom, že v roku 1986 bolo len 6 nezávislých skupín, ako ich nazývala štátna bezpečnosť, ale pod tlakom okolností toto číslo stúplo v roku 1988 na 47 a v roku 1989 na 60. Ako som povedal, na rozdiel od maďarských a poľských komunistov, voči ním v Československu neustále veľmi tvrdo zasahovali. Vidíme to nielen z tých organizačných zmien, ktoré sa udiali v roku 1988 a kde bol navýšený počet príslušníkov pracujúcich proti vnútornému nepriateľovi, ale napríklad aj na štatistikách. Spomeniem tie, ktoré súvisia s 21. augustom 1989, kedy bolo 21. výročie vstupu vojsk Varšavskej zmluvy a kde už viac ako mesiac vopred štátna bezpečnosť pripravila tzv. Bezpečnostné opatrenia, ktoré sa dotkli jednotlivých ľudí tak, že 81 z nich uväznili, 166 povolali na mimoriadne vojenské cvičenie, 1159 ľudí navštívili, aby ich upozornili, že sa nemajú zhromažďovať v čase výročia, respektíve ich strážili, keďže bol august, tak na ich chatách mimo hlavného mesta alebo mimo väčších miest. A ďalších 13 dostalo oficiálne výstrahy. Takisto treba povedať, že zo štátnej hranice bolo späť na svoje územie vrátených 405 poľských, 46 maďarských a 36 talianských občanov. Tvrdý postoj voči domácej opozícii komunikovala štátna bezpečnosť, ja myslím ten politický, komunikovala štátna bezpečnosť o 10 dní aj priamo v Moskve, kde bola podpísaná nová dohoda o spolupráci s KGB 31.8. a kde jasne deklarovali, že československé politické kruhy nebudú s opozíciou, tak ako teda Maďari a Poliaci už v tom čase robili, komunikovať. Ale zase, aby som vychádzal z tých dobových dokumentov, lebo môžete si povedať, že tak vymýšľam si, tak zase budem len citovať, pretože po všetkých týchto udalostiach boli v septembri 1989 pripravené nové podklady pre činnosť štátnej bezpečnosti, ktoré dokumentujú, že tie postoje v meniacej sa geopolitickej situácii sa nemenili. A teraz dovolte mi naozaj citovať úlohy, ktoré dostala štátna bezpečnosť po línii vnútorného nepriateľa. Zabraňovať ideovej, akčnej a organizačnej integrácii antisocialistických síl. Dokonca mala za úlohu vytvoriť skupinu 500 až 5 000 ľudí, prevažne z robotníckeho prostredia, ktorí boli schopné spracovať a podpisovať petície proti akciám vlastne disidentských skupín v rámci kontrapropagandy. Takisto sa mali štátnou bezpečnosťou vytvoriť nezávislé štruktúry, ktoré mali byť infiltrované do nezávislých zoskupení, aby ich rozkladali znútra. Malo sa tiež zorganizovať periodické vydávanie vlastného samizdatu, ktorý mala riadiť štátna bezpečnosť. A poviem, okrem samozrejme rôznych skrytých akcií proti tým hlavným predstaviteľom, aj posledné, ktoré v podstate dokumentuje, že tá vízia štátnej bezpečnosti sa absolútne nezhodovala s budúcnosťou. Tak jedno z tých posledných bolo, že do 31. decembra 1989 mali pripraviť celoštátne akcie proti prepojeniu opozičných síl v Československu so skupinami v Maďarsku a Poľsku, ktoré už samozrejme neboli disidentskými skupinami, ale mnohí z nich už boli poslancami napríklad Sejmu a podobne. Takže aby som to zhrnul a urobil záver, treba povedať, že československá rozviedka vnímala stretnutia v rámci schôdzok Helsinského procesu ako jediný naozaj významný priestor na rokovania medzi Východom a Západom. V tejto súvislosti podnikala opatrenia zamerané na obhajobu politiky Sovietskeho zväzu, Československej socialistickej republiky a socialistického tábora. Prioritne sa zamerala na tretí kôš, možno aj preto to krycie meno synonym, pretože ako keby vracali kritiku, ktorú dostávali socialistické krajiny. Spoločne s útvarmi československej kontrarozviedky aktívne pôsobili proti emigrantom, disidentom a ich organizáciám a spoločne s orgánmi justície cieľene nerešpektovali a aktívne porušovali práva, ku ktorých dodržiavaniu sa Československo zaviadzalo medzinárodnými dohodami. K menším zmenám prístupu a predpisov dochádzalo, ako som už spomenul, až koncom 80. rokov 20. storočia pod vplyvom spoločenských zmien, ale samozrejme najmä politických a ekonomických reforiem v Sovietskom zväze. Možno povedať, že zmeny v Československu sa realizovali len v súvislosti so zmenami v Sovietskom zväze. Príkladom je napríklad ukončenie rušenia Rádia Slobodná Európa, ktorého rušenie teda v polovici decembra 1988 ukončil Sovietsky zväz a následne o deň neskôr aj Československo. Charakter domáceho komunistického režimu, ktorý do poslednej chvíle odmietal akýkoľvek dialog s nezávislými zoskupeniami a naopak posilňoval činnosť politickej polície proti vnútornej opozícii, vylúčoval, aby k zmenám akýmkoľvek došlo z jeho iniciatívy. Ale ak by som mal povedať v Helsinskom procese, tak treba povedať, že ten prispel ku vzniku organizácií, ktoré sa dožadovali uplatnenia ľudských práv a upozorňovali na ich porušovanie. Ovplyvnili tiež zmeny v rámci procesu prestavby, ktorý v socialistických krajinách prebiehal nekoordinovane a takisto naplno ukázal, že oblasť dodržiavania ľudských práv bola najslabším článkom krajín socialistického tábora. Ďakujem za pozornosť.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, pán Sivoš, za tento ponor ad fontes, veľmi užitočný, myslím, pre celé naše auditorium a verím, že už si tak či na prvý príspevok alebo na druhý príspevok pripravujete otázky do diskusie. Myslím si, že tento príspevok bol cenný tým nahliadnutím do jednej z 13 komnát samotného helsinského a posthelsinského procesu. A vzhľadom na to, že tieto dva príspevky boli historizujúce, dalo by sa povedať, preto sme predradili týchto dvoch rečníkov proti pôvodnému programu tohoto panelu, ale obávam sa, že sa tej 13. komnate alebo niektorým príkladom 13 komnat ešte nevyhneme. A to jednak v nasledujúcom príspevku pani Kláry Orgovánovej, ale aj v príspevku, ktorý bude završovať náš panel pána Dobrovodského. Odozdávam teraz slovo pani Kláre Orgovánovej.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, Dagmar. Áno, presne tak. Ja som sa tak započúvala do toho, čo hovoril pán Civoš, že vznikli mi nové myšlienky a ospravedlňujem sa tlmočníkom, že nebudem úplne sledovať text, ktorý som im dala ako podklad. Mám svoj vek a zažila som takisto obdobie socializmu a komunizmu a musím povedať, že mnohým veciam sme ako deti nerozumeli. A ani sme možno nemali také zdroje, aby sme vedeli tú realitu s niečím konfrontovať. A rok 89 znamenal pre mnohých z nás, teda pre mňa osobne znamenalo, to nie, že tak samozrejme, ako keď ráno siahnete po zubnej kefke. Ale mnohí iní ľudia mali s tým obrovský problém. A bolo pre nich veľmi ťažké prijať to, že vlastne tie zaužívané pravdy, ktoré boli vždy pravdami, sa vlastne stali niečím, čo bolo úplne zdiskreditované a už to nemalo platiť. A mnohí ľudia sa s týmto nevedeli vyrovnať. A to sa dotýkalo aj rómskej problematiky. A myslím si, že dodnes je strašne veľa, viete, sú knihy s názvami Mýty o Rómoch, áno, čiže je strašne veľa informácií, ktoré vlastne o tých dejinách Rómov sa nepropaguje, nerozpráva, my sami to takto nerobíme. A práve sa s pánom Sivošom som hovorila, že ako jediná romologička na Slovensku bola niekedy pani docentka Horvátová. A ona keď zomrela, tak môj inštitút sme odkúpili jej pozostalosť. Čiže máme množstvo dokumentov, z ktorých som niektoré musela dať do Slovenského národného archívu, pretože nič nemali a ma vyzvali, že ako keď bola mojou povinnosťou im to dať. To boli napríklad také komisie zo zasadnutia na ministerstve práce, bola komisia pre riešenie cigánskeho obyvateľstva, ale tak sa to nejako volalo. Čiže tieto doklady sme im dali. Ale mám ešte množstvo dokumentov, ktoré budem ešte ja spracovávať a teda zadám to samozrejme niekomu, chceme to zdigitalizovať. A sú tam napríklad, posledne som si študovala nejaké záznamy z obcí, je to z roku 1953, teda z obcí, ktoré mali rómske osady. A boli to vlastne dotazníky, ktoré tí starostovia museli vyplňať. A medzi nimi boli otázky napríklad, že ako sa obliekajú cigáni. A tie odpovede boli kúzelné, lebo im písali tí starostovia, že väčšinou nosia, že oblibujú červenú a žltú farbu. To písali do tých dotazníkov. No a jedna z otázok ale bola, že či boli Rómovia súčasťou Slovenského národného povstania. Takmer každá druhá alebo tretia obec vlastne napísala, že mala Rómov, ktorí sa zúčastnili Slovenského národného povstania, o čom tiež nerozprávame a málo kto z našich politických reprezentantov to spomenie a je to veľmi podstatné. Takže to som len chcela ako mimo toho, o čom som chcela dnes hovoriť. Ďakujem veľmi pekne pani Silvii, že ma oslovila zobrať účasť na tejto konferencii a dosť som premýšľala, že akým spôsobom by som mohla nájsť ten súvis medzi Helsinskou konferenciou a medzi takouto vylúčenou skupinou, ktorou sú Rómovia. Samozrejme sa o tom nerozpráva iba v rámci Slovenska, ale teda hovoríme o Rómoch minimálne v súvislosti s Helsinským procesom na úrovni ako celej Európy. Našla som potom veľa súvislostí, samozrejme. Ale spomenula som si na môjho vzácneho priateľa, keď ho môžem takto nazvať, Evgena Gindla, ktorý so mnou často rozprával o cigánoch. Ho to veľmi zaujímalo tiež. A raz mi povedal, že vieš, to je tak. Aký národ, takí cigáni. A naozaj je tam strašne veľa súvislostí vlastne s tou slovenskou spoločnosťou a s reakciami na túto skupinu ľudí. To spolunažívanie v jednotlivých obciach je veľmi špecifické a veľakrát vlastne závisí rokmi podporovanými stereotypmi, ktoré oni tam majú a mnohé akože fungujú a že je to v poriadku a niekedy to vlastne tej samotnej komunite pomáha. A tak, keď som si chystala tieto podklady, tak som ešte tak natrafila na jeden žart, ktorý teda by som vám chcela povedať. Určite aj zahraniční hostia vedia také ľudové žarty spojené s rádiom Jerevan. A študent zavolá do rádia Jerevana sa spýta, že či viete predpovedať budúcnosť? A rádio mu odpovie, áno, samozrejme vieme predpovedať budúcnosť, len s tou minulosťou máme problémy, tá sa neustále mení. Som spala, že poviem to, pretože nejak tak to odzrkadluje tie moje veľmi intimné pocity, ktoré ja mám v posledné obdobie na Slovensku. Nie je to spojené iba teda s vojnovým konfliktom, ale je to spojené vlastne s celkovou atmosférou, v ktorej žijeme. A myslím si, že sme síce v čase umelej inteligencie, ale útočia na nás z každej strany rôzne dezinformácie, ktoré majú zmysel niekedy teda získať aj politický vplyv, zmanipulovať ľudí. A práve skupina, ktorou sú Rómovia, lebo to sú väčšinou ľudia, ktorí sú menej vzdelaní, je dosť tým ohrozená a je veľmi ťažké niekedy im vysvetľovať, že to vôbec nie je pravda, že opak je pravdou a je veľmi ťažké vlastne s touto skupinou pracovať. Ja som sa rómskou problematikou začala zaoberať po roku 1989. Vlastne keď som odišla zo svojej profesie, robila som ako klinická psychologička pár rokov na psychiatrii. A potom som odišla a začala som pôsobiť vlastne v občianskom sektore, v mimovládnych organizáciách a začali sme sa zaoberať touto obrovskou témou. Je to v podstate 35 rokov, čo nie je tak hrozne dlho, nie je to tak hrozne veľa, ale myslím si, že je to taká dostatočná éra na to, aby sme zhodnotili demokraciu, ktorú sme všetci chceli zavádzať, či sa nám to podarilo a kde sa stali tie chyby. Možno sa hodí povedať, že demokraciu už máme, len tej spravodlivosti ešte trošku by sme potrebovali viacej. A to, aby sme to urobili, na to nestačí byť odvážny. Pretože odváha nie vždy znamená kvalitu. Mnohí ľudia, ktorí počas revolúcie boli odvážni, nie vždy prinášali tie najlepšie riešenia. Ale všetci sa vyvíjame a mali by sme teda vedieť, že naša budúcnosť spočíva v tom, aby sme sa dohodli na nejakej spoločnej európskej pamäti a aby sme ju získavali tým, že sa budeme stále viacej vzdelávať a nie, že budeme prekrúcať našu minulosť. Preto veľmi doceňujem, že Helsinský výbor urobil toto stretnutie, pretože bol to veľmi dôležitý akt medzinárodnej politiky. Helsinský akt bol prijatý po 30 rokoch po druhej svetovej vojne, čo bol ako výsledkom snách všetkých tých mocností predchádzať konfliktom a dohodnúť sa na nejakej spoločnej platforme, na nejakých spoločných princípoch, ako ďalej. Aj keď teda vieme, akým spôsobom sa zvlášť ten východný blok ako k tomu stávali. Čo bolo ako teda prejdem k tým znevýhodneným skupinám a ohrozeným skupinám v Európe, čo bolo v rámci tohto Helsinského aktu hrozne dôležité, bolo vlastne prijatie princípu podpory a ochrany ľudských práv a ľudskej dôstojnosti. A to je taký základný princíp, z ktorého by sme vždy mali vychádzať a na ktorom by sme mali všetky tie naše politiky stavať. Teraz veľmi súkromne poviem, že pred pár mesiacmi sa mojej mame stalo, že jej zavolal nejaký podvodník a jej povedal, že som zrazila nejaké dievčatko. A keďže mama je na to vycvičená a nechcela mu nejako veriť, tak jej dali môj hlas, ma dali k telefónu. Čiže môj hlas nejako upravili a vlastne ja som tú svoju mamu prosila, aby mi poslala 20 000. Bolo to hrozné, pretože my sme ju asi 2 týždne potom museli dávať dohromady, pretože ona sa potom všetkého bála. Vedela o tom, že sa to deje, ale všetci naši známi a blízki priatelia, ako sme z toho boli veľmi ako pobúrení, že vlastne čo sa to tu deje, že ako je to možné, že ako môže niekto zneužiť starého človeka na takéto niečo a že ešte niekto použije môj hlas na to, aby dokázal mojej matke, že som proste niekoho zrazila. Možno sa hovorím trošku od veci, ale hovorím o tom, že v akej spoločnosti žijeme a aké je jednoduché vlastne niečomu podľahnúť. A niekedy teda, keď samozrejme som nezažila druhú svetovú vojnu, ale keď som si pozerala propagandu a propagandistické filmy o úspechoch nacistickej armády, ktoré boli fiktívne, ktoré boli vymyslené, tak bolo to ako pre mňa veľmi vzdialené. Áno, ale som si to načítala. Ale v čase, keď som študovala na gymnáziu, to bolo obdobie normalizácie, a tam sme počúvali učiteľov, ktorí nám hovorili, že rok 68 to bola kontrarevolúcia a že zásah týchto vojsk armád proste bol nevyhnutný. Ale aj keď som v tom čase ešte mala málo rokov, tak vďaka mojim rodičom a vďaka tomu, že asi polovica mojej rodiny v 68. roku emigrovala, väčšinou do Kanady, do Ameriky, tak na to sme mali svoj názor a vlastne takýto druh propagandy vtedy už na mňa nepôsobil. O sile rôznych tendencií, ktoré sú aj dnes a ja to všetko nazývam, že propaganda, všetci o tom viete a všetci to sledujete. A možno si môžem dovoliť povedať aj jeden príklad ktorý sa ma posledne dotkol. Pred pár týždňami sme boli na Slovensku oslavy Slovenského národného povstania. Jednak som si uvedomila, že ako rýchlo to zbehlo, lebo pred rokom sme mali 80. výročie a ešte som stále tie vety počula. A teraz všetky tie naše politické špičky hovorili o tom, že nacizmus a fašizmus, čo nie je teda veľmi správne pomenovávali, že sa nestratil, že tu je, iba sa niekde skryl. A že my všetci, ktorí chceme s týmto bojovať, alebo s každým, kto má iný názor, tak pri tom našom boji by sme mali byť suverénni, veľkolepí a slovenskí. Neviem, či pri opakovaní takýchto hesiel mladí ľudia, ak to budú počuť 5-krát do roka, že či ich to nejako ovplyvní, ale určite nás to, tých, ktorých máme nejakú historickú pamäť, určite nás to neovplyvní. A tie slová, ktorými som sa ja zaoberala, ktorými som sa nechala viesť, keď som sa začala zaoberať spoločenskými témami a predovšetkým tou veľkou skupinou chudobných ľudí na Slovensku, sú slová občianska statočnosť, pravda, česť, zodpovednosť a súcit. A tieto slová viedli všetky moje politiky alebo moju prácu, ktorú som počas tých 35 rokov venovala Rómom. A teraz prepojím vlastne túto tému s témou konferencie. Ako som už povedala, Rómovia sú veľmi neznámou skupinou ľudí a je to aj kvôli tomu, že vlastne väčšina ľudí o to nemá ani záujem. Je to niečo tak vzdialené a je to niečo tak pre mnohých ako odradzujúce, že vlastne sa tým ľudia nechcú zaoberať. Nikdy som nemala jednostranný názor a postoj na túto tému a snažila som sa vidieť obidve strany tohto obrovského problému, ktorý máme na Slovensku, pretože samozrejme podiel je na obidvoch strán, ale v konečnom dôsledku vždy je treba jednoznačne povedať, že je to veľká skupina ľudí, ktorá je dlhodobo diskriminovaná, ktorá je vytláčaná zo spoločnosti, ktorá žije na okraji spoločnosti, ktorá nemá svojich reprezentantov, a tak ďalej, a tak ďalej. Vstup Slovenska do Európskej únie nám vlastne v tejto téme veľmi, veľmi pomohol, pretože ako politické kritérium pre Slovensko bolo práve riešenie rómskej problematiky. Ja som v tom čase bola v pozícii vládnej splnomocnenkyne, čo teda bolo na jednej strane úžasne zaujímavé, ale bola to naozaj veľmi, veľmi náročná práca. A pamätám si, že som chodila na mnohé negociačné stretnutia, aj na úrovni medzinárodnej a väčšina tých členov tej slovenskej delegácie tak hrozne rozprávali o tom, že vlastne s touto skupinou ľudí nemôžeme vstúpiť do Európy, ako to urobíme, že aké je to hrozné. A ja som mala taký bonmot, opakovane som im povedala, že ale však poďte konečne do tej Európy, my vás tam už dlho čakáme. Pretože Rómovia žijú v každej európskej krajine. A bol to taký výraz takého nepochopenia, že vlastne, že o čom hovoríme. Ale vďaka tomuto a vďaka vlastne tej skladbe ľudí, ktorá vtedy projektovala vlastne vstup Slovenska do Európskej únie, sa podarilo mnoho vecí. Sme postavili všetky základné politiky vo vzťahu k Rómom. A vychádzali sme z medzinárodných dokumentov, ktoré boli úžasne podporné práve pre tieto skupiny ľudí. A Helsinki Act a všetky tie tézy, ktoré sa dotýkali ľudských práv, sme mohli vlastne vo všetkých zdôvodneniach týchto našich politík ako používať. Takže to je ten súvis, ktorý som v tom našla a samozrejme, že nie je to nič zvláštne to nájsť, ale je to iné, keď sa na to pozeráte z hľadiska dennodennej pragmatickej politiky, keď veľa vecí vo vzťahu k Rómom sa len tvorilo, vytvoril sa úrad splnomocnenca, potrebovali nejakého splnomocnenca, boli radi, že to bude Róm. Musím povedať, že som bola jediná, ktorá prešla konkurzom. Vtedy na túto moju pozíciu bol zorganizovaný pomerne veľký náročný konkurs vrátane psychologických testov a písomných podkladov. A tu teda ja musím spomenúť pána profesora Kuseho, ktorý sedel v komisii, ktorá ma vyberala. Mnohé veci boli akože formálne. Ale naozaj ich potom premeniť na nejakú konkrétnu politiku s výstupom a s pozitívnym dopadom na túto skupinu ľudí, bolo to veľmi ťažké. Je pravdou, že nejaké úspechy sa dosiahli, ale je aj pravdou to, že mnohé veci sa zneužívajú, mnohé veci práve vďaka cieleným dezinformáciám a nejakým propagandám a kampaniám sa nepoužívajú tak, ako majú, aj keď teda Európska únia poskytuje pomerne slušnú podporu po stránke finančnej. Ale Rómovia sú v súčasnosti agendou mnohých aj medzinárodných inštitúcií, ktorí napríklad Helsinská konferencia ODIHR, ktorá má veľmi výraznú časť, ktorá sa vlastne venuje Rómom. Celé to ODIHR urobilo akčný plán k Rómom, robí vlastne podporné školenia, tréningy a ako vlastne sledujú celú túto tému aj teda z hľadiska týchto medzinárodných organizácií. Čo by som tak ako na záver k tomu povedala, dosť presne neviem, ale myslím si, že v diskusii ešte k niektorým veciam môžeme dôjsť. Len som ešte chcela teda jednu vetu povedať, ktorú tiež som našla, keď som si tak čítala a sa mi to zdá, že je to tak, že každý národ si musí najprv niečo pamätať, kým na to môže začať zabúdať. Takže máme ešte veľmi veľa vecí, ktoré sa musíme naučiť, ktoré si musíme pripomenúť a až potom si možno budeme môcť dovoliť, že budeme na nich zabúdať. Ďakujem vám veľmi pekne.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Myslím, že všetci a všetky v tejto sále môžeme veľmi úprimne poďakovať pani Kláre Orgovanovej za osvedomovanie vo vysokej miere dôstojnosti v zastúpení národnostnej menšiny etnickej skupiny, ktorá, nech sa nám to páči alebo nie, sa nám vždy ako karta obráti smerom k väčšine tejto spoločnosti. Takže ďakujem veľmi pekne a predpokladám, že ďalšie otázky pribudli vo vašich hlavách alebo cez slajdo. No a napokon nijako sa neubránime tomu realistickému rezaniu, ku ktorému sme všetci povinní a povinné. A preto odovzdávam rada slovo pánovi verejnému ochrancovi práv Robertovi Dobrovodskému.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Dovolte mi ešte raz poďakovať pani Tyriaki za to, že som ja a kancelária verejného ochrancu práv mohli byť partnerom tohto cenného podujatia. Pani Horná, aj vám ďakujem za nakoniec veľmi dobré preorganizovanie tohto pojatia, lebo lepšie by sa to vlastne už ani nedalo spraviť, takže ďakujem. Pre mňa je mimoriadne cenné tu byť s vami, ale nielen ja ako osobne, ale že ste umožnili aj kolegom, kolegyňam z kancelárie verejného ochrancu práv byť tu s vami, lebo autenticky sme si dnes vypočuli, aký odkaz chránime. To, že my veľmi intenzívne sa snažíme byť ten silný faktor v systéme check and balances, to, čo Montesquieu, John Locke hovorili, dávajte si pozor, keď budete niekomu dávať moc do ruky, rozdeľujte, lebo je ľudské moc zneužiť na druhý deň, keď mu ju dáte. A ja ako verejný ochranca práv zo dňa na deň čím ďalej viac vyzdvihujem tú prozreteľnosť slovenského ústavodárcu v tých 90. rokoch a následne v roku 2000, keď bol verejný ochranca práv ukotvený ako inštitút, že mňa a môj úrad vyzbrojil silnými vyvažujúcimi kompetenciami, lebo ak exekutíva začína napríklad nakláňať tú moc na svoju stranu a ľudské práva začína obmedzovať pod taktovkou exekutívy aj zákonodárna moc, tak mne sa osvedčila tá ombudsmanská metóda práce, je to 2,5 roka, je to presne som v strede mojej pozície časovej, že parlament treba zavčasu varovať, ak vidím, že sa niekde nakláňa, vychýľuje jedna z tých mocí. A mimoriadne dôležité pre mňa, pre môj úrad je, že mám kompetenciu podávať zákony, nechávať kontrolovať ústavným súdom. Bo keď aj cestujem po západnej Európe, tak kolegovia mi veľmi závidia túto kompetenciu. Aj oni na západe, nielen na Balkáne, po na Kaukaze, kde sme nedávno boli na návšteve, chvália to prozreteľné rozhodnutie ústavodárcu ombudsmana vyzbrojiť touto silnou kompetenciou. Takže o tom by som možno stručne dneska aj povedal v tomto príspevku. Helsinský proces, dneska tu boli citované aj odkazy pre prebiehajúce ozbrojené konflikty, aj pre ruskú agresiu na území Ukrajiny. Aj to sa dotýka nášho úradu, môžete sa pýtať, ako veď verejný ochranca práv je ústavný činiteľ, ktorý pôsobí na zvrchovanom území Slovenskej republiky, ale jeden z tých odkazov helsinského procesu bol princíp humanity a ochrany obetí prípadných vojnových konfliktov. A mne asi pred rokom pristála na stole žiadosť ukrajinskej matky, ktorej syn sa dostal do ruského vojnového zajatia. Za normálnych okolností, keby som to tak rídzo, formalisticky zobral, tak poviem, to je na odloženie, to je exteritoriálna pôsobnosť, tu nemám čo robiť. Ale viete, ešte okrem tej formálnej koncepcie ombudsmana a vymedzení kompetencií je tu ten akt helsinský, ktorý odkazuje členským krajinám alebo krajinám zúčastneným, aby zastávali humanitu. A ľudský život je hodný ochrany, kdekoľvek je porušovaný alebo napádaný. A okrem toho je tu ešte aj to starozákonné, biblické, že ak ste sa pokúsili zachrániť a zachránili ste jeden jediný život, už ste spasili celý svet. Tak som povedal, nie, kolegovia, pozrime sa na ten prípad a poďme zistiť, čo sa dá spraviť. A už tu nie je azerbajdžanský veľvyslanec, ale chcem aj týmto Azerbajdžanu a osobitne Sabine Alieve, ktorá je moja partnerka v Azerbajdžane, poďakovať za to, že keď bol summit ombudsmanov v Baku, tak mi umožnila stretnúť sa s tureckým ombudsmanom, kolegom, lebo tá ukrajinská mamička v tom podaní odkazuje, pán ombudsman Dobrovodský, skúste sa vybrať cestou tureckého kolegu, lebo tureckému ombudsmanovi sa podarilo Ruskú federáciu a Ukrajinu dať spolu a podarilo sa im vymeniť vojenských zajatcov a zároveň aj prispäť k návratu alebo minimálne vymeniť si kontakty medzi rodičmi ukrajinskými a deťmi, ktoré boli premiestnené na území Ruskej federácie. Tak vďaka týmto negociáciám v Baku sa nám podarilo, a dneska už to môžem povedať po polročnej príprave, uznať náš úrad, keďže náš úrad je apolitický, úrad verejného ochrancu práv je zámerne aj ukotvený v ústave, nespadám ani pod zákonodárnu moc, ani pod exekutívu, sme moc sui generis. Aj Ruská federácia, aj Ukrajina oficiálne uznala náš úrad, aby sme my boli tým sprostredkovávacím hlasom medzi Ruskou federáciou a Ukrajinou, tak momentálne pracujeme, sme blízko pred technickými rozhovormi s profesorkou Moskalkovou, s ktorou už som mal rokovanie, to je ombudsmanka Ruskej federácie, a Dimitrom Lubinecom, ktorý je ombudsman Ukrajiny a zároveň aj prezidentskou kanceláriou pána Zelenského, odkiaľ som dostal oficiálne kvázi poverovacie listiny. Momentálne sme vo fáze, že máme zoznam 47 detí, máme ich fotografie, máme ich údaje, vieme, kde sú a teraz nastane predloženie týchto osobných údajov Ruskej federácie za predpokladu, že ak teda Ruská federácia uzná, že tieto deti by vrátila do rúk, podmienka je samozrejme biologických rodičov ukrajinských a mohlo by sa to uskutočniť či už na území Ruskej federácie za predpokladu, že rodičia budú mať imunitu a garanciu vstupu na územie Ruskej federácie, že to nebude mať pre nich nejaké konzekvencie, prípadne na našom území. Tam mám prísľub, teda ministerstvo zahraničných vecí ma v tom podporilo, hoci sa nevmešuje MZV, necháva to mojej výlučnej kompetencii. Takže to je jedna kapitola ochrana práv detí a vojnových zajacov. A potom sú tu tie občianske slobody a práva, ktoré nám tiež zanechal helsinský odkaz. Keďže v ostatnom období som zachytil viacero pokusov alebo aj dokonaných činov legislatívnych Národnej rady obmedzovať práva, ktoré sa dotýkajú práve tých výdobytkov 89. roku, o čom vlastne hovorila pani Orgovánová, sú to zákony, ktoré v 90. rokoch boli prijaté ako prvé. Zákon o zhromažďovaní, zákon o združovaní. To je to, čo v 89. naši rodičia vyštangali, vybojovali. A to boli zákony, ktoré neprešli žiadnymi novelami. Keď si pozriete zbierku zákonov od 90. roku, tieto novely dogmaticky, tieto zákony vôbec neboli menené až do dôb roku 23-22. A preto som sa rozhodol aj v časti správy výročnej verejného ochrancu práv s kolegami pripraviť osobitnú kapitolu, ktorú sme nazvali práva občianskej spoločnosti, lebo vidíme, že často sa jej exekutíva a zákonodárca dotýka, snaží okliešťovať, obmedzovať. Aj na západe nastáva trend, ktorý mi kolegovia ombudsmani, ombudsmanky avizujú, že nastáva trend sekuritizácie ľudských práv. Ak sa niekde odohrá atentát, útok na ústavného činiteľa, tak exekutíva, oni tvrdia, je logické, dá nohu do pomyselných ľudskoprávnych dverí, ktoré sa už nebudú dať zavrieť. A tak napríklad, keď bol pokus, teda atentát na pána premiéra Fica, pár dní na to do parlamentu doputoval tzv. Lex atentát. Ako verejný ochranca práv, samozrejme ja rešpektujem zvrchovanú právomoc Národnej rady prijímať zákony, ale snažím sa zavčasu kričať, avizovať, hovoriť pozor, tu idete na hranu ústavy, tu tento zákon by porušil alebo znížil ľudskoprávnu úroveň. A v tomto prípade sa nám rýchlou analýzou, vďaka kolegom, kolegyňam, podarilo nadviazať dialog s vládou, keďže premiér bol vtedy v nemocnici, kompetenciu prebral prvý vicepremiér, pán Kaliňák, sa nám podarilo v priebehu pár hodín vyjednať s vládou a v parlamente, aby nastal pozmeňovací návrh, ktorý vypustil všetky vágne pojmy, vďaka ktorým by mohla exekutíva, polícia rozpustiť zhromaždenie. Už to hovoril, myslím, maďarský kolega, pán Kádár, predseda Maďarského helsinského výboru, že v Maďarsku tiež vláda vložila vágne pojmy, na základe ktorých môže exekutíva rozpustiť verejné zhromaždenie. Áno, toto je podľa mňa veľmi nešťastné, čo ústavodárca, zákonodárca Maďarska spravil, že dokonca v mene verejnej morálky, v mene toho, aby nebola porušená výchova detí alebo ohrozená mravnosť, sa môže rozpustiť zhromaždenie. Takže my sme sa, chvála Bohu, touto cestou nevybrali a Lex atentát nevyšiel tak v zbierke zákonov, ako bol pôvodne plánovaný. Právo na informácie, čo je jedno z významných politických práv, Slovenská republika má najpokrokovejší infozákon na svete. Žiadna krajina nesprístupňuje informácie v lehote 8 pracovných dní. V takom rozsahu žiadna krajina nemá tak nastavené open governance, open data ako Slovensko od roku 2010, kedy sa zaviedlo zverejňovanie zmluv. Žiaľ došlo k prijatiu novely z dielne jednej koaličnej strany, kde sa zaviedli nové vágne pojmy, ktoré občanom sťažujú prístup k informáciám. A tu sa aj ako ústavní činitelia snažíme trocha koordinovať, a tu aj oceňujem prístup pána prezidenta, s ktorým som komunikoval, ktorý využil právo veta, ktoré síce následne bolo prelomené, ale okamžite sme my s kolegami pripravili návrh na ústavný súd a požiadali sme ústavný súd, aby pozastavil účinnosť, odložil účinnosť tohto zákona. Samozrejme, to očakávanie sme nemali veľké, lebo ústavný súd málo kedy ide do tak rázneho zásahu voči zákonodárnej moci, že odloží účinnosť. A na naše veľké prekvapenie sme ústavný súd presvedčili a momentálne sme v stave, že meritorne ešte ústavný súd nerozhodol, ale odložil tento škodlivý zákon, citujem rozhodnutie ústavného súdu. Takže tu sme mali úspech. Pokiaľ ide o združovacie právo, o tom ešte budeme rozprávať, keďže ste zachytili presne zákon o združení, má tiež prívlastok z roku 90. Nebol menený, lebo to je to podstatné právo, ktoré v tom 89. po 89. bolo prijaté, aby sa ľudia nebáli združovať, zhromažďovať, aby sa nebáli vystúpiť alebo aj skryť do anonymity, ktoré poskytuje to, že sú v právnickej osobe v združení, lebo možno individuálny človek sa bojí vystúpiť, kritizovať svojho starostu v obci, ministra, lebo sa bojí, že to možno bude mať konzekvencie, tak Československo, keď prijalo tieto zákony, povedalo občania, združujte sa, nebojte sa, hovorte hlasom právnickej osoby. Žiaľ, túto dogmu, tento konštrukt narušil zákon, ktorý sa nazýval pôvodne ako Lex cudzí agent. Tento zákon prijalo aj Maďarsko. Maďarsko neustálo tento zákon pred súdnym dvorom EÚ, hoci Maďarsko malo relatívne menej prísny zákon, ako máme my. Takže preto som sa rozhodol, keďže to je jedno z podstatných tých sociálnych, kultúrnych a politických práv, napadnúť aj dané na ústavný súd. 11. augusta sme tak spravili po veľmi hlbokej analýze a vyjednávaní. tak bola tam reakcia negatívna zo strany úradu vlády, kde teda náš úrad, ja som bol obvinený, že som sa postavil na stranu opozície, ale to je úplne v poriadku. Tak ma trochu zarazilo, že na ústrednom orgáne štátnej správy, na ich webovom sídle, ktoré obsluhujú, predpokladám, štátni zamestnanci, ktorí majú vyznávať zásadu politickej neutrality, napíšu odkaz ústavnému činiteľovi, ale úplne v poriadku by som si to vedel predstaviť na stránke politickej strany, ale nie, že sa také objaví na ústrednom orgáne štátnej správy. Ale nevadí, to je úplne v poriadku. Každý ombudsman, ktorý robí svoju prácu dobre, musí byť v takom primeranom pnutí s exekutívou. Ak by nebol v pnutí, tak asi podlieha tomu, že možno bude mať záujem byť znovu zvolený, možno nebude chcieť ísť do krížku s vládnúcou stranou a s parlamentom. Veľmi stručne poviem, detailne sme na tlačovej konferencii oboznámili, čo vyčítame tomu zákonu, tzv. Lex Agent. Ten zákon bol v horšej fáze predložený, bol silnejší, bol invazívnejší, pokiaľ ide o ľudské práva. A tu sa nám podarilo vyjednávať s predkladateľmi. My sme hneď do 2 týždňov sa stretli s pánom Adamom Lučanským, ktorý bol jeden zo signatárov tohto zákona. A došlo k vypusteniu kritických, tých najkritickejších bodov, ale stále tam zostali 3 body, ktoré sme avizovali aj parlamentu pred 3. čítaním, 2. čítaním, že je to problém. Žiaľ, medzi 2. a 3. čítaním v priebehu pár hodín sa tam objavili prílepky, ktoré úplne sprísnili ten zákon a ten zákon dostali do ešte väčšieho podozrenia neústavnosti. Tak sme sa obrátili na ústavný súd. Tak ako helsinské výbory v jednotlivých krajín kooperujete, aj my ako ombudsmani veľmi intenzívne kooperujeme a vymieňame si svoje skúsenosti, tak sme boli na Kaukaze, navštívili sme gruzínskeho kolegu, keďže aj Gruzínsko má veľmi podobný zákon schválený, tak sme si ešte spravili výmenu know-how, ako on napadol tento zákon, čo vyčítal tomu zákonu. Takisto napríklad berlínsky kolega mi pred rokom odporúčal, či sa nechcem pozerať alebo sledovať, ako polícia zakročuje voči zhromaždeniu, lebo v Berlíne, tým, že sú veľmi napäté tie protesty pro Palestína, pro Izrael, tak on vidí veľa incidentov policajných, neprimeraných zásahov, tak som si myslel, že nikdy na Slovensku nebudem asi musieť dohliadať nad policajnými zákrokmi, ale hneď, keď boli ohlásené veľké protesty proti vládne v januári, sme sa rozhodli, že ideme tú ozbrojenú moc sledovať, lebo kto vie prevziať a najviac zasiahnuť do ľudských práv tomu, komu sme dali zbrane. Bo už rímsky básnik Juvenálus sa 75 rokov po Kristovi spýtal, a kto bude strážiť strážcov? A je to aktuálne aj dnes. Strážme strážcov, strážme tých, ktorí majú monopol na násilie. Lebo nie my, občania, keďže sme odzbrojení, nemôžeme legálne držať zbrane. Môžete, ale pre účely poľovníctva, pre účely športu, vo striktne stanovených dôvodov, my tie zbrane chytiť do rúk nemôžeme, má ich je len tá uniformovaná zložka. A preto som osobitne citlivý na policajné excesy. Mi hovoria, pán ombudsman, vy to preháňate, že každý jeden policajný zásah analyzujete do šrúbka a policajný zbor kritizujete. Ja hovorím, dneska je to facka výchovná, ktorú dal policajt človeku bez domova v Gabčíkove. O týždeň to skončí tragédiou, ako sme zažili v Košiciach, že človek bez domova bol ubitý k smrti. Hej? V policajnej, mimo dokonca teda policajnej cely. Takže tento zákon o zhromažďovaní, o NGO-kách sme napadli, veľmi to rezonovalo aj v medzinárodnom spoločenstve. Benátska komisia tu bola nedávno na konzultáciách, kde s nami hodinu konzultovala a očakávame v najbližšej dobe, že Benátska komisia spraví závery, takže aj na to sa tešíme, nevieme sa dočkať tých záverov. Čo vyčítame tomu zákonu, veľmi stručne, detailne odkazujem na vyhotovenie podania na ústavný súd, ochrana súkromia a anonymity. Je to zákon špiclovací. Prečo špiclovací zákon? Použil som tento pojem aj v mediálnom vystúpení, aj v podaní, lebo umožňuje sledovať darcov mimovládneho sektora. Ten mimovládny sektor, ktorý často supluje štát, bude musieť zverejňovať identitu darcu. Pýtam sa napríklad pani Tyriaky, vidíte vy dôvod na to, aby tento štát mal poznať zoznam vašich darcov, ktorých, ako ste do obeda povedali, že máte málo. Máte napríklad dotáciu od štátu aj na toto podujatie. Tu ja tvrdím, to je úplne v poriadku, bo predkladatelia tvrdia, veď to sú verejné financie, musí byť transparentnosť zachovaná. Ja tvrdím, tá je zachovaná. Dotačná zmluva s vašim združením je v CRZ-ku, inak by nenadobudla účinnosť. Ministerstvu spravodlivosti predpokladám, po skončení tohto podujatia budete musieť dať detailné vyúčtovanie účtovných dokladov. Každý 1 cent budete musieť zdôvodňovať, zdokladovať. A keď si občan chce, si môže vypýtať od MSSR, ktoré má odbor, sekciu právnu, ekonomickú, ktorá sprístupní celý balík informácií. A ja nevidím dôvod, aby vy ste odkrývali identitu privátnych darcov, ktorí nakladajú so svojím majetkom, a dotáciu môžete odkázať na Ministerstvo spravodlivosti. Potom je tu aj porušenie práva EÚ, vidím tu aj zástupkyňu stáleho zastúpenia Európskej komisie na Slovensku. Vidíme tam, že dochádza k porušovaniu základnej slobody pohybu kapitálu. To isté bolo súdnym dvorom vytknutý aj Maďarskej republike, takže tam referujeme na judikatúru voči Maďarsku. Ruská federácia mala tiež podobný zákon. To bol zákon namierený proti náboženským spoločnostiam. Myslím, to bola spolok svedkov Jehovových. A takisto sa aj u nás argumentovalo, že musíme mať pod kontrolou toky peňazí, lebo terorizmus, lebo útoky. My tvrdíme, existujú už dnes ochranné mechanizmy. Máme Slovenskú informačnú službu, OČTK, tí už dnes vedia získavať podobné dáta o toku informácií. No a nakoniec je to zo dňa na deň, doslova v priebehu pár hodín medzi druhým, tretím čítaním sa zo všetkých malých spolkov združení stali povinné osoby podľa infozákona. Ja tvrdím, infozákon bol pripravený na kontrolu orgánov verejnej moci, nie na možnú šikanu mimovládneho sektora. Takže toľko veľmi stručne k tomuto podaniu. Kto by mal záujem, vieme ešte bilaterálne o tom diskutovať. Takže chcem vás uistiť, dámy a páni, Úrad verejného ochrancu práv je bdelý. Snažíme sa na každé milimetrové možné zníženie ľudskoprávneho štandardu reagovať a vlastne takto si aj zachovávať a uctiť 50-ročné výročie prijatia Helsinského záverečného aktu. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne, pán verejný ochranca práv, za podrobný výpočet vašich aktivít, ktoré nesporne v nás vzbudzujú aj pocit právnej istoty, čo je tiež jedno z tých diktovaných pravidiel helsinského procesu, takže veľmi, veľmi dôležité. A ja teraz sa pozerám na čas, aj na slajdo, kde zatiaľ nepristála žiadna písomná otázka, ale predpokladám, že publikum určite sa dá počuť, takže nech sa páči. Áno, nech sa páči, prvá otázka.
Dobrý deň, príjemný deň prajem. Jaroslav Iboch, ja by som sa rád opýtal na úvod pána veľvyslanca rozboru, ak môžem teda, aká bola nálada medzi vládami pri podpise záverečného aktu Helsinskej konferencie, či to bolo také samozrejme, že všetky tie vlády k tomu chceli pristúpiť a ako sa stávali k tej idei slobody. Ďakujem vám pekne.
Tak ako som hovoril, medzi delegáciami tie sa chovali diplomaticky. Niektoré delegácie priateľskejšie, niektoré odmerania a podobne, ale zaznela v prejave gréckeho premiéra Karamanlisa pochybnosť, že či Grécko podpíše záverečný akt vzhľadom na tureckú inváziu na sever Cypru. Nakoniec sa to skončilo dobre s tým, že ako som hovoril, Grécko sa postavilo tak, že nebude narúšať spoločnú dohodu, že záverečný akt podpíše a že vlastne cyperská otázka sa bude riešiť niekde inde a v nejakom inom časovom horizonte. Neboli štáty, nie. V podstate, tak ako som hovoril, právo veta mal každý štát, ale v podstate sa všetky štáty zhodli už na druhej fáze v Ženeve, s tým, že na tretej fáze už neboli nejaké diskusie o tom, alebo nejaké problémy, že by niektorý štát ako odmietal podpísať záverečný akt.
Pán Kubiš?
Keď môžeme. Ja nerád príliš hovorím, ale napriek tomu toto bolo zase veľmi inšpiratívne. V prvom rade chcem poďakovať pánu Dobrovodskému jeho úradu za to, čo robí a ako to robí. Keď sme sa vyprávali v tom prvom paneli, ako viacej pripútať pozornosť k tým záväzkom Slovenskej republiky a ďalších štátov v rámci OBSE, ktoré si zobrali na seba, a že je veľmi zložité média nejako zaangažovať do tohoto. Pozrite sa, ako vaše kroky majú mediálny ohlas. Som povedal, áno, treba začínať vo vnútri štátu so substantívnymi záležitosťami, ktoré sa týkajú občanov občianskej spoločnosti. Toto robíte, ten zákon, ktorý ste posunuli na ústavný súd, to je vynikajúci príklad toho, ako treba konať nielen meritórne, ale aj z hľadiska ďalšej edukácie obyvateľa, aby vedeli, áno, to sú naše práva, nesmieme ich dať a máme tu na ochrancu. Máme tu na ústavný úrad, ktorý nám v tomto pomôže. Takže to je prvé. Druhé, čo chcem veľmi vysoko oceniť, nechcem hovoriť, ale treba si uvedomiť, ako mimoriadne dôležitá je tá úloha, ku ktorej sa zrejme dostávate, že budete môcť byť sprostredkovateľom, čo je mimoriadne významná úloha. Sprostredkovateľom pri návrate detí, ktoré, vy ste to povedali veľmi diplomaticky, sa ocitli na území Ruskej federácie a vracajú sa späť a môžu sa vrátiť späť k rodinám. To je niečo, čo je strašne citlivé. Existujú na to formáty, ale tie sú spolitizované. V mnohom spolitizované. To mi hovoria aj predstavitelia, ktorí v týchto formátoch fungujú. Vy nie ste spolitizovaní. Pokiaľ sa vám toto podarí, ja dúfam, že sa vám podarí, vy prispiejete k mierovému riešeniu agresie Ruskej federácie na Ukrajine, vyriešeniu jednej z veľmi dôležitých kritických otázok. Takže ja som veľmi vďačný za túto úlohu. No a tretie, možno ako tiež trošku historizujúce, pán Sivoš hovoril o aktivitách štátnej bezpečnosti, KGB, ako koordinovali. Pán Rozbora si zrejme bude, pán veľvyslanec, môj priateľ, si zrejme bude pamätať, ako sme sa ako diplomati koordinovali. A koordinácia čo znamenala? Že si nás zvolala naša vtedy sovietská delegácia, zhruba nám dala rámce, čo by sme mali dodržiavať, čo by sme nemali dodržiavať, kam pôjdeme, kam nie. Pán veľvyslanec Rozbora povedal, že bola kritika v rámci vtedajšieho Československa, že sme dokázali si nejako vyrovnať v tej dobe vzťahy so Spolkovou republikou Nemecko, kde sme nepresadili našu koncepciu o nulite Mnichovskej dohody od samého začiatku. No ja predpokladám, že vtedy súdruhovia z Moskvy povedali, nerobte nám problémy s helsinským záverečným aktom. Hej, a bodka. A tým skončila diskusia, akékoľvek sme mohli mať záujmy alebo nie. A ja chcem k tomu dodať, ako to vyzeralo za čas prestavby Gorbačova, pretože to som zažil sám. Áno, ako opäť mladý diplomat som chodil na rôzne rokovania a boli sme vybavení rôznymi vrátane informáciami, fabuláciami, môžeme to nazvať akokoľvek, aj od tajných služieb, od KGB, od StB a tak ďalej, aj proste to, čo ministerstvo zahraničia vtedy dokázalo zozbierať, prokuratúra a tak ďalej. Ale to bolo obdobie prestavby. a obdobie prestavby perestrojky Gorbačova, to bolo veľmi zvláštne obdobie. Ja sa pamätám, ako mladý diplomat som zostal zákaz ísť na sovietskú ambasádu v Prahe, pozrieť sa na jeden film, ktorý odkrýval oči tomu, čo sa robilo v Sovietskom zväze, ktorý hovoril, ja neviem, už sa nepamätám, možno sa volal Zrkadlo. Bol jeden taký známy film, ale boli iné. Dostali sme zákaz, pretože to bolo vtedy, to narušovalo to videnie sveta, ktoré si uchovalo vtedy dogmatické vedenie štátu a strany v Československu. Prišli sme na hodnotiacu konferenciu OBSE vo Viedni. Myslím, že vtedy bol pán veľvyslanec Kadnár vedúcim delegácie. A na koordinačných poradách my sme dostali inštrukciu vtedy z Prahy byť drsný a prezentovať tieto dokumenty a proste nedať sa a všetkých týchto hnusných disidentov proste pokritizovať a ukázať, akí sú vlastne všelijakí a financovaní Západom. A naši sovietskí súdruhovia pod tým, že už boli pod vplyvom prestavby, povedali, vážení, vy nám hru tu nakaziť nebudete. A ja viem, my sme z toho mali radosť. Ja chcem povedať, keď sa tu hovorilo o generácii Helsinského záverečného aktu, ja sa môžem nazvať generácia 68. So všetkým, čo to znamenalo. So všetkým, ako nás to poznamenalo. Takže ja som fandil týmto perestrojkovým všelijakým záležitostiam, ale on to bolo zložité. Ja viem, ako problémy mal vtedy veľvyslanec Kadnár, ako to zdokumentovať ústrediu, ktoré mu dalo jednu inštrukciu, ktorú vyžadoval od nás, ale ktorú ani on neplnil nakoniec. Pretože sa to nedalo plniť. Čo tým chcem povedať? To nie je len história. Nebáť sa a nedať sa. Napriek tomu, že sme si vtedy mysleli, že niektoré veci po 68. sú zakonzervované, že sa to nezmení, všetko sa dá zmeniť. Všetko využiť príležitosť, využiť možnosť, ktorá sa otvára každý daný moment. Vždy sa nejaká možnosť otvára. A nebáť sa do toho ísť a potom sa nedať. Takže využívať tieto možnosti. Nechcem, aby to bolo len historizujúce, ale chcem, aby to bol odkaz pre budúcnosť, aj pre súčasnosť nakoniec. Ďakujem, pán Dobrovodský.
Nech sa páči, ďalšiu ruku v publiku vidím zdvihnutú. Ak teda som niekoho uprednostnila, tak neprávom. Nech sa páči.
Mr. Dobrovolsky, first of all, thank you for your excellent work as the public defender on human rights. A question regarding the implementation of UN treaty body monitoring conclusions, observations, for example, on Slovakia's compliance reports. To what extent are you and your colleagues involved in the implementation of those concluding observations and recommendations from the UN treaty body monitoring?
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Čo ma veľmi pozitívne prekvapilo za ostatného 2,5 roka, čo som vo funkcii, keď sa napríklad robilo periodické hodnotenie United Nations Treaty, tak veľvyslanci krajín, ktorí navrhovali odporúčania pre Slovenskú republiku, chodili konzultovať na náš úrad, čo by sme si my želali, alebo čo my vidíme ako problém na Slovensku, aby potom v Ženeve odporúčali Slovenskej republiky. A nedávno sme si s kolegami spravili, myslím, tam bolo 50 odporúčaní, asi 50% sa zhodovalo s tým, čo my sme odporúčali, aby teda pri všetkej rešpekte ich zvrchovanosti samozrejme dali. Takže teraz napríklad v tomto mesiaci, budúcom mesiaci si chceme sadnúť k tým odporúčaniam a vyzývať jednotlivých stakeholderov, ktorí sú zodpovední za ich naplňanie, aby boli naplnené. Čo ma veľmi pozitívne prekvapuje, že sa k nám hlásia delegácie z Rady Európy, Benátska komisia, rôzne pozorovacie výbory. Teraz sa u nás ohlásila, po myslím 10 rokoch príde sekretariát Rady Európy, ktorý monitoruje vykonateľnosť a vykonávanie rozsudkov SLP. A keďže zachytili, že náš úrad sa napríklad venuje policajnej brutalite, že sme pripravili aj mimoriadnu správu pre parlament, práve včera mi prišiel prípis predsedu SLP, ktorý vyslovene v jednej kauze policajnej brutalite voči rómskym deťom žiada, aby som vstúpil do konania, čo ma veľmi teší, lebo za normálnych okolností my si pýtame povolenie o vstup. Tu prišla výzva predsedu SLP, či by sme vstúpili do toho konania, takže s veľkou radosťou. Takže rešpekt nášho úradu v očiach medzinárodných inštitúcií, rôznych pozorovacích organizácií ako Grevio je vysoký a je veľký záujem o informácie. A my tieto informácie samozrejme potom distribuujeme ministerstvám a keď napríklad vidím, že v parlamente prerokovávaný zákon a vidím priestor implementovať medzinárodné odporúčanie, tak hneď kontaktujem všetkých poslancov a odporúčam im, aby už v tejto legislatívnej fáze odporúčania implementovali.
Videla som tam ešte jednu ruku, nech sa páči, pani Briatková.
Dobrý deň, Simona Briatková, občiansko-demokratická mládež. Boli sme svedkami incidentu vo Veľkej Ide počas tohto leta. Ďalší incident policajného násilia. Preto by som sa chcela spýtať primárne teda pána Dobrovodského, či sa vaša kancelária týmto prípadom zaujíma a v akom je štádiu a prípadne aj pani Orgovánová, ak by mala k tomuto niečo povedať, keďže je to tematika rómskej menšiny na Slovensku. Ďakujem krásne.
Áno, veľmi stručne som si práve očným pohľadom potvrdzoval moju domnenku od kolega Romanu Lisinu, ktorý je Roman Lisina, je riaditeľ odboru, kde skončila táto sťažnosť. My sme dostali podania od ľudí cez Facebook, nám poslali tie videá, takže to skúmame a myslím, že kolegovia už boli aj na monitorovacej návšteve. Hej, veľkú idú zásah monitorujeme, áno.
Nemám detaľnejšie informácie, ale mnohé tieto prípady, ktoré sa dejú na východnom Slovensku, teda okrem samozrejme pána ombudsmana, sleduje aj kancelária právnej ochrany v Košiciach, pani Vanda Durbáková, ktorú určite poznáte a tá mi teda o tom niečo hovorila, ale nemám bližšie informácie.
Áno, ďakujem veľmi pekne za všetky otázky a dostávam pokyn od organizačného tímu, že žiaľ musíme dospieť k záveru našej konferencie. Tak mi dovolte ešte veľmi pekne poďakovať pani Orgovánovej, pánovi Sivošovi, pánovi Dobrovodskému a pánovi Rozborovi za veľmi kvalitné vystúpenia, ktoré určite v nás budú rezonovať, tak ako aj tie predošlé, ešte dlhú dobu a budú súčasťou našej ďalšej poučenej odvahy, ako si počínať v duchu Helsinského procesu aj v budúcnosti. Takže ďakujem pekne za tento panel a teraz mi dovolte, aby som odozdala slovo pani Jane Kotovej, predsedničke občianskeho združenia Misia 89. Nech sa páči, máš slovo.
Ďakujem pekne. Excelencie, vážené dámy, vážení páni, je pre mňa cťou, že mám možnosť vystúpiť na záver tejto dnešnej medzinárodnej konferencie a pozdraviť vás aj v mene občianskeho združenia Misia 89, ktorý je spoluorganizátorom tejto konferencie. Zároveň sa chcem však poďakovať všetkým vám, ktorí ste prijali naše pozvanie a svojou účasťou a svojimi rôznymi diskusnými príspevkami ste prišli podporiť toto významné podujatie. Veľmi si aj vážime, že záštitu nad týmto podujatím prijal prezident Slovenskej republiky, jeho excelencia pán Peter Pellegrini a prispel aj úvodným príhovorom. Cieľom organizovania našej konferencie bolo pripomenúť si prijatie Helsinského záverečného aktu a to v kontexte aktuálnych geopolitických víziev s akcentom na dodržiavanie ľudských práv a demokracie na celom svete. Obhajoba a propagácia hodnôt demokracie, sloboda, dodržiavanie ľudských práv sú aj hlavným poslaním občianskeho združenia Misia 89 a hlavne je to aj práca s mládežou práve pri presadzovaní týchto hodnôt. A sú to predovšetkým tieto vyššie uvedené hodnoty, ktoré položili základ našej spolupráce s Helsinským výborom pre ľudské práva na Slovensku. Aktívna účasť Misie 89 na dnešnom podujatí teda nie je náhodná. Na dnešnej konferencii odznelo veľa slov o tom, aké dôležité sú ľudské práva, aká je dôležitá demokracia pre rozvoj našej spoločnosti. Určite je želaním všetkých nás, aby sa všetko to, čo sme si dnes vypočuli, transformovalo aj do reálneho života. To však už bude závisieť od vôle, schopnosti aj záujmu nás všetkých. Pred 50 rokmi na záver konferencie o bezpečnosti a spolupráci v Európe prijali predstavitelia 35 krajín dokument pod názvom Helsinský záverečný akt. Podpísaním tohto záverečného aktu sa vytvoril priestor pre dialog a spoluprácu a krajiny sa dohodli, zaviazali k dodržiavaniu určitých princípov v oblasti jednak bezpečnosti, ekonomickej spolupráce, aj v humanitárnych otázkach a dodržiavaní ľudských práv. Konferencia bezpečnosti a spolupráci sa pretransformovala na Organizáciu pre bezpečnosť a spolupráci v Európe, OBSE, ktorá bola kľúčovým aktérom v oblasti diplomatického riešenia konfliktov. Preto sme nesmierne radi, že sme na dnešnej konferencii mohli privítať zástupcov OBSE, ako aj zástupcov ďalších významných medzinárodných organizácií, aktivity ktorých nadväzujú na posolstvo tejto helsinskej konferencie. Dovoľte mi preto poďakovať sa aj z tohto miesta všetkým našim hosťom, prednášateľom z prvého panelu pod názvom Helsinský impuls k európskemu dialógu, ktorí prostredníctvom svojich vystúpení nám poskytli odborný a autentický pohľad na vývoj udalostí a situáciu aj v posledných rokoch a obohatili našu konferenciu o množstvo nových poznatkov. Poďakovanie patrí menovite zástupcovi OBSE pánovi Bakit Jusupov, pani Jordan Verlik z Komisie USA pre bezpečnosť a spoluprácu v Európe, zástupkyni Úradu pre demokratické inštitúcie a ľudské práva pani Thea Jaliašvili a pánovi Walter Kemp zo Ženevského centra pre bezpečnostnú politiku. Určite vám neuniklo, že som medzi týmito prednášateľmi z prvého panelu nespomenula jedného z panelistov. Bolo to zámerné, pretože je ním pán Jan Kubiš, bývalý generálny tajomník OBSE a minister zahraničných vecí Slovenskej republiky, ktorému patrí naše mimoriadne poďakovanie nielen za jeho vystúpenie, ale aj za to, že sa stal vlastne spoluorganizátorom našej konferencie a aktívne nám pomáhal pri zabezpečovaní celého tohoto podujatia. Ďakujem pekne. Aj vďaka nemu bola konferencia na tak vysokej úrovni, akú sme ju dnes mali možnosť vidieť. Hoci princípy ľudských práv a slobod existovali aj pred Helsinskou konferenciou, Helsinský akt ich zakotvil do medzinárodného rámca a poskytol hlavne disidentským hnutiam vo východných krajinách oficiálnu platformu, na ktorú sa mohli potom odvolávať. S cieľom monitorovať, ako plnia vlády záväzky spojené s dodržiavaním ľudských práv, vznikali postupne organizácie Helsinské výbory. Veľmi nás potešilo, že na dnešnej konferencii potvrdili účasť všetci predsedovia helsinských výborov zo Strednej Európy, ktorí nám v paneli pod názvom Helsinki Process ako platforma aktívneho občianstva priblížili prácu a aktivity ich organizácií. Ďakujeme za účasť a príspevky predsedovi Helsinského výboru Českej republiky, pánovi Miroslavovi Krutinovi, predsedovi Helsinskej nadácie pre ľudské práva v Poľsku, pánovi Macieji Novicky, predsedovi Maďarského Helsinského výboru, pánovi Andrašovi Kádar a predsedkyni Helsinského výboru pre ľudské práva na Slovensku a vlastne aj hlavnej organizátorke tohto podujatia, pani Silvii Tyriaki. Tretí a posledný panel pod názvom Ľudské práva v Helsinskom procese bol platformou pre občiansku spoločnosť, akademickú obec, štátnu a verejnú správu, ale aj pre širokú odbornú a laickú verejnosť na Slovensku. Zástupcovia slovenských organizácií, ktoré sa venujú otázkam ľudských práv a slobod, nás prostredníctvom svojich vystúpení oboznámili s prácou a aktivitami ich organizácií, ale aj pri naplňaní tretieho a dôležitého odkazu Helsinského záverečného aktu, ktorým je oblasť posilňovania princípov ľudských práv a slobod. Vďaka za účasť patrí pánovi Dobrovodskému verejnému ochrancovi práv, pani Kláre Orgovánovej, riaditeľke Rómskeho inštitútu, predsedovi správnej rady Ústavu pamäti národa, pánovi Jergušovi Sivošovi, a rovnako aj pánovi veľvyslancovi a môjmu bývalému kolegovi v diplomácii Dušanovi Rozborovi, ktorý nám ako priamy účastník rokovaní v Helsinkách priblížil atmosféru, ktorá panovala v paláci Finlandia Talo pri podpise Helsinského záverečného aktu. Ďakujeme. Pri poďakovaniach nemôžem opomenúť ani moderátorov jednotlivých panelov a zároveň aj členov predstavenstva Helsinského výboru pre ľudské práva na Slovensku, pánov Jana Šikutu, bývalého predsedu Najvyššieho súdu Slovenskej republiky, politologičku pani Dagmar Kusu a politologičku pani Dagmar Hornu. Tak ako aj iné medzinárodné podujatia, ktoré organizujú neziskové organizácie, ani dnešná medzinárodná konferencia by sa neuskutočnila, keby sa na jej príprave a realizácii nepodielal celý rád dobrovoľníkov, ale aj všetkých tých, ktorí pracovali v úzadí. Poďakovanie preto patrí aj pracovníkom Zičiho paláca, technikom, pracovníkov cateringovej spoločnosti, ktorí sa starali o naše občerstvenie, tlmočníčkam pani Rozholdovej a pani Šímovej, ale predovšetkým študentom, ktorí nám nezištne pomáhali a práci pri príprave konferencie venovali a obetovali skutočne obrovské množstvo hodín. Preto ja len pár ich vymenujem. Sú to Pavlínka, Richard, Natália, Salma, Hanna, Klára, Karolínka, Miroslav a Sofia. Takže veľké poďakovanie všetkým. A záverečné a úprimné poďakovanie patrí organizátorovi konferencie, Helsinskému výboru pre ľudské práva na Slovensku, predsedničke pani Silvie Tyriaki, ale aj Ministerstvu spravodlivosti Slovenskej republiky za finančnú podporu tohoto podujatia. Excelencie, vážené dámy, vážení páni, ďakujeme vám všetkým za vašu účasť, za vaše podnetné príspevky aj v rámci diskusie. A na záver mi dovolte vysloviť ešte jedno želanie, ktorým je, aby naša konferencia prispela k tomu, že sa v spoločnosti sústredí viac pozornosti na boj za niečo a nie proti niekomu alebo proti niečomu. Aby to za bola obhajoba hodnôt, o ktorých sme dnes hovorili a ktorými sú sloboda, demokracia a ľudské práva. Keď sa nám to podarí dosiahnuť, svet sa určite stane krajším a lepším. Ďakujem vám za pozornosť a verím, že konferencia splnila vaše očakávania a prajem vám pekný zvyšok dnešného popoludnia.
A srdečne ďakujeme aj pani Jane Kotovej, mojej bývalej bývalej kolegyni a terajšej členke Medzinárodného klubu, ktorá je veľmi aktívna, s ktorou organizujeme niektoré podujatia. Takže Janka, ďakujeme.
Dovolte mi, aby som v mene predsedníctva Helsinského výboru, teda už na záver úplne, poďakoval pani predsedkyni Helsinského výboru Silvii a pani riaditeľke Misie 89, pani Kotovej.
Takže ešte raz ďakujeme všetkým veľmi úprimne a želáme vám len to najlepšie v najbližších rokoch a 10 ročiach. Dovidenia.